state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So, there were going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people.
Anybody's watching,
maybe
I'm
New York
sorry.
will go for Trump,
Working on it.
maybe Texas will go for Harris. All that is wish casting. We still live in a world where
A lot of moving parts here.
Here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming. Trump wins Kansas. Trump wins North Dakota. Trump wins South Dakota. Trump wins Nebraska. Trump wins Louisiana. And Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York. Well, that one went down in flames because that's a really stupid idea.
Hey, Kamala Harris,
Texas, and
Kamala Harris did.
Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
Did that all just came in right now?
Yeah.
As you were walking over.
Right. Well, how you guys feeling? We've been tracking the decision desk forecast, giving Trump about 70% chance to win, and it's going down a little bit, but it's staying about 2-1. So, what do we think?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
The whole time, the scariest thing is the quote-unquote shadow campaign, right? Time Magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not. And there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think, Ben, you were saying they're way more professional. That is worrying to me.
Yeah, so there was some Gallup data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They will do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please just go. And the more we just shout vote at people,
okay, so we
somebody
are live.
out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides, but largely on the right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So, like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
so they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump.
Oh, man,
He's
the second camera is a nice
favored
touch,
to
dude.
win Pennsylvania.
It really
He's
is.
slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according
Colors
to
are a little bit
the New York
wacky, but
Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are.
Well, I'm the only
What
one who
I'm
can see it,
hearing from
right?
I'm getting a lot of
That
texts
was
from
part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched the left-wing media. It was.
Oh well, we're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be joy.
You guys all know the term Schadenfreude, joy at others' misery. So I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like the purge, right? All moral rules are off.
Yeah.
Just get to enjoy the suffering of others.
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days.
Wait, what the?
I have relatives and friends who are big libs. I'm from New York. I lived in L.A. A lot of Democrat friends.
I think it's NBC.
And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
They're wild right now.
However, I have two buddies
They're showing
who are New York
they're
Democrats,
showing exit poll
and
data.
I don't want to get ahead of
And
myself.
she's like,
but
now these numbers aren't finalized. We probably won't actually know the results here until around Thanksgiving.
So hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be.
Isn't it
some
funny how
I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a
right around 2020 we went back in time 500 years?
Yeah, right.
And all of a sudden we couldn't get same-day election results anymore.
But it has to be done.
It hurts you.
It hurts you more than it hurts.
That's right.
Exactly.
This is why I really hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything.
Oh, got some
and
poll
we're right about
watching.
everything.
Well, it does
So
look
wait,
right now in Ohio, by the
you have
way.
that too? You have a lot of relatives who
I figured I'll pull up another
Oh, yeah.
tab.
Oh, yeah.
If there's anything specific you want me to pull up, I'll add it.
So do you know?
I'll add
this
the
is a
live stream to
fascinating
the
question.
the
I love this
plethora.
because I always ask.
Yeah, I'm
going
gonna
to
pull up,
personal lives.
Oh, I want to pull up the election integrity map.
The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. literally.
I don't know
the
what time
only
they're going to be
person
doing
I
the
know,
crossover, but I want to watch
all of whose relatives are conservative. is
Bongino
my
and
wife.
Crowder.
Wow.
Really?
Oh yeah, I have Crowder's up.
No kidding. She's
Okay.
going to live till 117. So there's no
Yeah, I
question.
listened to
There's
a
no
little bit of
misery.
Crowder stream when I jumped in the shower.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to
ElectionIntegrityMap.com.
You know, you can look forward
That's
to it.
great. Yeah.
It's not loading the page.
Turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Oh,
Is,
yeah.
is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red? Did you see
So
that?
Jill was.
Jill?
When Jill voted.
Jill-
So
Jill.
for sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%
Gotta be.
sure.
Gotta be, right?
She
Election
despises
integrity
Kamala
map.
Harris, like,
At the
hates
very
her.
least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they voted.
Uh,
I heard she wrote in Joe, and
Yeah.
she wore red.
Yeah. that
Where's the
that is-
map,
That's
bro?
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
There it
Trump-
is.
War red, that
Yeah.
matters.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
Well,
He's wearing the Republican colors,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
No,
Well, right now, Trump's up 154 to
it's like
34.
a nudge, nudge.
Or to 30.
But doesn't Donald Trump
On the
also
road
wear
to
a blue
270.
tie? I mean, I just,
No, he's got the red tie, the
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie, really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about
What am I wearing?
election
Blue
night
tie, yeah.
history.
They switched
It was,
it.
it was always up in the air. Sometimes, you know, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red.
What's up,
was
Viz?
Democrat.
Which
And
is the way it ought to be.
Yeah, they had
I-
same-day
I-
election
I-
results back in
yeah,
ancient
but
Greece.
It was the 2000
Yeah, dude,
election.
it's
I think
crazy.
It was Tim Russert in particular.
Red Eagle
that was
Politics? I've
really
never
when
even
it
heard of
started to
that.
solidify
On
as red
YouTube,
for Republican,
Viz?
blue for Dem. And I totally agree with you, Dennis. They are actually reds, so it fits them. And red is an unattractive color.
I'll check
I'm
it
wearing
out.
a red shirt jacket. But I mean that bright red, it's like a stop sign or something.
Burgundy.
This is burgundy. This
Yeah.
is more like a plum.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
In Ohio, it looks like Bernie Moreno is going to cruise to victory over Sherrod Brown.
Let's
that
go.
That was a close
Really?
race.
Let's
I think
go.
Sherrod
Wow.
Brown is going to be ousted.
All right, baby.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, that takes
Wow.
the Republicans to 52 in the Senate,
Wow.
which is a more
Let's-
durable majority, obviously.
West Virginia was fairly
across
obvious.
that finish
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
When they
Right.
called that, I'm like, I live there.
Vote in Philadelphia. Chester County's the only
The
one of
best
those
one? That's a
suburban
bold statement.
Philly areas yet to report, and we have no counties that are
What's
like
the
almost
best one?
all the way in. I'm trying.
He
to
said
find
Red
one.
Eagle
Lycoming
Politics.
County's 52% in, and we could check that.
Red
I mean, he
Eagle
might be
Politics.
running under.
Is that
But yeah,
that just like a
70%,
YouTube channel, or is
66.
that,
It's
uh,
going to get redder as more votes
okay.
support, most likely.
Let me check it out
So
real
New
quick.
York, is there anything?
Well, I
in
have
New
it up
York?
on the stream.
New York City is.
Oh, this is
I
the
think
dude
they
right here?
dumped the-
Oh, yeah, I see the Red
Yeah,
Eagle.
so Trump
Okay.
is at 66%.
No,
in Staten
that's the
Island.
Red Eagle's cool,
That
but
is
it's nothing like the Free Eagle.
Much better
Let's
than
be
he
real.
did in 2020. Brooklyn,
The
he's
Free
at
Eagle is pretty
24.
great.
Queens, he's at 33. Manhattan, he's at 14. The Bronx,
Screaming
where he
Free
went to
Eagle.
campaign, he's at 22. A lot of room to grow.
It's like
but
101st
he only
Airborne.
got 16% there. You're seeing a big shift in New York City.
Did you
with
see
Donald Trump,
the
and that
graphic
will be
that-
huge for the
I don't know
House
who
if
made it,
that's-
but Benny
if that's,
Johnson posted
sends
it.
The rest of the state and Long
I'm gonna
Island. He
pull it
only-
up
if
real
he
quick to
loses it
show
by
you.
like 16, 17, it is a big win for Trump and a big shift to the right. So, Michigan,
It would be on his
we're
community.
waiting for Wayne. Nothing out of Wayne. Livingston got a little bit less red, but I mean that's holding strong for him. So
Too big
far.
to rig.
But nothing out of Wayne County, but Oakland in the early vote is running in line with Oakland
That's
last
funny
cycle.
stuff.
And it is true. The auto
What's a
industry
good one?
Harris's most direct path to victory really could lead through
Live from Harris Campaign HQ.
Three swing states. So you've got Michigan, Wisconsin,
Spencer
Pennsylvania,
Lindquist.
which has 19 electoral votes. And if Kamala Harris won those three states,
That name bothers me because I know the name Lundquist.
Arizona, even Nevada,
Mhm.
And you would still come
Lindquist
away with
sounds
a very,
weird.
very slim margin, but a Kamala Harris victory nonetheless. So those three states really are key, and they're going to be ones that we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
And as
I
you've
don't
been
read
looking
volume on
around
that.
D.C. for the last day or two,
You don't have any?
we see reports
Mm-mm.
about shopkeepers boarding up their businesses. Are you
Weird.
seeing that?
Yeah, we were hanging out really right around the White House in downtown Washington D.C. and there's a number of different businesses ranging from small restaurants to office
Right
buildings,
now.
and they were putting up
There we go.
plywood. We saw violence here in D.C.
I just
after
reset
Trump's
it.
inauguration in January of 2017. We saw violence around
Apparently
the
we're
country
having some,
directly
Discord
following
issues
Trump's
tonight.
election in
guess.
2016. So there is an indication that if Trump does win this election, there could be more left-wing violence here, and that's exactly what those businesses are preparing for.
If they start boarding up the windows at the White House, please text us. That's the kind of thing. I'm going to want to get a head start.
Well,
Can I
really appreciate
return-
it, Spencer. We'll check back in with you in just
All
a
right,
little
I'm going to
bit.
pop
Daily
over
Wire
to Crowder.
Take it out. He goes, not for me, in there.
So
I'm not exaggerating. This was his tone. So I go, Jesus, okay.
I love this guy.
Nick didn't tell you was he invaded his personal space, and there was a picture of his balls.
No. You doing, Colin? So I voted, and I was fuming. So I went out. You can't go back out the way you came in. So I went around the building.
Yeah.
And I came back in, and he's so old he didn't recognize me. He goes, come on in. I go, kiss my asshole, man. A bunch of black people behind me laughing their balls off. Outside, they heard me go, kiss my ass.
They would find that funny.
So apparently, they were laughing their balls off. And my wife, who voted like an hour after me, we usually go together, but she had something to do. She comes home, I go, did you get yelled at? Yeah, she goes, yo, guy yelled at me too. So it wasn't just me.
Just picturing both of you. Oh, guy yelled at me. Yeah, yelled at me.
I took my license out. He goes, not for me.
Speaking of which, speaking of yelling, it's actually, no, we've been putting this off. It's time for tonight's first 7+1.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, it's time for tonight's first.
You forgot you wanted the chamber.
And everyone, you have your sheets there. It's things that Trump will do on day one of his presidency. It's time for tonight's 7+1.
Oh, God, I'm blind.
That's not.
You forgot the one in the chamber.
Oh, right. They always forget the one in the chamber. This is 7+1 things Donald Trump is going to do on day one of his presidency. Number 7, Gerald Morgan.
All right. He's going to convert the White House kitchen to a McDonald's.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
That's actually not bad. That would be fun.
Work there.
Terrific.
Yeah. She's not allowed back there.
Number 6 is he'll get a new White House dog and call the bitch Pelosi.
Great use of the word. Good job.
That's what he'll do. 7+1 things Donald Trump will do day one of his presidency. Number 5, Nick DiPaolo.
Trying to eat my supper over here.
Replace the bust of MLK with the bust of Stormy Daniels.
Hey,
come on.
Yes, for all her faults,
I was hoping you'd do it.
it's the one that's blameless.
Why was she black?
Number 4 is bronze.
Oh.
Number 4,
It's in a fire.
Number 4, add bum fights to PBS programming. Like,
Well,
I guess
they
he
gotta
can
find
do that.
somewhere.
The stroke of a pen. Love bun fights.
Hey,
Did you ever watch any of those?
I remember kind of peeking at him back in the
Number
day.
3, Gerald Morgan.
Signs executive
There was
order
that, and then there was like the
host his
illegal
ball
like
walking group
backyard
in the White House.
fighting league.
Charitable.
Yeah. Do you remember Bling
Only
Bling
from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., sir.
from Bum Fights?
And then
He was a
No.
crackhead.
he walks
No.
by, I'm like, I want to smack his ass.
You'd always go Bling
Just sit
Bling.
in that office. Yeah,
Oh, that
sure
reminds
you
me
did.
of a Chappelle Show character.
Sorry, Mr. Former President, that you want to smack men's asses. Number 2, post Biden's Corvette on Facebook Marketplace. Well, that seems like payback. That would seem a little bit spiteful. And the number 1 thing Donald Trump will do on the first day of his presidency, Nick DiPaolo.
Bug bomb.
What? Oh, Toolman was like, hey. Just remember, Toolman, there's the +1 thing he will do actually is deport E. Jean Carroll. Oh, but wait, and Ricochet one, and euthanize her vagina. Ricochet 2, her pussy. I meant the cat. That's been this week 7+1. There's more.
She has a cat. Call it vagina.
You forgot the one in the chamber.
I almost pulled a Biden. I was going to go bug bomb Photoshop.
Just keep reading.
That's what I almost did.
We do have Catherine from Truth or Vote to give us an update, like I said, about the power outages, if you want to go to her.
How tall is she and what does she weigh?
Okay, and I literally am getting like a pain in my, so I'm going to need a break just because I'm getting the cramping.
You know what? You've done a good job so far. We'll let you have a break after this.
After this.
Take a Midol for Christ's sake.
You think you
After
can make
this.
it through this?
Yeah, I'm sure I can make it through this. I just, okay.
Nobody's going to know if you crap your pants. These mics aren't that
Careful what you
sensitive.
wish for. You will. And if there's something that happens when it hits cotton, it's not like a normal evacuation. I don't know what it is, but
a totally different deal.
It's
That's right where the gold coin went.
exactly right where the gold coin went. All right.
All aimed
that
at
mustard
me.
gas.
So we have who is it? Who we have? We have
Catherine from True the Vote.
Catherine from True the Vote. There's
Yeah,
an
we
update
talked
with
to
what's
her.
going on in Pennsylvania.
Well, maybe other places.
See how many
too.
viewers he
Here
has?
she is to say.
Let's bring on Miss. I'll call her Miss
No,
True the
what is
Vote.
it?
Okay.
Miss Catherine True the Vote.
2.52 million.
Nice.
Miss Catherine, because I'm gonna get you. I always get the last name. Catherine Engelbrecht. Do I have that right? Engelbrecht.
I'm gonna peep
I
over.
want to make sure I have the name.
So the echt on the end. That's
Bongino.
it.
Okay.
See how
Because
he's
I don't want to be the
holding
person who gets it
Is
wrong.
he
Catherine,
live
thank
too?
you
I'll
for
add him.
being with
Bongino's
us.
got
Of course,
1.75 million.
You,
Bada
here on
baby.
behalf of True the Vote, you guys are doing great work.
Oh,
And
wait,
keep
never
in
mind,
I'm
sorry.
on a little bit of
Hang
a
on.
silo here, but Gerald was going.
That was
"Have
the
an
show from
update. We have to
yesterday.
bring Cat. So I'm going in blind. What is it that's going on here right now?
Oh, that's
Well,
Slightly
I
more
think
depressing.
overall,
He's got
we talked about
450,000.
electric outages, which have sort of resolved themselves.
Well,
over the
he
course
is
of
doing
the
a live
evening
stream at the same time as
as
Crowder,
the
who's
polls started
actually
open later, but
put like
midday, we saw
multiple millions
power
of dollars
outages
into
in
live coverage of
Pennsylvania
this.
and Ohio
True.
and Nevada and Texas. And that was a little curious. We'll look into that deeper tomorrow. But everybody got back online, and that plus bomb threats led to extended hours at the polls. And still people standing in line. We just got a report from a group out in New Jersey that, the state's already been called, but they were in line when their polls closed at
Oh wait,
8
never mind.
o'clock, and they are projecting
It's got
still
252
4 more
million
hours in line, over 1,000
views,
people
but
in line.
concurrently
Oh, wow.
he's at
It's
457,000.
a curious night in that
Oh, so
respect.
Ian
that people
Bongino are
are
splitting them
staying
then.
and
452 and
just, they want to
457.
have their vote count. But on balance, I'll say that we had the power outages, we had machine
Timcast
failures,
is
we had
at
a lot of concerns about non-citizen voting.
115, 116K.
And their limited capacity to do
Daily
anything about
Wires
that.
at
All of this we're going to have to take
101K.
up, in the days ahead. But
Red Eagles at
I think the
21K.
headline is that we saw massive turnout and we made it through.
Well, we've made it
And
through
we're
thus
at
far. It's just one of those things where you
1.
can never know how much has happened with those outages and how many people, people work. People have plans. People have to get babysitters. And so for that to happen in the most secure, mind you, the most fair election of our lifetime. Sorry, that was the last one. But now this one, it's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of people. So, all right. And is there anything else that you're seeing there on the...
I'm going to pause on
In the long run, it's like, well, maybe you're
I
not
love
concerned
Jordan
about the long
Peterson
run if you're
as
that
a,
desperate. Because desperate people tend not to
like
be
as a
concerned with the long run.
philosopher, as
We
a
do have this terrible
same.
mystery
professor,
that
but I
conservatives haven't
don't like
unlocked,
him
which is
in
the
this
absolutely
context.
aberrant pattern of attitudes
You
and
don't?
voting patterns that
No, I do not.
characterize
He talks
women
so
between-
long
single women between
Oh.
and
the ages
so
of 18 and
and
34.
so
It's like,
slow.
there's a big
I'm just like,
problem
dude, just
there.
make
And
a
it's real
basic
mystery.
point.
It
You
can't
don't
just be
have to
passed
be the
over
smartest
because
guy in the room the
what
entire
they're
time.
doing is radically different than what
but
everyone
this is
else
the way he
doing,
thinks,
and
though,
it's
so
enough
I don't want him to be
consistently swing the
inauthentic.
elections.
Tim, we were talking about this last
Agreed.
night on your show.
But
this
he could
idea
do it
that,
in a lot
you know,
quicker
people
way.
Like Chelsea Handler and
Like,
others
Yeah.
keep talking
If
about
they're
how,
if they're like,
you know,
hey, what do
they
you think the
drugs
odds
and
of
have
Trump
sex with
winning tonight
themselves
is?
all day,
He's
you
going to
know?
go on a
And
5-minute
they're so
soliloquy.
genuinely happy.
Yeah, he
And-
doesn't.
And my
You want to
argument
see
was that
him
they
kind of
actually are
be
happy. I
like
don't think
short
that they're
form
lying.
and be
I think
good.
that they
Watch the
don't
Kill
know
Tony
that there's
episode.
an entire realm of human emotion that
Because he
happens in
doesn't get
marriage,
to-
and
he doesn't
then
get to
when you
speak or
have children,
pontificate.
that they're not even aware of. They
Okay.
He's just
they live
reacting.
in-
Trivial emotion.
I didn't know
he went on
The-
to
the-
Kill
the
Tony.
fact
He
that
did.
we're
He went on
obsessed
with Tyler
happiness here
Fisher.
on the
You know who that
psychological
is?
side is an indication of how trivial
Comedian,
our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see
from
quite
the Daily
consistent
Wire. He was in Daily
in
Wire
psychological
movie.
research is that children
Oh,
without
okay.
Not from the
couples
Daily
without
Wire.
children
He's
are happier
been in the Daily
than
Wire
couples
movies. He's
with
like
children.
a
It's
stand-up.
well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness.
It's a good
as
episode.
measurements
It's
as your
hilarious.
Index of outcome. Of course, you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile, and if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have
Liz
time
doesn't
to be
like any of
happy.
these
It's like-
talking heads.
But happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's
don't blame
not
you.
an indicator of participation in a process.
I feel like
that's gonna
Viz doesn't
stabilize
like
your
anything.
Life and the life of your family across.
True.
decades.
He doesn't even like God.
It is.
Doesn't
It's the
like
permanent
anything except for the stuff he likes.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
coming generation. They are. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in
Listen,
your
stop
in your
fucking on
internal
video
world.
games, all right?
But I believe that is spiritual
Right,
suicide.
this coming
That's
from
the
the guy
Peter
who
Pan story,
right.
You know, and Peter Pan
skateboards
has
every day.
Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious, dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys. Right?
Well, to be fair, that is
that's
a
form
physical
of
exercise.
king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose.
True, but
you know, and he
it's just as
forgoes
corny.
the possibilities of
And he does
maturity to
make
remain in
content
this
based on
childhood
it.
Fantasy.
The only thing our media
it
is
is
telling
hedonistic.
Oh, he
our
does?
media is telling everybody to keep
Yeah,
doing
he
it.
started
They're
a separate
telling you
channel called The
selfish
Boonies.
If you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing.
And they do skateboard content, and he's got skateboarders.
For those that are
he's hired
to be fruitful and multiply. But for the sake of humanity, if you look at it from a more
Taylor Silverman,
like
she was a female, young female skateboarder who lost to a transgender.
People to just be hedonistic and to be permanent.
He covered her like what she would have won in that contest. He covered it. And then now she skates and works for Timcast. They do like content.
I don't think they're happy.
Is she one of the ones that he lost his lid on a couple weeks ago?
Smiley happiness, but
no, I don't think so.
Talking for 10, 20 minutes, and the
dude, that was wild and unhinged when he did that.
It's like thin ice over a block.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements are terrible.
I get it, dude.
It's like
that's just. I mean, I understand his frustration, but that's just him being a bad CEO.
Exactly. But you need to learn to. He needs to learn to delegate.
He also
just like these guys are talking about happiness as though in the way we talk about it in
he
modern
did.
times, which is some.
He was complaining and stuff like that, but he did admit that that was the problem.
Happiness we used to understand.
He said, "We either have to cut a bunch of stuff out of this, or I have to hire, or I have to hire somebody to do it."
That actually there was an end to mankind.
Yeah, he should hire. I mean,
but he also said, "We've tried hiring managers. We've tried setting up managers, and nobody ever works out."
The problem is that it seems to me, and obviously I don't know the inner workings and everything like that, but like he's admitted himself.
I always say this in a way.
Almost everybody who works for him is his friend.
Time to time,
it's like stop hiring your friends. Hire someone that's going to come in, and if your friend sucks, he's going to fire him.
Of my life.
Yeah, you have to be a businessman.
Traumatizingly hard.
That's the problem. He just needs to bring in someone who's not friends with all.
But
of
I
his
also
friends.
understand what because he also said during that episode, he said,
certainly not at my best.
He said, "So what? We're gonna have like a corporate guy and an HR team and stuff like that." He's like, "I just don't want that to be the way this is." He doesn't like the corporate structure, so he's
well, he can't have it both ways.
Right, exactly.
I suppose that what I would say
He's
is
got to have. He has to pick a poison. Unfortunately,
and he's got to do what Crowder did.
Issue, right? I mean, you can tolerate a lot of pain even if
he's got to have a CEO.
Relationships are intact, and you're moving towards a purpose
as second in command.
That is worthwhile. So, so one of the things that's worthwhile to understand purely from the
well, he's not
of
failing, Viz.
Is that
it's not failing.
Produced by drugs like cocaine.
But yes, he will. He won't be able to.
That positive emotion is
go
always
beyond.
Experienced in relationship to a goal, right? So that the happiness that
I do like how the Daily Wire
is only
has the
possible
poll close time countdown.
If you observe yourself moving towards a
that is
goal.
good.
And so that has a number of implications. One of
it lets
which
you know,
is
like, hey,
no
if I really
goal,
want to get some information, I'll come back in a half hour.
Or maybe happiness of only the most fleeting and easily substituted kind. We also know from animal research, for example, that
web server is returning an unknown error. Cool.
Rats that are
oh, did you hear
the
big
and you can get them addicted.
What am I trying to say? The big announcement from Crowder earlier.
No.
So they're merging basically. And that's probably a bad word for it because I only caught like the last half of it.
Yeah.
But they're basically merging with Rumble. Where like there's no Mug Club anymore in and of itself. Like you buy a Rumble Plus account and you get Mug Club.
Okay. Oh, so they worked out a deal. So like so basically instead of signing up for Mug Club directly, if you just buy Rumble Premium, you get access to Mug Club.
Yep.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, and they're going to be changing to. He said tonight's the last night to get the OG mug. If you sign up tonight, you'll still. If you've never been in before or whatever, or if you reorder an OG mug tonight, then you can get an OG mug. Moving forward, they'll have something else.
Okay, probably like something with a Rumble logo in it.
Yeah, probably.
I think working for Crowder would be one of the best jobs.
Yeah, as long as you didn't mind, like, I don't think I would want to do it personally.
Well,
just because
if it's
like,
not your type of work.
Well, I mean, I would love to work for him, but I wouldn't want to work for him because, like, I also like my family.
Oh, do they have long hours?
Oh, dude, it's insane. Everybody who's ever left there is like, he's so demanding on your time.
Oh, I didn't know
Like,
that.
yeah, he's like, you'll put in like 10. They also like you put in like a 10-hour day during the day, and then he's like, okay, now you have to come back at like, 8 o'clock tonight, and we're gonna work for another 3 or 4 hours, like shooting all this stuff.
Yeah, okay. Then I don't like that. Although,
Everybody said he's a great guy. He's great to work for, but he's too demanding.
yeah.
The only person who's really had a bad thing to say about him that left was Not Gay Jared.
Yeah. That's the one that's siding with his wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is super depressing because Not Gay Jared was his first daily producer.
Yeah.
Like he had a producer when he did the radio show in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That was his original podcast.
Oh,
but
this
that
is-
guy was like a local.
This is a funny sketch. I love these.
You look miserable. I've seen happier faces in the waiting room at Sloan Kettering.
Why is the president calling Black
Look at
Lives
these. Got these at iWorld.
Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate?
Calling Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate. Well, why are you
He's
guys
smoking.
calling the Confederate flag a symbol of hate? My wife has that tattooed on her ass. That's why I married her. And let me tell you something. The Klan's mission, not the transmission, the Klan's mission was not to overthrow the American government. It was Black Lives Matter. It's right in the mission statement to this day. So, it's a sign of hate. There's no doubt about it. And you don't have to watch an NBA game to feel that way.
I do appreciate the... Like, I like that they do this stuff. Some of it's corny or whatever, but... It's fun.
Oh, these old skits. This is old.
All I want is 45 minutes every damn day to be informed on the issues of the day while watching it in a package that keeps me entertained, but you have to ruin it because you want to watch your wife swap. Down! Why you gotta be so mean? Mean? Don't I work all day for you woman up for bed, don't I? I bought you that damn couch. You didn't buy that, you found it. Whatever happened to the fucking thought that counts? You know what? Thanks to the app, I can watch Auto Play wherever I want. I'm gonna go be educating my truck.
Whose fucking shitty garage did he borrow to make this set?
Josephine, what the fuck is in the router?
All right, we're back. That clip
He's
is
back.
just reminding me of growing up in Missouri.
Who's this?
Which I don't think yet has been called.
You don't know who that is?
We've still got an incredible break going
That's
on
a half
here. Guys
Asian
are
lawyer, Bill
working
Richmond.
Around the
Okay.
clock, trying to get things
I
done.
listen.
You know, we've been under the
Crowder.
DDoS
I listen
attack
to
with
every
the
day. I don't watch.
election integrity map. But so glad
He
to
used to
here,
be in
Bill
the third
Richmond,
chair for a
the
while.
half-Asian
Okay.
lawyer. We've got Nick is trying to get some food down because he's the only.
I've
one
listened to this
willing
guy, but I've never
stay
seen
in
him.
here and keep
Yeah,
working.
he's Crowder's little
Aside
bulldog.
for you
Whenever
guys.
YouTube and everybody comes after him, he's six Bill on him.
Yeah, sit in the chair, Bill.
Man, dude, you definitely dunked that like Kamala and Willie Brown. I mean, that was, dude, excellent.
Man.
So, what do we got going on here?
Where's
what's
Josh?
The blathering we got going on CNN right now?
Out of that
No idea.
breakdown, the
I want Josh on there.
19,000. There are overall
right.
I like Josh.
1,000 day-of votes in Gwinnett,
a lot of just-
322,000 early votes. So if you look at the numbers
I mean,
here,
Viz,
the
I got to
rough
be honest with you, I kind of
We've
agree.
seen some
But I
craziness
think
on the
I
election
don't think he's
integrity
business
map with Georgia.
failing. You know, obviously
Yeah,
on a
not yet seen
business.
it in
Like
some
he's
of the
failing as
counties
a
that are
leader.
still going on, but
Right.
I don't know. We'll see.
I
We'll see what we got
I don't
happening.
think he would refute
You know,
that.
just various reports, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
we're
and I
seeing
think
folks
again it
who are
goes
seeing
back to the fact
kind of
that
anomalies, right? And
he
sometimes
has
it's, hey,
whatever
I
it is,
moved to a new
30-something
county or I'm
employees,
moving
and
state and I'm voting there for the first time.
almost every
I'm
one
not
of them
really
are his
unsure about what's
real
happening.
life friends.
Wasn't there a call to action from some UK organization?
I don't think he was
that flagged
necessarily
people
like
over in
complaining
swing
about like the
states?
talent,
there
because
was.
I
So
think
that
a
was-
lot of the
that did
people he's
happen. I'm
friends
doing
with
that. Okay.
is
It
like the
did,
talent,
absolutely.
right?
So
Mm-hmm.
Gerald,
I think
I'm
he's
having
complaining
some, like,
about the people that are supposed to do the physical work
Quite a bit. Nick, you think
and like be like motivated to get shit done, right? He doesn't have somebody saying, "Here's a task for the day. Here's a task for the day. Here's a task for the day. You're doing this. You're doing this. You're doing this."
Well, I've killed some of the other ones, so
He doesn't have that person, like a foreman.
It reminds me of my favorite
Yeah.
Jet Li
You know what I
movie,
mean?
just traveling the time.
Yeah, he needs to
timeline.
tell people this is what he needs to tell someone this is what needs to get done, and then that person
gay Highlander, but
delegates.
Well, I think he was looking for someone to not have to tell them
No, you know, I heard people always let me know as soon as there's a
everything that
rumor
needs to
about
get done,
Constantine 2,
but like somebody to be like, "Hey, you, IT guy,
Constantine 2,
like
it's happening."
every
you don't
day
have any sense of taste in
at this
movies, but
time,
that's okay. And nonetheless, I do
you
believe
start
that
up the
Constantine
computers,
franchise should
you
come
run a
back, but
diagnostic,
people are not
you
here
check
for that.
this, you check
They are
every
not.
camera,
Though
you
they
check
should
every
be.
microphone.
So we're still keeping an eye on this. So what
You
we're
do
looking
this.
for right now,
You
and I
install
know we have,
drivers if you need them.
I think we're gonna
Like those people need to do that every
we're gonna
day.
do some stuff in a minute, probably on states.
Okay.
And then
say it like that.
you know,
So,
et cetera, et cetera. Like
we're
you know,
looking at
for
trends
all
right
parts
now
of the
in places
business.
that people care a lot about.
Yeah,
Again,
also it
there's
is kind
states
of
that
crazy
everybody
that
cares
he's
about
like
every single state got it,
losing
right?
his
But there's
mind
states
about
that we've
a
identified
webcam not
as
working
kind of
or
bellwethers
a
looking for
computer not
trends. Georgia right
operating
now is
properly. It's
trending
like,
well. North
dude, you
Carolina's
have a
trending well. We're trying to
multi-million
get some data
dollar
together on
stream.
Pennsylvania. Because
Buy a new
everybody's been
computer.
talking
Like,
about
buy a
this.
backup
CNN
computer.
came on
Buy a
2 years ago
backup
and they were saying
Did you watch that
camera.
episode?
Obviously,
He said
Pennsylvania is-
we
this is
have
all gonna
multiple
come
sheet
down to this. Like, it
machines
was a newsflash
ready
moment
to
them.
go.
Like that was like, oh my gosh, it's Pennsylvania. Who knew?
Oh, okay, well,
You
to
know
be
what? You
fair,
could've
no,
done
I
the
didn't
lock up
watch it.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
I watched
Pick the
I watched
Jewish
like a
governor as
clip,
your
like
vice
a
president.
20-minute video
They're
from the
Jews.
quartering
Yeah,
who was
they're
talking
not
about
into
it.
them.
Yeah, so he said we have multiple machines ready to go.
They said Pennsylvania.
And
No, that like
we've
like,
talked.
we
He's
thought
like
that they
we've
were gonna
talked
say some
about
other state
this,
had it, right?
and
We
if
all
I
know
don't go and set them up,
And
they don't
it's
get
like
set up.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Really?
That's
I
his
didn't know
issue.
that.
He's like we
just this election.
we
That's
have
the only
multiple
one.
machines. We have other equipment. We have the stuff, but people aren't going out of their way to make sure they're ready.
My kids
Well,
are
that's
Mexican,
clearly nobody's
so
job
they tried to
description.
get the job. I told them it's past their bedtime.
Well, but that's the
That's
thing.
why-
Is like he has
that's why
IT
people are
guys. He
having to go
needs
out of
somebody
their
to do
way.
it.
Come hang
Yeah.
out with Nick.
Yeah,
So-
just hire someone that's their job. You
Well, I
make sure
think-
everything
yeah.
tech works.
Yeah.
What
What's
do they
what I
call
mean?
that?
You need a
technician
foreman.
or whatever.
You need a foreman to set up standard operating procedures.
Yeah.
That's it.
You can chill. That's what he said.
Yeah, have a bite.
I didn't realize you were packed. He thought I saw Dave Lando outside.
All right, let's do a swap.
2 weeks before the election to say, hey, you say Jesus is Lord? Get out of my rally. You got to go to that Trump rally.
I mean, what was worse than
Who
that is
says she never
Dude,
tells
Michael
us?
Knowles in a suede jacket.
What's even worse than that is when she went on national TV and they said, "Will you make any religious
That's a
exceptions
smoking
for abortion?"
jacket right
That's
there.
right. That's right.
And those
He's
are gonna be
definitely got a
aborting the
cigar
babies. You're
going.
like, whoa,
It's
whoa,
going to come down. The problem with the Rust Belt thing is the Rust Belt has those 3 states have voted exactly the same since
You know what?
70s,
I
haven't they?
find
Has there been a single exception?
Jeremy. I don't get to hear him too often, but he does guest on a lot of shows, and I get to hear him once in a while.
We've been alive, except for.
That's a great question. But
I don't
I'm trying to
always
think of a
agree with
situation
him,
in which
but I always
the election
enjoy
was
his thoughts.
super close. So in
He's pretty
2016,
articulate,
they went one way.
even though
In
he's
2020, they
technically
went the
more of a
other way.
behind the
In
scenes
2004, they actually
CEO.
went for Kerry.
Yeah.
And it was
He's
Ohio
still
that won the
really good at
election
this part of
for-
it.
for Bush. So when everything is this close, when everything
Yeah,
is
he's
this
good at
tight,
staying in his lane,
I mean,
right? He doesn't talk
the
about
thing is, when
things
we
that he
talk
doesn't
about
know.
presidential history, and you'll say, "Is there a precedent?"
But he knows
for
quite a
this?
bit.
The sample size is just too small.
He does,
I mean,
he
that's the
does, but
reality.
yeah,
Well, this is the
he's-
first time this has happened.
He keeps
in
his
20
mouth
years.
shut
Keep
when
in
the
mind,
guys
that's
are
like
talking
5
about things
elections.
he doesn't
The
know
sample
about.
size is super tiny.
There's not 180 baseball games a year.
Exactly.
Let's check in with Brent Buchanan.
So Brent, tell us about life. Well, what's going on? Well,
That guy looks like a cross between people, and I can't figure out who.
Dude, he looks like the.
It's starting to look like that. I mean,
the
that's
heck is
calling
his
Georgia
name, dude?
obviously a
The
little bit
brother
early
in
Arizona,
Arrested
really early,
Development.
but it looks like those.
Oh,
states are
yes, the
fairly close.
glasses.
What do you make?
Yeah,
of,
the retarded
you know,
one who
the
lives with
Rust
his
Belt
parents.
And the Sun Belt?
Yeah, I know him.
Let's talk about North Carolina specifically, because this ties back.
He
to
looks like a
something
cross between him and there's an actor that's on a lot of like procedural TV shows.
that we spoke of, and that's turnout potentially likely being higher than 2020.
Can't think of who.
So if we're looking at at North Carolina specifically, in 2020, turnout was about 5.4 million in North Carolina. If you take the percent reporting now, add in those estimated votes remaining, it puts you at 5.8 million. So when we were looking at our turnout curve, we knew that once you got to about 5.6 or 7, that put it in somewhat Kamala territory. And then if you went beyond that, you almost had no clue what was going to happen. Well, now we actually have a clue.
Chase
what
Oliver on the
happens
board.
when you go above 2020 turnout.
Yeah, not
and
in
it
last
benefits
place.
Donald Trump. So let's look at a couple counties here. I want to start
Dude,
with
Jill Stein, dude.
Brunswick.
She's been
And so
running
this
for
is a
president
really
for like the
strong
last 4
reporting
elections.
Republican
Good luck.
county. And you can see here, let me show
Green
you the
Party.
historical comparison. There's actually not that much difference. If anything, it was slightly closer. But this county actually, as of right now, has netted out 1,000 more votes for Donald Trump than last time, even though the margin's a little closer. And so I think this is really indicative of what happens when turnout goes above 2020 numbers. Let's zoom in here to Wake County, which is the seat of the state with Raleigh. And you can see here that Harris is doing a little bit better. Trump is doing a little bit worse. It's only reporting 75% right now. What's likely going to happen is that this improves for Donald Trump in this final 25% that's coming in. And then if we come over here to Pitt County, so this county is about 30, let's see here, we'll go to the census data for a second. So it's 37% black on census. So it's for a state that is below that overall. This is a slightly more black county than the state as a whole. And then when we look at this historical comparison, what you'll see in Pitt is that this was a margin of about 9.4 for Biden in 20, and that moved to 5.6 margin for Harris. And what's really interesting is that it had already moved 3 points to the right between 16 and 20. And so when you start to put this math together and you see that these Republican counties are performing very well, and even if they don't perform at the same margin for Trump, they're actually netting out more votes into the overall count. And then you look at a place like Pitt County that, as you can see, is blue on the map, but it is less blue, and it is becoming less blue. And I think this is a really, really good example of this educational attainment realignment that's been happening in this country, where if 20 years ago you were a college grad, you were probably a Republican. 20 years ago you were a non-college grad, you were probably a Democrat. Those bases are beginning to shift. And as we look at that, what our experimental exit polling shows so far on our internals is that that realignment among non-white voters is even more extreme than the continued shift that we see with white voters. So as we look at these 3 counties here, Brunswick in the south, a very heavy Republican county, netting
And
out
what do we
more
think the
for
reason
Trump.
for that is? Would
Wake
it be
County, the rest of this
would it be the
reporting
fact
better
that
for Trump? And then Pitt County, this is the 3rd election in a row with
professors
Donald Trump on
are
the ballot,
like
where his
95%
margin
liberal,
improves,
and then
even his raw vote improves.
the Democrats
where you
keep
start
saying that they're going
see how once we
forgive
get
everyone's
into
college
this
debt that they caused
explosive, crazy, wild,
by
who knew we
backing
could go
college
above
loans
2020 in
federally.
turnout? The answer is we're starting to see a trend.
Because
that
that's
is
the crazy
benefiting
thing about it,
Donald
right?
Trump.
Like college loans are crazy expensive now.
Is there a particular
You have to go to college each semester.
We don't have that yet.
But it
We can
wouldn't
look
be
at some
that
of
way
these
if Democrats
counties,
didn't
and
step
that's
in
why I
and
really like Pitt
back that they said,
specifically
"Oh, we got to
here,
make it fair
because
for the
it is more black
Hispanics
than
and the
the
black
state as a
and the
whole.
black kids who can't afford
And if
college."
this was
But we're
like
going to
2020,
federally back the loan.
if the
Well,
numbers
then
were
what do
coming
colleges
back
do?
like
They
that, I
say,
would say that
"Oh, wait,
I don't
so
know
if
why
this
they would have
kid
called
doesn't
North
pay
Carolina,
his
but you can look
college
at this as an example and say,
loan,
okay,
his
I
student
start to
loan
see
debt,
why they went ahead and
you're
called
going to
North
pay it for
Carolina,
them?"
despite
They
the
go,
fact
"Yeah,
that
absolutely."
It's only 61%
Okay.
reporting
Well,
right
instead
now,
of
because we're talking
$5,000
about
a semester, it's
5.8+
$25,000
million
a semester.
turnout, which is just
Well,
incredible.
the colleges don't give a shit if they pay or not because the government guarantees it. The loans are guaranteed.
Not just that.
Well, exactly, by the government. So if the
Right.
kid doesn't pay, the government will.
Meaning that
So they have no incentive to not raise the cost.
It's
They're going to
horseshit.
get their money either way.
Just like medical insurance.
A high turnout election was going to benefit inevitably the
You
Democrats.
go to the doctor and whatever
you're
and
seeing
get a
this
procedure
reflected
done.
In some of the data, I mean, the needle over
Get
at the
the
New York
bill
Times,
and
the
be like, "What's your
all-powerful
insurance?" Be like, "I don't have insurance." Oh, hold on. Then they change the bill.
Chance of victory for President Trump, according
It's always
to
cheaper with
the
no
Wall
insurance.
Street
Like 75% cheaper.
Yeah.
They are also suggesting that President Trump has a slight up chance of basically, Brent, if you had to speculate at this point, we'll just rank speculation.
Yeah, the only
Kamala
problem with
Harris
that
needs
is,
to win
right,
Pennsylvania,
most people
Michigan,
don't have
and
enough
Wisconsin in order to win
liquid
this election.
cash to be able to pay
if you
that
had to
bill.
ballpark this thing,
Right.
that is the most likely
So,
scenario at this point, is it not?
But-
You get raped
what's
every
North
month on
Carolina's off
your
of the
health
map. It
insurance,
puts her right into
and
that
then health
haunted,
insurance
quote,
gets
blue
raped
wall,
by
that
the
in
hospitals.
2020 is what
Yeah.
won the election more so even than Georgia and Arizona. It was going
If
back
you
to
took
New
your
Michigan,
insurance payment every year
Wisconsin,
and just put it
Pennsylvania.
into an
Right now,
account
as we're looking
called
at
like a health
Pennsylvania,
account,
you can see that It's a complete coin toss. At this
Then
point.
you could pay
What's
probably a lot of
fascinating is
your
that we're
regular
likely
bills
to
unless
see
you have
massive turnout
something
above
out of the
2020 for
ordinary.
This state also, and so
You'd
as
probably
we
be able to
compare
fine.
a place like Pennsylvania to North
Yeah,
Carolina,
I mean, if it wasn't
where the
for
increased turnout
you know, my
really
youngest
benefited
having the
Donald
asthma
Trump,
issues, and
we
every
don't have
winter
enough
he ends
vote
up
in yet in Pennsylvania to say
in
the
the
same
ER
thing.
a handful
But
of times.
they're both
At a
experiencing
minimum,
increased turnout over
it would be
2020, but
way
we're
cheaper
seeing
for me to
slightly
just
different
save
results. I mean,
the money every
if
month.
the theory was simply that more turnout is over 20 is better for Donald Trump, then we could go ahead and call Pennsylvania too. But as you can see on the Decision Desk HQ right here, win probability, it's a complete coin flip.
Well, Brent, really appreciate it. We'll get back to you very shortly with the latest updates. Again, thanks to our friends over at both PDSnet and
Disappointment is immeasurable.
It's my favorite Catholic, Seamus Coughlin.
My election night is ruined.
So
You see that clip you? Oh, the clip you sent me was from him, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
He's
right
based
now,
a lot.
New York Times has let's
Yeah,
do a refresh
he's-
on this one just to make sure.
He seems
PA
it.
is currently listed as a toss-up. Michigan toss-up.
He also does
Wisconsin
Freedom
toss-up,
Tunes,
we
which
just
is
don't know.
bitching.
Minnesota, they're
Oh,
they're expecting
that's
their
him?
Democrat.
They're not.
Iowa.
Oh, okay, I didn't know
A
that.
number of sources have called North Carolina already, but it looks like they aren't.
Look at this. Kamala Harris is winning in Iowa. Seltzer was right. I'm kidding. Stop. Here's the shift from 2020 map. Take a look at this. This is amazing. This is what we were looking for earlier. All of these areas, look how much has moved to the right.
Wild.
Massive. The West Virginia, Appalachia strongly. You know what? I think that may be J.D. Vance. That's
yeah.
massive in Appalachia right there. A huge shift to the right.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Look, J.D. Vance was a great candidate, and at the beginning, a lot of people doubted him. They thought that he was, somebody who Trump shouldn't pick on the basis of the fact that he initially didn't like Trump, and also, B, he was perceived as being too far to the right. He made some comments that were offensive, and it was also obvious that J.D. Vance is more of a true believer when it comes to right-wing thought, as opposed to Trump, who's more of a moderate. But, man, I mean, he's really turned out to be a phenomenal pick.
All right, Mark Green wins re-election to the House in the 7th. You know, it's funny. I mean, we could go through all of these House victories. There were a lot that are coming in. You can see them all popping up, but no flips. So what we're really looking for is these swing areas and to see the incumbents lose. And so there's, you know,
But that's my guy, Shane Cashman.
She's winning in her district. Surprise, surprise. Let's see if we can look at any other. Right here, we got 2% of the vote in
He's
District
your
13.
resident fake
The
cloud
Republican
correspondent.
is currently winning, but it's
really?
minimal,
Yeah.
beating the incumbent Democrat. So we will see. Ian's back in the house.
What's happening, homie?
What did you learn, Ian?
So many things.
I
Tim.
hate
learned about
Ian so much.
multidimensional artificial intelligence.
I don't
1300
hate him.
Different dimensions.
Were you actually talking to people?
I actually like him, but I fucking
The girl
hate
that
him
was leading
sometimes.
Lady Ballers. She's super cool.
He says the dumbest shit.
Talk to the guys that run the sports show here at Daily Wire.
But
Blaine,
he is
epic humans out there.
one
man,
of the
what a party.
nicest dudes.
Shout out to Daily Wire
ever.
for hosting this thing too. This is incredible.
I don't like the idea of the multiverse AI. That sounds terrible.
Dude, multi-dimensional artificial intelligence vectors. So basically, you've got all these different things that it's like, well, why the thing? Well, why the thing?
And that is
Why,
the
why?
issue that will decide the election.
How the thing? There's all these different ways
Oh,
that
I
it
get
could
it.
be on top
Like
of each other.
100 years in the future, they're like, he was a visionary.
And so they can use
no one understood him.
They can use binary to do the math super fast because there's so many dimensions of like how does it do the thing that it does the thing to do the thing to do like how does it?
Yeah, I get it.
Anyway.
Well, I
Is it
don't
Congress?
right now, Kamala Harris has 99 electoral
Like he's
votes.
talking
and
about
Trump has
something interesting,
178.
but he
Trump
somehow
doesn't
makes
have
it very
80.
boring.
Decision Desk has wildly bad data.
That
And
West Coast is
we
going to be
saw
a
88
fucking
million
nightmare.
votes for Trump so far, and we were like, whoa,
Oh, yeah.
turnout must be massive. Like, how could this
Oh, I
be
heard
correct?
that 87 million. I was
And
like,
then-
wait, isn't that more than
California,
See,
Oregon, and
half
Washington.
the country already? And
They're showing Maine.
halfway through
We
the
already
night.
know what
It's
Maine's
more
going to be.
Yeah.
Right. When you factor in 30 million people
It's
in
gonna be
California, we're like,
3
wait.
to the
And then
Dems,
someone
1
super chat is saying they
to the
gave
Republican.
Florida 100 million residents, and I'm like, dude, I am not using Decision Desk anymore.
I mean, at this pace, it will.
Any big states?
But the other day I said
Any big
Maine only
states
has
lock
2
in?
electoral votes.
Trump
I forgot.
won, so
Back
they've
in
called it for
2020,
North
we got
Carolina,
2. We got 2
but,
additional
New York
ones.
Times has
Okay.
not. So Decision Desk did, but actually, I think we also had someone else may have called North Carolina too. Because I think was that just Decision Desk?
I saw other places there on the television out there where they're projecting election results for the party. I noticed that North Carolina was
Yeah.
called, and I think that was a different source, but I could be wrong.
Dude, Decision Desk has been bad all night. This is
That's pretty
embarrassing.
They're probably freaking out over there. And they're like, oh my God, this was our one big moment. The Timcast just shut us down. Oh my God.
North Carolina, I believe everyone is basically saying Trump has won North Carolina.
Yeah. Certainly.
But the New York
seems that
Times
way.
is taking their sweet ass time.
Yeah, of course.
They should rename their news site Sweet Ass Times.
We're last.
Yeah.
But let's see. Does the
I wanna
is
check
the AP?
see
The
if the
AP's
election
got
integrity
results
map's
up
back
too, but
online
What are they
yet.
using? Are they using decision? If they're using Decision Desk, I'm just like, get out of here, dude. But the AP is usually just
There
the
we
AP,
go.
isn't it? So I don't think they've I don't think they've called North Carolina for Trump just yet.
Voter manipulation reported.
Oh, dude, we're gonna be up all night.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one.
Who knows? Fox News may call them early.
Oh, look,
Holly
it's
Martin
near
has
all the
Trump at
swing states.
79.7% and rising.
Boost. That is the highest I've heard all night.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highest of the night. It's not the highest it's been, though. Like I said, don't get your hopes up. He was up 90 in 2020.
Okay,
I just have PTSD.
So everyone's saying Decision Desk just fixed it.
Okay, beautiful.
They fixed the numbers. It's 50.
I'm all about those second chances.
Trump
My
has
guy, Phil Labonte.
54.9 million votes.
Listen, we're in a good spot.
Oh, that's a lot of votes. What's Kamala Harris have?
44.6.
Yeah.
Florida does
New
not
Hampshire
have 100
resident,
million
Bill
residents.
Labonte.
Apparently, they say it has 70 million residents. Right. I don't think they fixed it.
They're counting the illegals.
Right now, Decision Desk. What is going on at Decision Desk? Can you not input integers? It's 40 million to 30 million? Man, shoulder to shoulder over there, huh? The actual numbers, according to New York Times, is 6 million for Trump, 4 million for Kamala Harris, with 95% reporting. Decision Desk, guys, are you watching the show? Look at your numbers. What is going on? 40 million votes for Trump?
Yeah,
Dude, this is miserable.
Well, right now, the New York
If
Times,
Trump wins, he
which
better
is
he better
we all
add
know is
that
my
40
favorite news
million
source,
into his total
is
vote
giving
count.
Trump a 69%
Right?
chance of
What
victory.
he
They're
says.
saying it's likely he'll
right,
get
'cause in
286
2020
electoral
Biden said,
college-
"Oh, we got the
electoral
most
college
votes
So he
of
said
any
there,
president ever
listen,
in
I
history."
agree
It
with
was
you.
like
We're not
90
there yet.
million.
We're not there yet, but I think that's better than
Kelly Ayotte
right
Kelly Ayotte won in New Hampshire as the governor, so she was the Republican running.
She won?
And her
Nice.
opponent conceded, so that's good.
The
news.
Republican just won the, but she's the incumbent.
No.
No,
Oh,
Sununu.
right,
was
right.
Sununu.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a flip.
No.
Well, no, I mean, no, he was a Republican, but so
Oh, so it's Republican versus Republican?
No, he wasn't running again. She was running, and her opponent conceded. So
Okay. So not a flip, but Republicans have held New Hampshire.
Did
as
Trump
governor.
carry Mark Robinson across the finish line in, I believe, North Carolina?
It's so weird that we
because I
can
think he was trying to
keep
governor there,
electing
and he had that
Republican
scandal, and
governors.
People were scared that was going to drag Trump
And
down,
we
but it
vote
looks like
for
Trump's gonna be
Democrat
able to overcome
presidents.
that. And Republicans are
it's-
going to benefit off of some of Trump's coattails in some of these elections.
But
I don't understand it.
I don't understand it, but I
Right now, the New
kind
York
of
Times, the possible
get
spread it
it.
has for Trump is 224 to 341.
I mean, yeah, if people are
Of
like-
course, 341.
The New York Times
is
does. I mean,
unlikely.
realistically, it's like-
but that would be hilarious.
What are you looking at on the New York Times?
I'm looking at the
It's kind of like
presidential election
rules for
results
thee,
right
but
now. So
not
they-
for me on
they
a
have
state
a live
basis,
forecast
right?
outcome.
We have it pulled
It's
up.
like
Yeah, if you scroll
we
down,
want conservatives,
a bit, see that? Leaning
but
Trump.
for the
Yeah.
nation, we
286,
want like all
252.
these
Yeah, but
liberal
if you go below
policies.
it,
we
I just
don't
don't want
want
them here.
we don't want our
potential range,
state
so
to
right
pay
below
for your
286,
help,
it says
but we'll take
224
federal
to
help.
341.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're
Yeah.
saying it is possible. It's
Which is
unlikely,
kind of
but it is
weird
possible
because
for him to
we
get
actually
341
voluntarily
electoral
pay
votes.
into the federal tax.
69% chance of victory on the old needle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
swear
we
it's
don't
gonna be 11
have
and start going the other way, and we're
we
gonna
don't have a state
inverse
income tax.
2016, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's all a big
Yeah.
pendulum swing.
That's why you can't get too cocky.
Oh,
you can't
true,
get too
yeah.
cocky,
Okay.
especially not at this point in the night.
Yeah, Georgia with 77% reporting. Trump is at,
No.
it's up 5 points. So there,
No, we
there's
don't
still
have state
refusing to
income
call
tax.
it, but this is going to be close,
Yeah.
and the lawsuits will
And
be
we don't have a sales tax.
mind-numbing.
That's awesome. And in the future, they need more to pick
Yeah,
up the Senate
yeah,
seats.
you guys
the
get
Republicans
raped on
need to
property
pick up
tax.
these Senate seats
We
in
do.
Georgia. It's crazy that I believe it's Warnock and a Jewish guy. I
Warnock.
forgot his
That's
name.
Georgia,
there.
right?
But it's two Democrats, senators, I believe, from Georgia that should be easy Republican pickups. I mean, they have Brian Kemp in the governorship, and Trump seemingly leading here by 5 points. It's supposed to be a red state, and that's what honestly could flip the Senate. So Trump's, I think, bad picks in the past in Georgia, where he tried to run the football player Walker or whatever.
Yeah, Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker. And the same in Pennsylvania when he picked up Oz. So we'll see if McCormick in Pennsylvania, which would be a huge pickup, could pull through, because that, again, could help flip the Senate. That was somebody Ben Shapiro was telling us that he was personally
Sorry.
campaigning for.
I'm seeing a lot of chatter about Virginia, and Decision Desk already calling it, but a lot of people are saying, no way. So Norfolk, Richmond, Alexandria are all... Alexandria looks like, or I'm sorry, Richmond looks like only 18% of the votes are in. You've got Norfolk. It's about 68%.
If we could flip
Alexandria
Virginia,
looks
that'd
massive
be
with 73%.
Yeah.
But apparently on Twitter, they're like, it's
I heard
still
it
too
was
close to call.
kinda
And the New
close.
York Times has not called it.
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump is currently leading by 2%. 2% in Virginia.
That's crazy.
Listen, if he wins Virginia, then we will not
It's
be
done.
here until
It is done.
midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Those moms flipped.
Oh, I'm staying
Virginia
till midnight,
when they
by the
took
way,
when they
sorry.
got rid of Northam. It's possible.
Well, they changed to all paper ballots.
That's
in
true.
Virginia, they did.
And their governor was like,
So let's,
these illegals need to be
adjust the
voted off the rolls.
If Trump takes Virginia,
And then the Harris campaign sued him.
loses Wisconsin, loses if Trump loses the blue wall, but takes Virginia on the chance that I don't know if it's going to happen, he wins.
When we went to West Virginia,
still lose the
there was a short amount of the drive from the first place we stayed to the second place we stayed where we went through the
not to matter at all.
top of Virginia.
It was a Keystone State.
It might
They
as well
said
have been
Kamala
West
Harris
Virginia.
Can't win without it. Trump can't win with it. They campaigned
It felt
like maniacs
the
in that
same.
state. Right now,
It
Trump
looked
is
the
ahead.
same.
In Virginia with 65%
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, at that point,
reporting.
you're literally talking
And they're saying
semantics,
it's gonna
right?
be likely
It's the
Across
gap
the
between
border.
it's the gap between the
You're gonna watch this
Panhandle
tomorrow,
and
you guys are
like
dumb. You thought
the
Virginia-
the
Well,
eastern
look,
midsection of
right
the
now,
of the
Trump's
state.
ahead. Many people are saying it's too
Yeah.
close to call. Democrats are freaking out about it. If somehow Virginia ends up Republican, Trump wins.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah, did you hear what he said?
if we look at the map right now,
No,
He said if Trump takes
and say
Virginia,
Wisconsin, Michigan,
he could
Pennsylvania all go
lose
Democrat.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and
and then
Pennsylvania and
Georgia
still win.
is leaning Republican. North Carolina is leaning Republican. If Trump loses Nevada, Arizona is already projected to go Republican, and the blue wall, but wins Virginia. Virginia flips for some reason. That's it. It's over.
Yep. It'll be an early night. That would be a wonderful gift.
God, I
Instead
want-
of having to wait 10 days.
Dude, that would be that'd be the best thing ever too, because then the only thing that they could fight over would be the one state. We wouldn't get the Michigan, Pennsylvania, all these different states. We wouldn't have to deal with the litigation. It would just be one state, and it's paper ballots. So easy to recount.
Waiting for the results, and you go, man, is it going to take 10 days or whatever? Are they really going to try to drag this out? You had Obama tweeting earlier today. Sometimes it takes 11 days to count votes, or stuff like that. It's like I don't like the noises they're making.
Florida's counted 100% of the votes. Okay, they did it 2 hours and 41 minutes after the polls closed.
That's it.
That is something that you can do. Like all of the states could do that, and there's actually nothing preventing that except for the lack of will.
That's right.
So the
Incompetence.
states themselves do not want to have the polls or to have their voter rolls taken care of that cleanly. It is because
I'm
of
gonna
a
run and go
lack
pee real
of
quick.
will and a lack
There's
of
a few things at play here, though. For example, in Pennsylvania, they choose not to open any of the mail-in ballots before Election Day.
But that's
and
a
that's one of the
choice.
things.
That's ridiculous.
These are. But the point that I'm making is these are choices. The fact that it takes this long is a result of decisions, not inability. That's right. Not a preventive. Not some kind of something preventing it. It is active decisions by the people that are actually counting the votes. And if they wanted to do this, they could do what Florida does.
Take a look at this story from Newsweek from 2 days ago. Donald Trump's support from black voters plunges, new poll shows. Man, and then read this one. Trump more than doubles black support in Wisconsin, according to NBC exit poll.
Wow.
Wisconsin is not a general national poll. But
So,
it is
Chad, how we
fascinating
feeling?
how I'm seeing people tweet that Trump's
How you guys feeling about our
black voters have
boy
shifted
Trump's
towards Trump. He's
chances here?
outperforming among overperforming among black.
For anybody who
black
might not
voters.
have been here the whole
And
time,
everybody was saying it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen.
Tim
Did
just broke
Florida
it down.
fix-
That
Decision Dex.
if
Decision
Trump takes
Desk
Virginia,
still
which
has
is
not
looking
fixed
like
their
he
busted
might,
data.
a lot of the big cities still have to come back, but he's up 2 points
It's
right
so
now.
interesting to see how
If he
hard
flips
Trump
Virginia,
has
he
been
can
vying for the
lose,
black vote, considering the things that
Michigan,
he'll do for them, and how
Wisconsin,
historically they
and
haven't
Pennsylvania,
rewarded
and
him
still
for
win.
that support that he's given them. So, for example, he did criminal justice reform. Some of what I thought is actually horrible policy that let out a lot of violent criminals. That was supposed to be give me for the black community. Then he gave pardons to a bunch of rappers and murderers, for example, Kodak Black. And this was just really a gimme to the black community. And in the past election, they didn't reward him for it. And we'll see if in this upcoming election they do.
The
But
prison reform wasn't all that bad, though. There were definitely some bad people who got out, but it was I'm all for prison reform. I was pretty into that.
With 41%
this
reporting
just
in
in.
Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris's lead is now only 0.9.
Trump won Georgia.
Donald
Georgia
Trump
just
is
been
closing
called
the
for
gap
Trump.
easily in PA, with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh already having largely reported.
Wow.
So we're still waiting for Clearfield County, and a lot more to still come in from many of these rural counties. Philadelphia's already got Philadelphia's at 32% reporting, and it's shifted. It's 80% for Kamala Harris. So we will see this. No idea, but they. I believe the New York Times is projecting that PA is still in slight. I believe it's slightly to the right, but we'll see. What do we got here over at Pennsylvania? Is a 59% Republican likelihood of winning. So this is massive. With the data coming in, Trump has the edge in every single swing state in their probabilistic needle meter.
In the universe. I thought you were going to say that.
So hey, look, it's getting better and better. Harris has lost her popular vote margin. It's gone.
Wow.
New York Times is now forecasting a dead even popular vote with Donald Trump likely to secure 289 electoral college votes. Let's just keep it this way.
Yeah.
But how much do you want to bet they're going to pull up some, but the mail-in votes haven't come in yet?
Well, I mean, the people who vote at 3 a.m. haven't gotten an opportunity, and she polls at 100% with them. So.
Yeah. Have the cemeteries reported yet?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look. That actually would have been
Are we getting Ouija board in ballots?
We should have brought a Ouija board. That would have been great.
No, absolutely. No. That's right. That's right.
No, it's also
My man knew right away.
Subconscious. I proved it to my friend. It's your subconscious moving it around.
No, me and Shane are like, we gotta. Absolutely not.
You're just moving it subconsciously. It's not real spirits. There might be spirits involved too.
They try to get through you.
Maybe you're right, actually.
Guys, 82.7 on Polymarket for Trump. Oh, man. Let's hope the wisdom of the crowd is right. 75.5 that Trump actually becomes president.
Oh,
insane.
People buying and trading. Maybe people making a lot of money tonight on this stuff.
Let's do this.
Come on, let's call Ohio for Bernie Moreno. With 58% reporting, he's up 3 points in the Senate race. Let's just say 52 for the Republicans. All right, Utah just got called. It looks like John Curtis. Nobody's surprised by that.
What in the
Did you see that Riley Moore won? Not that that's a big surprise.
Oh,
but that's awesome.
yeah.
That's awesome.
We knew he was
Yo.
going
It
to
was a shoe-in. It was the
Yo.
prime. I didn't even
Dude,
think
you just missed some big news.
Well, the
So
Morris
here it is.
owned
Ready?
West Virginia,
On this one?
so-
Oh, Riley's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
So
They just reported.
Also,
Bongino just reported that Trump won Georgia. It's been officially called.
That was supposed to be given for the black community.
So
then he
Kamala,
gave pardons to a bunch of
it's a
rappers
dead
and
heat right
murderers,
now
for
in the
example,
popular
Kodak
vote.
Black.
Okay.
So not
just
only
really a
like
gimme
because
to
you know
the
a lot of
black
times like the
community.
Republican
And,
will win
in the past
Yeah.
election, they
the
didn't
electoral
reward him
college,
for
but
it, and
Dems
we'll
will
see
still win
if
the pop.
in this upcoming election they
So
do.
it's a dead heat right now, and then Trump is currently leading in all swing states.
Wow. I was pretty into that.
With
Projected
41%
for the
reporting in
projected
Pennsylvania, Kamala
outcome.
Harris's lead is now only
See how the mail-in goes.
0.9. Donald Trump is closing the gap easily in PA, with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh already having largely reported.
Wow.
So we're still waiting for Clearfield County, and a lot more to still come in from many of these rural counties. Philadelphia's already got Philadelphia's at 32% reporting.
You think
and
Trump's
it's
live?
It's 80% for Kamala Harris. So we will.
I know
see.
he's got a live.
This-
there's like some
no
sort of like
idea,
a live
but
stream
they,
thing
I
for
believe
at
the New York
his
Times is
headquarters.
projecting that
Okay.
PA is.
I don't know
still
where
in
you would
slight-
find it,
it's-
but-
I believe it's slightly to the right. But we'll see. What do we got here over at Pennsylvania?
That
It's a
meme.
59% Republican
that funny?
likelihood of winning. So this is massive. With the data coming in, Trump has the edge in every single swing state in their probabilistic.
Not live on
In
YouTube.
the universe. I thought you were going to say that.
Hey, look, it's getting better and better. Harris has lost her popular vote margin. It's gone.
Wow.
New York Times is now forecasting a dead even popular vote, with Donald Trump likely to secure 289 electoral college votes. Let's just keep it this way.
Yeah.
But how much do you want to bet they're going to pull up some, but the mail-in votes haven't come in yet?
Well, I mean, the people who vote at 3 a.m. haven't gotten an opportunity, and she polls at 100% with them. So.
Have the cemeteries reported yet?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look. That actually would have been
Are we
funny,
getting
but-
Ouija board in ballots?
We should have brought a Ouija board. That would have been great.
No, absolutely. No. That's right. That's right.
No, it's also
My man knew
it's
right
your
away.
subconscious. I proved it to my friend. It's your subconscious moving it around.
Me and Shane are like, we gotta. Absolutely not.
You're just moving it subconsciously.
You know what I've never
It's not real
understood
spirits.
either?
I mean, there might be spirits involved too.
And I say never, but I've only
Maybe
really
you're right, actually.
paid attention to stuff like this since
2.7 on
2016.
Polymarket for Trump. Let's
Why
hope the
is
wisdom
it
of the crowd
that-
is right? 75.5 that Trump
So the
actually
law
becomes
is
president.
that
Insane.
they need to
buying and
receive
trading.
your mail-in
Maybe people
ballot
making a lot
by
of money tonight
election
on this
day.
stuff.
Come on, let's call Ohio.
So why do they
Ohio
always
for
take
Bernie
so long to
Moreno.
count mail-in ballots?
With 58%
See, that's
reporting, he's up
the
3
weird
points in the
thing
Senate
that
race.
they're
Let's
saying.
just say 52 for the Republicans. All right, Utah just got called. It looks like John Curtis. Nobody's surprised by that.
Did you see that?
Like
rally
nobody,
won?
like nobody
Got
put
that,
their
big
their
surprise.
mail-in ballot in the mail
Awesome.
today.
We knew he was going to
It
win.
was a shoe in. It was the prime. I didn't even think.
Well, I'm
anything
sure a
was
bunch of
serious.
people did
Well, the
probably
Moors- oh,
across the
West
country because they don't know
Virginia,
the
so-
rules. But like,
Oh, Riley's great. Where's,
it doesn't matter. Those are now null and void.
I told
They need
him,
to have been
he's gonna be the only
received
member of Congress who can
by
kick
election day.
That he
Probably
can.
true.
I'm also looking. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with Joe Kent. I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
Kerry Lake.
What state's Joe Kent?
Washington.
CNN says Nevada experiencing issues counting mail-in ballots because young people don't know how to sign their names.
That is hilarious. Throw it out. If you can't sign your name, then you shouldn't
Dude,
get to
Crowder's
vote.
website
It's
is
not complicated.
fucking
Like, don't do forensics on
They
it.
struggling.
have several days to work that out,
Yeah, it
says Costa.
Trump has won Montana. Not surprising. Donald Trump has won Utah. Not surprising. Let's see. Republican John Curtis wins Utah. We got that one. All right.
So right now,
Let's go, everybody.
this is saying that
What else?
Trump
I'm just checking the other
is
data,
down
and, looks like that's
49.
all the big
He's down
updates for
50 to
now.
49 in
How you
Wisconsin.
guys doing? What is this rock, paper, scissors going on over
Okay.
Yeah, who's gonna?
So
bounce
it's
on
really
next
close in
cycle
Wisconsin.
Right now,
And like I
Trump's
said,
running home.
Yes, I think I just said shoot.
Yeah, like I said, they
Why, who's coming in now?
Tim read it right before you
It's a
came back
mystery
that
guest. It's gonna be a surprise.
he's projected. The projected end vote is he's supposed to win every swing state.
All right. Who's coming
That's the
in now?
current projection. It's a black guy.
Good to see
Who
you.
is this?
Well dressed black guy.
Shame. It's good to meet you.
Here we go.
No idea who that is.
This is like the best greeting anyone's given us when entering the show. Everyone else just comes in and is like,
and
"Can I
says
talk?"
hi.
All right, introduce
Spits on
yourself.
the floor.
Well, hello. A lot of your viewers might know me
Okay.
as Black Jeremy, but I'm actually
Any
white
hanging
Seattle,
chads?
and
No.
I didn't vote for Joe Biden.
There might be in
Oh,
Virginia
yeah,
though.
black, that's right. You lose your. That's right. You lose your melanin.
I lost the
Yeah.
Condolences,
card, but
Biden.
How you feeling right now? Because I mean, we're feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling fantastic. I actually had a dream about a month ago that everything was red except for a few of the crazy states. like
Hanging
California,
Chad's
which I
Hulk. Me and
fled
Enoch
from.
are hanging.
And I saw 311.
Oh.
Saw the number 311 in there, and I saw the media try to call it, but I saw 311 for Trump, and I just woke up the next day and I was like, "That's it. It's gonna be fine."
Did you
So-
put
I
on
hope you're
311
right.
when you woke up?
Yes, yes.
Hey,
I was like,
Decision
bum,
Desk
bum,
has,
bum,
guys,
bum.
Decision Desk has
It was
Trump
great. It was
has
fantastic.
I don't know if you were here earlier, but
looking like Trump is leading
Tim,
in PA now.
during the stream, left and went over to the Daily Wire.
Guys, I actually thought this. There's
What
gonna be
happened?
two outcomes today.
Tim
It's
left
all-
in
both
the
will
middle of
lead
the
to Trump
stream
winning.
and went over to
Either
do a
one,
segment on the
blow
Daily
out,
Wire.
and we're just gonna be
Oh, yeah,
celebrating
yeah,
and
yeah,
popping
yeah.
bottles.
That'll be amazing.
Or two, court
We did it
cases
last year,
and all
too,
that
but-
stuff, but it'll still end up being a Trump. Like
That's pretty
I don't
interesting.
think
I didn't know that he
can
was
stop
renting out a
any
spot
and
in
everything
Daily
that's
Wire
coming right.
headquarters.
So
New York
I just say
Times
we enjoy
currently
it.
has Kamala Harris up by 0.3 in Pennsylvania. Trump is closing the gap, and now she's only leading by about 9,900 votes.
Do they have the Senate race? Any
We got-
updates on the Senate race?
Viz says Trump would lead in Maricopa
take a
County for
look.
early vote down.
In the Senate race,
McCormick.
Bob Casey is up 2 points.
Oh wow, okay.
But if it's
Okay,
if it's
all right.
he's up like 60K.
Pennsylvania's known for splitting the ticket, though. They will
Yep.
split the ticket.
I
in
want to catch
Pennsylvania.
up here. Hold on.
It is one of the reasons why my wife and I left California.
Yeah, good
is
call.
Because
I want to jump over to Crowder.
Best teeth I've ever seen on a human being in my life.
Well, I think they, in
Josh!
their, health
Hey, there he is.
My boy.
There he is.
steroids.
Oh,
So-
that's right. Brazil.
And they have 401ks for kidnapping. It's weird. I don't know.
That guy's man, blinding smile.
And I think a big part is they just kidnap the ugly women and they just send them off to a gulag. I think that's a big part of the
They used
Brazilian.
to say that up the Montreal Comedy Festival.
Yeah,
don't have ugly women.
With what?
They don't have ugly women.
I don't know if it, I mean, I'm sure they do in the rural areas. The ones who sleep in hammocks by the river basin.
And
It's still hot.
hammocks.
They do. They do. I have a Brazilian hammock. I supported a family. I got a Brazilian hammock. Toolman knows. He has a wife from Ecuador, and they have hammocks there. They sleep in hammocks.
Yeah, when they go, they'll pick you up another one because I heard yours got lost.
Yes. Well, one of them did. But you remember the last time we had the election, we went home. I took a nap for 2 hours in my hammock in my office because I didn't want to wake anyone up, and then we came right back.
Yes.
And it was the best 2 hour nap I've ever had in my life.
I got
Yeah,
a
they're
sex
very
swing in the
comfortable.
bedroom.
Well, that's
We don't have sex in
honest,
it.
that's just branding at
No,
that
I
point because
just
all
think-
hammocks are a swing. You can do it on any hammock. It doesn't need to be made by
No, I haven't
Well,
had
there's
sex
weight
on it. I
limits,
just swing on it like a little kid.
Swing on a little kid after you pull the lotion off of the wall at the Hyatt.
Yeah, it's Nick at 506.
I got a Mayan hammock and a bottle of Jergens. And nobody's going to tell me any different.
You got a settling torch. I'm in 506.
Oh gosh, I guess you know what? We still do have to check in with. Hopefully, do we know if?
Yes, Vermont's in.
Oh wait, hold on one second here. I know that we have our correspondent
Yes, Vermont's
on the
in.
ground. Oh well, this time I guess he's in Pennsylvania. So let's check in with our.
Oh,
on-the-ground
Trump's up
correspondent who still has a
50.1 to
retainer for the next 4
48.9 in
years, will be
Pennsylvania.
here through the next election. Thanks,
According to
Rumble Premium, Thomas
NBC.
Finnegan.
Dude, if he takes
All right,
Pennsylvania,
Finnegan, I
it's over.
expect you made it to Pennsylvania by now.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi. Are you in Pennsylvania?
You said West Virginia.
No. I was very clear. You're supposed to go to the Keystone State.
Least surprising
Yeah,
news.
well, agree to disagree.
Kamala
How do
just
you get
won
that far south
Colorado.
so quickly? Honestly, I'm more impressed than angry at this point. If
It's
I'm
all about the time
Aspen.
zones and the slipstream. I think El Nino played a role.
Well, this
See,
is obviously
unfortunately,
a valuable use of time
Colorado
on
is
the
a
biggest
lot
stream.
like
Since you're in
Maine,
West Virginia,
where
why don't you?
it's a very
hum
small
few bars of
population,
Take
but
Me
like
Home, Country
90%
Roads
of
for
it
All of Our
lives
Blues.
in
How about
one
that?
small area.
Denver.
The Mos Def song.
Yeah,
John Denver, but close
like
enough.
Denver, Aurora, all those
Oh,
little
dear God.
cities.
You know what?
You got
Cool,
the
man.
the Aspen
Let's
ski
cut it.
crowd.
Let's cut it.
Yeah. I like to call them the self-loathing
like the
Americans.
Yeah.
Oh, the monkeys. Huge influence on the Beatles.
That's what I heard.
He looked like Joe Cocker.
Look at this. Look at this. John King and Jake Tapper. How many queers can you fit in a room?
Oh my God.
Dude, my favorite bit
full of
on Crowder's show is the remix song they made for when Brian Stelter came back to CNN.
Who needs a
Yes, yeah.
Return of the Fat.
He gets let out in the back like a penguin.
That's so good.
Well, he's got junk back there.
He's got a very
Got an
weird
ass
body
like you
shape.
read about in Ass
Weird
Weekly.
body. He's got
Well, why else
So it
would you
says, what does it
subscribe to Ass
say?
Weekly?
Votes
You
being
only read
counted
about
in
oddly
all
shaped
swing
ass?
states.
Like,
Projected winner, Donald
Steven's
Trump.
been in the all about the arguments out of 12.
Because you were on the cover twice, Gerald.
That didn't even.
Oh, really?
Didn't even hurt his. Hey, guys, the fight's out there, damn it.
You've been in comedy for how long, and that's the best you got?
I
didn't want to offend you.
I don't know if we were gonna have. We have this set up for live viewers, and
I had an adult
they're all in the
joke.
green
Yeah.
room.
Saying Trump's got a 71% chance to
Hear that?
sweep swing states.
1.666.
He'll get more.
And then the people will start to hate their president. And he said, expect that at home.
That's the color revolution.
That's right.
Wisconsin's.
Yeah. Hillary Clinton did that in Libya. And
Wisconsin's showing 95% in, and they're 55 to 43% for Donald Trump.
Really?
Oh wait,
Wow.
no, I'm sorry, 50. Oh, it just
What is it?
flipped.
Decision desk
Wait
is
a minute.
busted,
What?
bro.
Yeah,
Check
it
us
just
out.
flipped.
Pennsylvania exit
Dude,
poll,
that would be
Trump is
wild.
up 7 points among people who believe democracy is being threatened.
what?
So all the
Oh,
liberals.
that's an interesting stat.
The liberals. I love it. This is
I think if you were to ask me if the fabric of our nation was being threatened, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Democracy is just a word they choose.
That's
fine,
right.
whatever. And I think it's coming from Democrats. I think
Yeah.
these people are being asked, do you think democracy in jeopardy? They're going, yeah, they're trying to arrest the
Yeah.
front runner for the presidency.
You hear
Well,
Colorado
the
has
president
sneaky
and
great
the
weather?
primary no
Without-
longer counts
without
for
a-
anything.
Exactly.
Does democracy
I
no
bet it
longer
does if
important
you
there?
stay
The
out
thing
of the
about political
mountains.
violence that's really troubling is that it's not treated equally by
Yes.
both
Problem
sides.
is,
So,
that's
for
hard
example,
to do in
all of the Republicans
Colorado.
are constantly pressed on January 6th
Right.
that and
Like
January
Colorado
6th
and
this,
Montana
they're
are
forced to
basically
condemn it.
just
But I'm very
a
ambivalent when
mountain.
it comes to that. As
Well,
somebody
Montana's
who's
got a
on
lot
the
of flat,
ground
though,
covering
too.
it, because when there's any
Yeah, but that's in
violence
the
from any
valleys.
people
I
from
mean,
the George
yeah.
Floyd stuff
Yeah, I
to
mean,
the
you're
BLM
surrounded by
riots,
mountains.
all of
It's
the
like
Democrats are
Afghanistan.
actually
Like,
But that's
behind
kind
them
of
and support them.
if you're in the right
CNN
spot,
is
that's
not
good. Like mountains protect you from
New York
weather
Times has Trump
often.
at 79% chance to win.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So
certain
while
storms,
BLM
yeah.
and George
If your
Floyd
mountains are
riots
high
are
enough.
the voice of the unheard, and therefore
It happens right where I live.
None of that can be said. Allegedly, for
Literally, you
January
just
6th,
drive
everybody-
through
it
the
has to be
notch, and it's
widely
like a different
condemned.
weather system.
Although, why isn't January 6th the voice of the unheard?
Yeah, Smugs is crazy.
They're
That's what I said at
valid
the time.
concerns that they have.
In
and,
fact, right
obviously there
outside
are
my
some
town, the
bad
next town
players
over,
involved with January
there's
6th. But as
a
somebody who
hill
was there,
called
that was less
Gorham
than
Hill.
1% of the people,
And the next
I think
town
it's too
over,
broad of a brush to
you
paint,
just go
as
up
opposed
over
to
this
somebody who
hill,
also covered the
and then
George
go
Floyd
down the
riots,
other
where
side
most of the people there were
towards,
participating in violence.
towards
And what did the Democrats do?
Jefferson,
Take a knee
towards, like,
and put their
Vermont.
hand up in support of that.
All right, Bitcoin is currently
Dude,
at
it's
74,811.
10 to 15 minutes away from my house. You just go to Gorham, and then go up over this hill, go down the other side, and it's a different weather system entirely.
Ron Paul tweeted at Elon,
It's like
"I wanna work
windy,
on
it
Department of
freezes over,
Efficiency."
It can be snowing over
every
there
single,
and sunny on,
you know,
or,
right-wing
like,
libertarian didn't
and
immediately be
totally
like,
clear
"Trump's got my
roads on
vote,"
our
at
side.
that moment, then I don't know what
Then
does
you're
it.
crazy.
Well,
then you're crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to give you a chance.
Well, I was going to say about the political violence that actually happened in my mother's home country of Liberia, West Africa. In 1983, they installed a general. He took everything over, and then about 10 years later, they used Charles Taylor.
Trump's at 90% on poly market. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. No, this is great. But this is how they use it. They brought in Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor gets weapons from the CIA. He goes through a 20-year civil war where kids are cutting out other kids' hearts. Like they're doing crazy stuff.
So sad.
And just by George Bush's last decree was telling Charles Taylor, if you don't leave, we're coming to get you. And he left. He ended up going to The Hague and all that stuff. But it's so
Billy
easy for
Boy
it to
says
happen. I
Trump won
literally
Wisconsin.
have it in my family of how they did that in the country, and they're slowly trying.
Poly
they've been
market
trying to
Hulk
take
is
us
a
down that road.
is like the
Everything
Vegas
you've done
odds
is
of
bad, and everything we do is good. And
Yeah, you can vote on.
incentivize us to
You
go
can
in
you
there
can
and
bet on
literally take your
anything
property,
politics.
Take your life, take everything that you own. So
I think so. Melissa Chen says Tony Hinchcliffe can take a deep breath right now. Trump is currently at 90.5% on poly market. That doesn't mean much. It's just predictive. So we will see. Current data out of Wisconsin has Kamala Harris up by 0.1 with
You like
44%
DraftKings for
in.
politics?
So it is looking very good for Donald Trump as of right now. Because
I don't know how that
Madison is at
works
72%,
because
Milwaukee
technically there's only one
Look at this, Waukesha County,
American-based
77%
company that
Trump is
you're allowed
winning
to vote on politics right now, and it's called
19 points.
Cali or Kali or something.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I heard a commercial
Trump
for
wins
it
the
today,
popular
actually.
vote. When's
Yeah,
the mandate?
just the
Before
past
today,
couple
I'd never
weeks
even
they've
heard
been
of it.
advertising on all the
And if they-
podcasts.
How long?
Well, it depends on if he deports who needs to be deported. It depends
Oh,
on if he
yeah,
has to
yeah.
be
Poly
deported.
market is like
Of course they
DraftKings
will.
of politics,
They will,
yeah.
they will have to
But they're based
completely
out of a
and
different
radically
country.
transform their party.
But there's one called
AOC,
Kali or
they've
something
lived
like
on
that
abortion for so
that
long.
is
No, that's
American
what I was
based.
saying earlier. I agree with you. I don't think they can change it. I don't think they're willing to.
What was the period where I think before the early 90s, Republicans didn't control Congress for something like several decades?
Yeah.
So it will not be easy, but there will be a massive repudiation of the Democratic Party. Incumbents will lose. Primaries will be launched. You are going to see a bunch of moderate Democrats run primaries and say, these people are psychopaths.
They're crazy.
And then, hopefully, I hope this is what happens, in maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 years or whatever, the Democrats are a much more moderate party that looks more like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. The Republican Party looks like Donald Trump, and our disagreements are substantially more mundane. We hang out, we eat pizza together, and then we debate minor issues, but mostly agree.
It's funny because I kind of think actually the exact opposite. I think
Okay.
Trump's a legendary politician
Yeah.
and uniquely fit to unify the party, which is going through a realignment currently.
Yeah.
He's still managing to bring all those factions together. But in a post-Trump world, I don't know if there is a Republican figure who could bring together all these factions as opposed to the Democrats who will fall in line with almost anybody, I believe, who runs for president.
I think that's
Well,
an
depending on
interesting
how he
point.
plays
I'd
his
have to think about it
cards,
more, but
J.D.
you're
Vance
probably
would
right
be
about
that guy.
that. But
Trump is
one
so
thing-
great at unifying this party. It's amazing how he really has it on. It's Trump's party, frankly. It's not the Republican Party.
But
It's Trump's party.
I'm thinking though we have to factor in what he wants.
I just
to do
opened
in
4
Let's
years
just say he reduces the income
that,
tax to the point of where he wants, and we're using the
like I think
tariffs
it was
like we
Ron
did,
DeSantis
pre-
doesn't run.
1900 tax sheet.
Yeah.
fund
Just
our
don't
government.
run.
Success
Just back
goes
J.D.
up.
Vance.
People
and
can
then he
live
should become
normally.
like
people
the
can live in
freaking,
California like we live in Tennessee, right? And so everyone is
like I
like,
think it was
what can the left
the-
actually
the-
offer
the head
even
of
moderately
freaking all
that can compete
things
with that?
law
I
enforcement.
I don't.
We were
But
just
there's
talking
one
about
issue,
we were
guys.
talking
There's
about
one issue the Democrats
Oh,
offer.
God.
That's right. That's it.
The
That's
Attorney
the
General.
only-
Attorney
do
General.
anything at all, and they haven't for the past.
Well, doesn't he have to be an
years.
attorney to do that?
You're missing the
He is a lawyer.
Oh, is he?
Jeremy's here for this.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah. And no, you don't
They
have to
haven't
be.
offered
Okay.
anything except for fear. They've literally
Because
only,
it's a-
all
it's
they've
an
done
appointed
is accused
position.
their opponents
Gotcha.
of being evil.
Yeah.
It's all been about they're bad, they're evil. You should be frightened of them. They don't offer policy.
Guys,
starts with A and ends with an
Trump. A decision desk is calling Iowa for Trump. I just want to shout that out.
And Seltzer
Please,
was
please.
wrong.
Jeremy,
She
are you
must have got
kidding
paid.
me?
Jeremy is here.
Hi, sir.
Jeremy, are you a
What
bourbon
are you?
drinker?
I thought, is that?
There's two
makes no
Jeremys?
Yes, it's crazy.
You a bourbon drinker?
Twins.
Say again?
You a bourbon drinker?
Not on a night where I'm on. You may not know this. In 2016,
Oh no.
we thought the election would be over very early. If you may recall, the New York Times, for example, is calling for Hillary by 90. She had a 99% chance of winning.
That's right.
And so we thought this was going to be the shortest broadcast of all time. We should drink on air.
Oh, geez.
And
That was a mistake.
if you go back and watch the video, by hour 9, I'm laying in my chair. I am I drink so rarely, and I drink to such excess
that it was done.
No more election night drinking.
He was the only person to cover the election to not know the results the next morning.
Yeah.
He was like, "Who won? What happened?
Where am I?" Yeah.
I'm feeling really, really good right now.
Yes.
How are you feeling, Jeremy?
You know, Dr. Phil was on the show a moment ago, and he introduced me to a new term, which is nauseously optimistic.
I saw that.
I would say that I am nauseously optimistic.
That's how I feel.
Perfect.
Like you're gonna win and throw up. It's gonna. How's that work out? Yay!
I do want to call out my boy though for saying that he thought that Donald Trump was going to win New York. I'm here to say optimism can carry you far.
I said I wouldn't be surprised. I said I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, fair enough.
The way things were moving, I wouldn't be surprised if big capital I and F he won, and it didn't happen. It's okay. I put $1 on it.
This election was probably always going to come down to the Rust Belt. It's obviously now coming down to the Rust Belt. There are real challenges because I think in every presidential election in my lifetime, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan have voted in unison.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And while it is possible for Donald Trump to pick up all 3 of those states, it is more likely that he will not, which means we will need a kind of rare political occurrence, which is for him to break off 1 or 2 of those 3 states,
Right.
which again, none of us on this panel were alive the last time that happened. But I do think that it's possible tonight. I think he's looking great in Wisconsin. There's actually some
Whiskey and
pretty
Enoch,
encouraging signs
2028.
even in
Yeah,
Michigan.
right.
And I'm not
Yeah,
giving up on Pennsylvania
right.
yet. He could sweep the Rust Belt, and then you would have a truly decisive victory,
I'm
which
out
I
on
think.
that.
Listen, I want Donald Trump to be president. Obviously, we've talked about that ad nauseum. If he loses, I wanted him to lose by a lot. The worst thing for the country is a narrow, like within the margin, Kamala Harris victory. Like
I did have
that's
some
a
people
disaster.
back in
So
2022
so if
that
Donald
wanted
Trump
me
can be the
to
one who
run
has
for
the
city
huge
council.
victory, then
Yeah.
that's like saints
see
to
that.
praise.
With 53% in,
I like
Trump is
talking
up
about
1
politics.
point
I don't
in
want to be a part
Pennsylvania,
of it.
And in Wisconsin, he is up
It's a different
by
world, yeah.
0.3%.
Wow.
So this shift just came in. In Michigan, only 21% reporting, but Harris has the edge with 49.8 to Trump's 48.4.
So, Jeremy, well, I just want to ask you, do you think it's more likely for him to break that coalition apart or for him to sweep all 3?
Well, if past is precedent, then it has to be more likely that he would sweep all 3. That said, I don't think that it is in practice more likely that he sweeps all 3. I think in the actual moment in which we live, the most likely outcome is probably that he wins Wisconsin or Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think he breaks it up too. I think there's too much.
He only needs one then,
put in
right?
there. Yeah, he needs. Just
He only
one of
needs
them.
one.
Yeah, he only needs one. So yeah.
Yeah,
And if he wins Pennsylvania, we're just.
Do you think?
If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency.
Do you think it's likely that he'll win too?
He could lose. He could lose. So right now, based on the numbers we're seeing, if Trump just takes any one of the blue wall states and loses Nevada, he's won. That's it. Wisconsin being the smallest of the 3, he still gets 272.
He still gets there.
Yeah.
And
it's
losing
Nevada. Clear.
That's losing Nevada. Because Nevada looks like it's.
Ooh. New York Times is pushing it a little bit further. 80% chance Trump's going to win. Projection is 296 votes.
Now listen, I do want to say, like, this exact needle said 99% Hillary. That's why watching it move toward Trump throughout the night is like my one cause for concern.
It's sad.
Yes, but they didn't start the night with
No,
the
that's
needle.
right.
And
That's
because
right.
they were
Yeah.
horribly embarrassed the last 2 times.
Jeremy, I wanted to ask you, so it seems like the 2 swing states that are going to be most crucial here are Pennsylvania and Michigan. These are both obviously states that were dealing with the Israel-Palestine issue in a tangential way. So in Michigan, they had the uncommitted vote. And in Pennsylvania, there's a large Jewish population. Kamala Harris famously didn't pick the Jewish governor, Democrat there, who's very popular, Mr. Shapiro. Not your Ben Shapiro.
Another really big
What do you think
thing
of
to
these
talk
2
about
states? Is that the most
which I know we
important
mentioned
issue
on
or
the
one of the issues that
podcast like a month ago or whatever. But Ohio and Pennsylvania, they have a large Amish population.
Yeah.
And 180 between those 2 states, 180,000 Amish registered to vote.
And then just recently, the Muslim community up in, was it Michigan?
Yeah, they have a big Muslim population.
Yeah, the Muslims came out for Trump.
Okay.
Interestingly enough. Not that I don't know if it's
Okay.
enough to change it, but
Victories of the second half of the 20th century.
And then they
so-
were immediately let out.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's remarkable that we don't talk more about the fact that there are Americans being held hostage, and the reason is because it's so bad for the Democrats. It's so bad for Joe Biden and therefore Kamala Harris that this is happening. Obviously, the fact that Kamala couldn't bring herself to choose the swing state governor, who's very popular in his state, to be her vice president simply because she couldn't be seen to be cozying up to Israel, I do think could wind up being, part of what cost her the presidency. Now, Michigan's slightly different. Michigan has one of the largest Muslim populations in the country. It takes a much different position on that particular conflict. I don't know that we can say that Israel's seven-front war that they're currently fighting, which I very much support, is going to be decisive. I think far more likely what you're going to see in the Rust Belt. The reason we've said for years in this country, as goes Michigan, so goes the country, is because Michigan represents core American industry. It represents kind of the American economy. We call it the Rust Belt because it's where industry happens. You have the steel mills of Pennsylvania. So I think these are the people who are sort of the most adversely affected by the economic policy of the Biden-Harris administration. That's not to say that I don't think that the conflict in the Middle East has any bearing on the vote. But while it's fun to say she should have picked Josh Shapiro, and while it would probably be the case that had she picked Josh Shapiro, she would have transcended some of these issues by picking a very popular swing state governor to be her vice president. I don't know if that's the same as saying that the decisive issue in those states is the war, Israel's war effort, which I don't think is the case.
So to be clear, this was mentioned when I was joining you guys, but the New York Times hasn't called the Senate race in Ohio, but it does look like Bernie Moreno is crushing Sherrod Brown.
Crushing.
78% in, 5-point lead. I wonder why they're not calling it yet, but I'm down to wait. It's looking good.
You can't emphasize enough how important it is that we control the Senate, and I think it's becoming more
that's
clear that
probably
we will
honestly
the Senate,
the most
even if we
important
lose the
part.
House, although I'm hopeful about the House. At the
Getting
end of the
Trump
day, though,
is a good
if
thing,
we
but
lose the presidency,
even if Trump
it will be
lost, as long as they
essential that we
take the
have
Senate,
the
if the
Senate
Republicans take the
so
Senate,
that we
there's
can
at least
stop
like
the Harris agenda.
we have a
if we win the presidency, it will be
a
essential
conservative
that we have the Senate
leaning
so that we can
Supreme
advance the
Court.
Trump agenda. The Senate,
and if we
is
have a
the key to
conservative
everything.
Senate,
it's the key to
then
either approving or not
things
approving
won't go
appointments,
completely
judicial
terribly.
appointments, ultimately passing legislation.
This is
huge.
But
big.
if
I
the
mean,
Democrats,
New York Times is not
if the
projecting
Democrats
a
own the Senate,
0.8%
then
advantage for
Trump's absolutely screwed if he gets president. Because there's enough Republicans who don't like Trump that they'll
is the problem.
that they might vote in the House to push through an impeachment, and if it gets to the Senate and it's Democrat run, they're going to vote him out.
$1,200 average household income increase. 4 years of Trump, $4,400. They were going, yeah, but some other people are doing better than me. Well, that's none of your business, prick. You're doing better than you ever were before. And if I come
Good time
out and
to
say,
jump in.
what have they done for you lately? They go, well, you gave me $4,400, but they're promising me more. Oh, wait, sorry. Open the door. It's Satan. A net negative loss of over $4,000 per household in average annual income. You'll never hear me say, what have they done for you? You'll hear me say, what have they done for the country? How does the country look? And you'll never hear me say political violence is never the answer. It's usually not. And the people who say it's always the answer, they're pussies who aren't going to do anything. They'll turn you over immediately faster than George Soros could for people in Hungary. But it is sometimes the answer. Let's be clear about that. The left certainly believes it is, because that's how they won 2020. You were afraid. You were afraid. People were afraid to get out and vote, so it was mass mail-in voting. You know that political violence is sometimes the answer because you live in America. You know how I know that? Because I lived in Canada. We still have the Queen on our money, for God's sake. You know how embarrassing that shit is? To actually have to pay? Go to a store, like, ha, 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 yeah, that bitch is still on the money. Because they bent over and kissed the ring. And America didn't because they had guns.
The monarchy, dude.
I like that.
That's so crazy.
I thought you were talking about Trudeau.
I don't know what I was talking about.
He's the queen. He might be on the money soon. We'll see.
Sorry, there's so much to navigate and to be the maestro. It's like every now and then, it's just you see people. Oh well, you know what? They don't say this is going to backfire. What has Biden done for me? Well, there's probably a subset of people who think he's done something if he gave them free shit. Yeah. The Democrats are always going to win the game of promising you free shit. It didn't work though, as far as raising income, as far as record low black poverty, as far as record low black unemployment, record numbers of success and money that we saw given to HBCUs, but also we saw the market do better. We saw people, and when I say the market, I don't mean the NASDAQ. What I mean is the job market where you could actually find a better wage than you could 3 years prior, and your money went further. But that can't be put on a bumper sticker. So we say, what have they done for you? It's a losing strategy.
Offer better
it's a
free
losing
shit.
strategy. May work for one election cycle, but boy, that doesn't last
Battleground
very long. And then you
states,
wonder why swing states are no
all
longer swing states
battleground
and they switch
state
back and
polls
forth.
are officially closed. So.
All right. Is Bongino still on the line?
Yes, he is.
Oh, nice. We got Bongino.
Oh, yeah.
All right, still with a guest, or are we
He's
going
probably
to?
trash, dude.
Let's pot it up real quick just to check.
I've been peeking in on him from time to time.
Yeah, it looks like he's got
my
a
God,
guest.
But his stream keeps like crashing.
Boy band guy.
Yeah, they're still having a conversation.
Oh, it's the Tulsi Gabbard TikTok lookalike.
Do we want to stay with them?
Well, if he wants to come on, you can just let me know when he wants to come on.
All right.
And I believe that we. Oh, you know what? Oh, do you have an update?
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any. I was just going to do more horseshit.
Okay.
I love horseshit.
You know,
That
a
was
lot of
good
our audience
horseshit.
loves that as well. And by the way, we have about 30
Real
minutes until
anti-war
Alex Jones,
element
just
to
giving
Trump. I
everybody
mean,
a
he's
little
somebody.
heads
He's
up
kind of
there.
revolutionary in that
Okay.
way,
Interesting.
changing the Republican Party into a pro-peace movement. Really, do you think that is really going to be a driving
Bongino's
factor for young
crushing.
people this cycle? Because
Yeah.
I mean, we're the drafting age. Women could potentially be drafted in the future as well. Do you think that the war
I
issue,
think
Kamala not having a
Crowder's
plan for Ukraine,
problem
Kamala not
right now
having
on the
really a
stream
plan for
is
the Middle
he's
East
not
either,
following
is
the
playing
election.
a role in what we're seeing
Yeah.
tonight.
Which
men specifically
that's
go
kind
out
of his
and vote,
normal.
because these
Like
are
they'll
the
talk
young men
about
that are going to be
stuff when
drafted, right? These are the
information
young
comes
men
in,
whose
and then
lives
they
are
go
on the
down a
line
rabbit hole.
as a direct result
And then
of the warmongers that are
and then,
currently in Congress,
Gerald
the
will bring 'em
warmongers
back
that are
in
currently
when
in
more
our
news
government.
drops.
So if young men, went out today, had their voices heard, then I do think that we would
I just
see
feel
a
like
very positive
that people want to
impact
hear more
in
of this
terms of, things swaying more Republican. What do you think?
for this event.
I don't think it's very likely in our lifetimes we're going to see a draft instituted.
The
And I
next
think it's
day or
not a
whatever,
motivating factor for most
post-election,
voters, if I'm honest. I think
go
people look
crazy
at the
with the
economy, they look at immigration, they look at the border.
comedy,
I do
the
think for many
silliness,
women,
do a
abortion
recap,
is a big
but-
major issue. I don't think many people sit there and say, "Oh shoot, I got to vote for Trump because otherwise I'm going to be out there fighting the Chai comes in Taiwan." What is more terrifying, though, is their cultural advances, the alliance of the Marxists and Islamists that now battle us in everywhere except,
That guy's
thankfully,
hair
as
is
of now,
getting me.
the actual front lines of warfare. And those are the areas where I think many people do get more concerned.
Savannah, did you ever think you'd see in your lifetime the Republican Party becoming the party of sensible foreign policy? I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, folks. I'm just saying, like, the Republican Party's been dominated. I know, Avita, it's a big issue with you because we talk about it, in the studio all the time. We've been the John Bolton party. It's like there isn't a country where it's like, bomb them. Like there was always like a bomb for every, it was like a, what was it? A turkey for a chicken for every pie?
And we
There was
were
like a bomb for every
way
country.
closer to that than
And
we
it's like
needed to be with
this
Nikki Haley.
shift in the political culture where the Republican Party has now become
The
the
number of
party
people that were like, I'm voting
who have
Nikki
this
Haley,
more
I was like,
sensible
what the
foreign policy.
fuck,
You say,
dude?
well, I don't want to divorce
How?
ourselves from the world.
How?
That's stupid. We need sea lanes.
She was
We
great
have to have open sea
when
lanes.
Trump put her
We
in the
obviously have
UN.
interests around the world.
When she
But
was
we
like
don't
our
need to bomb
UN
every country on
spokesperson.
planet Earth at a moment's notice.
I
Did you
liked
ever
her
see in
there
your lifetime,
because
like, us
she
becoming the
projected
party
the
of
power.
essentially what was
Right.
the hippies
But I
in
don't
the
want her in
60s,
any
like the
position
weirdest
where she
thing.
actually
But did she though? Like I know
but I think
she's
that it's a very necessary
crazy,
and great
but
thing
does
for
she
our country, and I'm
actually
glad that we've gotten to a
exude
point
that
where we
power?
realize maybe we
She
shouldn't
did.
be
She
fighting
did, in my
both
opinion.
sides of,
Okay.
She
these
did a good
foreign
job. Like
wars,
she'd go there
and
and
that we shouldn't be
they'd be
sacrificing
like,
our
oh,
men
this, that, the,
overseas
you know,
and putting them
the,
at
the
risk.
normal
I think that
things,
it's
right?
been
Like,
such an
oh, well, we
incredible
need to
thing, such
do
an
this, we
incredible
need to do
movement,
that, and
and,
she's like,
it's kind of
she
funny
would
that
go
you
there and
mentioned that
push
too,
the
'cause
Trump
my
line,
grandfather
right? She'd
fought
be
in
like,
the Vietnam War. He
we're not doing any of that
about
crap.
what it was like
They'd
coming
be like,
back
oh, you
home
need
and,
to do it.
you know,
And
just
like,
that
nope,
experience.
not until you guys
and,
start paying
yeah,
your own
it
way.
has been so different
And like,
to see now.
she
the
just kept,
Republican
she
Party just
held
so
their feet to the
anti-war,
fire.
really
She did a good
pushing
job. And
this
in that
message
one
of peace
role,
and
I like
unity
Nikki Haley.
and finally being the big brother of the world, right? That instead of like provoking other countries, is like, let's actually calm down here and push for world peace, if you will.
She didn't have any actual power
Well,
to
here's
do
no
anything.
shocker, Kansas for Donald
But
Trump.
she
That's
talked
great
a big
news,
game.
but I don't think anybody realistically expected Kansas. If Kansas went for Kamala Harris again, I'd be wrapping it up for the night. Jim, you look like you got some like.
Gotta make a correction. The Wisconsin numbers are now only at 49% reporting. It's a tight race again, with Trump still in the lead.
Oh, 49% reporting. Okay, Jim's correct. That you had 95%. Correction, 49. Trump's.
Double checked it too, and the 95 was correct, but then.
Okay, well that's important. No, that's all right. With corrections are no problem. I mean, it's a live show. show. We're going to do that. Again, Kansas going for Donald Trump. No big surprise there. So there's a rumor, Michael's telling me here. He happens to be married to Evita. I don't know if you know that, which is great. It makes for like this great work arrangement where these two can like do the show. And Michael's like, they can do the show. They can do show prep like at night. They don't have to worry about any like work hours. Michael, there's a rumor out there. Steven Crowder wants to come back on the show. Is that correct? Okay, so wait, I didn't expect you to have him like back on the show right now. I was just kidding. Wait, I can't hear him yet. As always, there's like some kind of. All right, hold on 1 second while we unfuck the audio issue there. But yeah. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? I can't hear him. And juice me up a little bit because last time
I like listening to Bongino because
I don't hear him.
It's got to be the fact that he was in the Secret Service.
Now I hear you.
Like he talks very much like when I listen to him talk, it brings me back to when I was in the military.
Now I definitely hear you.
Okay.
Like that's a saying that you hear in the military.
Bongino was going to us after his guest, so I don't know.
No, we're going to you right now with the guest still on the panel.
We lost his audio. We had it. We didn't change anything on that.
Do they hear us?
Well, look, there's been enough states called for Donald Trump, so finish your drink. What the hell's the difference?
You saw me drinking?
Finally got back on the wagon. So.
Wait, can he hear me or not? Okay, all right, we'll unscrew that thing. My poor daughter's listening to me. She's like, yeah, this is the most entertaining thing. I'm sorry, man. I'm just like going all out tonight. I'm not in the mood for any like bullshit. I want nothing but positive vibes tonight. I'm feeling really good about tonight. Probably because of the multiple shots of tequila. But folks, this is, again, if you're Kamala Harris and you're on the betting side right now, Justin, do you have a Kalshi update for us on the betting side?
Kalshi, that's what it's called.
What's it got Donald Trump at right now? Because that's all I care about. People putting their own cheese down on Kalshi, the betting site. KALSHI.
Who are these guys? This is Dan Bongino. He just
has
like a podcast and a radio show
put their
each day.
own cheese in the game.
Yeah, he's got the largest
I see what you did there.
8.
conservative podcast in the world right now.
Where's my Frank Fugazi head?
He's got a really big radio show, daily show too.
88% Kalshi. We just gave a shout out to the great Frank Fugazi. Hat tip to you, Frank. He's probably
he averages right now. He's for like the last couple of months. He's been averaging like 150,000 live views every day on his podcast.
Man, we're still holding at a solid 490,000. And again, a big thank you. We were the #1 live stream in the world. The Dan Bongino Show. Thank you to the Bongino Army. We love you guys. We're going to try to get Steve Crowder back up again as we mess with the screen over there. Too early to call for the networks, by the way. Missouri Senate. Wait, one quick one. Not a big shocker. Josh Hawley, thank you. Josh Hawley wins again. Montana called for Donald Trump. Hey, this is important, though. Not a surprise. Wait, this is hilarious. Montana was called for Trump with 3% of the voting. That means like nobody even voted, and they're like, this shit is over. Now, why is that important? Not because we thought Montana was going to go the other way, but here it is. The Montana Senate race. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, is running against clown Democrat John Tester and is up by 11 points. Folks, if Sheehy wins that race, we're at 50-50 now with the West Virginia race being called. We will be effectively at 51, and we will have taken control of the Senate. If Tim Sheehy does it, that's before Bernie Moreno or anyone else is even called. So keep your eye on Montana, even though it was called early. Adam, Savannah, Montana, not a big surprise, but the Tim Sheehy race important.
Absolutely, because this is our best chance to take Senate seats that we're going to have for several cycles. And you've got to remember that in every midterm, the party
the
in the
guy
White House
that started out as state rep in my district has worked his way up over the last 12 years, and he was running to unseat Angus King.
A little bit more openly optimistic as the evening is going on. How are you feeling about things, Harmeet?
Well, we've actually started strong and continued strong here in Arizona. We had 3 weeks of early voting.
Bill Scott up 73% in Vermont.
Even in Maricopa County and throughout the state.
Dang. Republican
and tonight,
governor.
The mood has been incredible. We feel really good.
West
about
Virginia
serving
Governor
Donald Trump
Patrick
winning
Morrisey
many
up
of our congressional
64%.
candidates. Some of the races are close, and some of the counties did their shenanigans, but we truly had an effort
Arizona
here
has got
with
Trump
outside
down
groups
one.
and the RNC and the Arizona GOP's organization with thousands of workers
According to this.
in the field to really get our low propensity voters in. And so I couldn't be more happy because I was here in 2022 and it was an absolute like meltdown, crying, totally different scene over here than it is tonight.
So, Harmeet, one of the things that you've been very focused on in the run-up to this election was ensuring election integrity. Obviously, that takes an awful lot of work throughout the election cycle, and it seems to be paying off tonight. You have people on the ground all over the country who are really working to ensure that nothing fishy goes on. Why don't you tell us about some of the stuff that you've been doing across the country in order to ensure that?
So we're leading up to this election month. There have been lawsuits filed for the last couple of years throughout the country that have focused.
Boring.
Bad news for this country if that happens.
Right.
Because that means the Democrats will claim they won the Electoral College and the popular
Fox
vote.
says
and
that
Trump stole
Ian
with
looks
his
like
praise
Weird
and
Al's
Supreme
son.
Court. Hopefully, the way things are going right now, I don't think the New York Times, look, they just increased it to an 86% chance to win for Trump with a 0.8 popular vote. If Trump wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, holy crap, okay, so the New York Times just shifted from toss-up to lean Republican, Wisconsin and Michigan.
Wow.
Wisconsin and
Wow.
Michigan.
And Michigan. Wow.
It looks like it's going so well for Trump that by the end of the night, it may be a Trump winning by such margins.
Son of a gun. They can't.
Nothing matters.
Yeah.
I just got to emphasize, we are a country at war right now, whether we want to
Angus
admit it or not,
King
in the
won
Ukraine.
again.
And this whole Israeli thing, we need to treat it as such. The commander-in-chief is in severe danger at all times and should be treated like really, really, really take this guy's life seriously. It is super important right now.
We're a country at war with ourselves, too.
I was just going to say the same exact thing.
It's going both
I
ways.
knew he
There's
would.
people outside, but there's people in here.
Maine never has
when they
two
wanna
Republican senators.
go on a
ever.
statement about the enemy
It's like,
from within. I'm like,
friggin' allergic to it.
That's part of the Constitution, from fight foreign and domestic, and unfortunately, I think there's a lot
But
here.
he's talking about illegal aliens that are committing crimes that we need
it's
to
literally
arrest people
always
who have broken the
50-50.
law, and we
Like,
need to.
One seat
send
is
them home.
always held
And that's-
by
and it's-
a
it's
Republican, and one
remarkable
seat
how,
is always
hey,
held by a
The
Democrat.
people who are here illegally committing crimes should go home.
We used to
and they're
have
like, that's cruel and unusual.
Susan Collins and
get him a plane
Olympia
ride or a train
Snow.
ride
Get
home.
'em out.
But I do have this from
They were
CBS
both in the
News
Senate
exit
for like
poll
25
in Michigan.
years, like
Younger
20-something
voters
years.
aged 18 to 29 are
And
narrowly
Olympia Snow
going for Trump right now.
retired,
The deficit for
and
Harris
Angus
is in large
King
part to younger men in
is
Michigan.
now, he just
who are
won
more
his
for
third
Trump.
term.
Let's go, boys.
So proud of the men.
Let's go. Get out there. Finally, right? Where you guys been?
The boys
And
have
Angus
shown up
King
here in
was
Michigan
the
for
Maine
Trump.
state governor
Republicans
back
did
in like the
such a good
90s.
job at making it fun
Yeah.
to
Okay.
get out, to vote, showing up to college campuses.
Right.
Shout
Thank
out
you,
to
Barron
Turning
Trump.
Point Action and Barron Trump and all of these people, all these streamers hopping on board saying, you know what, Donald Trump is awesome.
He's our future.
Let's get after it.
We
You know,
should start
Kamala Harris, not the move. Donald Trump, the move, and they made it fun.
Yes.
for
Leave
people.
the
They
young
made it
men
fun,
to me,
fun for young
Father.
men.
So this is from Libs of Tick that says, Osceola County in Florida, one of the largest populations of Puerto Ricans outside Puerto Rico, and Trump has flipped it.
Wow.
Remember when the media cried for a week about a joke about Puerto Rico and how we lose votes?
Probably so many Puerto Ricans love that joke.
I know.
He's talking about our state.
They're like, I know. They need to clean that place up. Oh, what, I'm offended?
Well,
You know,
Democrats also tried to grab onto like a few viral clips of a guy saying, I'm no longer voting for Donald Trump. And you're just asking yourself, all of us are asking ourselves, seeing that, thinking, who on earth would do that? That doesn't make any sense. It's a joke.
88% now on New York Times.
Wow.
It is 10:41 Eastern time, and I'm hoping we can wrap this up in a little bit so I can go eat some chicken wings.
We should start calling ourselves the Grand Opportunity Party now instead of the Grand Old Party, because I think those young people you're talking about in college they have a binary choice.
That's not bad.
Either you like that?
Well, it's
yeah,
really good.
yeah. Patent pending. Patent pending.
I thought that map that they just
no,
showed
you
Virginia
see
blue.
that, and
But now
it
it's
was
back
Trump's
to-
pick for J.D. Vance, whereas Kamala picked Waltz. Just from a visual standpoint.
Oh,
you
that
guys
must be
going,
like
"I'm
there
picking the
if-
future for you guys.
if,
and the other person's going, "I'm
Kamala
picking that
wins,
same
and
old,
if
same
Trump
old."
wins,
so Vance
must be their
actually,
counter.
He represents those young men who want
Yeah,
to
'cause
come
it
up.
showed-
You know, even
it
people
showed
like ourselves.
Virginia as blue.
And Trump goes.
I was like, "Ah, crap."
This is your future, guys. I got you.
To your point, not only is it just Vance, but like the support from Musk, which I was mentioning
Vivek,
earlier.
all that.
The support from Musk and the things that Elon Musk is trying to do, Vivek, these are all people that are forward looking.
Yes.
Lisa, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say with the Walls pick, it was somebody that was weaker than she was.
Yeah.
Like, even if you can, if that can even be comprehensible, right? Like
It
she's
was,
so
though.
brutal.
Yeah.
But who's not going? Like Vance was strong, right? He's our future. He's strong. He can push back against Trump, right? Like
and
that was
wildly
there.
relatable as well.
Wildly.
Real quick. McCormick is up in Pennsylvania by 1 point with 60% in. So this is in the Senate. This is big. Defeating to defeat incumbent Bob Casey would be massive. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno is up by 5 against Sherrod Brown, the incumbent.
Wow.
This would be 2 seats.
Wow.
If that holds. Now, it could be a split vote, but right now we've got, according to the New York Times, Trump is up by 3 points in Pennsylvania with 61% reporting, and they're projecting it to lean for Trump in Pennsylvania.
Let me say that Berks County was where Scott Pressler did tons and
shout out
tons
to Scott
of his
Pressler.
work, and he's leading there 56-43. Trump is leading. That is huge.
If the Senate flips in Pennsylvania as well, I mean that's tremendous.
That's amazing.
So
Casey's been there forever, and he's horrible.
I hope that it shows what Scott Pressler did and what a lot of other people. I mean, I was vice chair of the LA GOP, and we
final results. But I do believe she's going to be
the only thing that you'll have to wait for longer. It's just it doesn't really matter. Will be California.
Yes.
We'll know California
That's right.
results by about Thanksgiving. Everybody will be like getting ready to cook their turkeys and having a cocktail. And
Yeah.
They'll call California.
No dub.
Although this year I'm smoking a turkey, so we'll see how that goes. My first year smoking a turkey. I'm pretty excited about it, but I know you can't do it from frozen or you'll explode your smoker. You have a question there,
I
Joe?
was going to say, Devin, hey, just feel free if anything's going on down there that you want us to get out, just text us. And also, thanks for the wine. He sent me some wine.
Really?
That's fantastic. Thank you, Devin.
What was it, cold duck?
No, it's good wine. Not this box wine crap I hear I have to taste later.
Yeah, you do. That's all we have.
Yes, don't forget about that, please, Stephen,
No,
because
please
it's very
forget
important
about
to me
that. Devin,
that
come
he
on, help
does
me
the
out
box
here.
wine taste test.
Yes, it is. We will do the box wine taste test. All right, Devin, if you want to leave our viewers with what is it that you want to say in closing? If there's one thing you want people watching to take away.
Look, I just think this is another just big miss by the fake news, the fake polling. You know, they ran that whole scheme over the weekend with Iowa. You know that Iowa was, Harris was up by 3 points in Iowa. And I just said sometimes this stuff just takes common sense, right? If Kamala Harris was within 3 or 4 points, if she was behind by 3 or 4 points in a poll, they would have sent in every single surrogate. They would have sent in, the damn Governor Walz from the state right above Iowa. I mean, why wouldn't he have gone to Iowa? So, they just they run these disinformation campaigns. And I think the big losers are these pollsters that went along with it.
Yep.
And look, I think overall, if you take a look at it, a lot of the polls got it right. These are going to be close races, but most of them had Trump slightly ahead. And it looks like right now that's what's Trump's going to win these tight races by anywhere from 2 to 5 points.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be.
And I think you're right about Virginia. They called Virginia. Just
Oh wait, I
way
just saw this.
too- way
Did
too
Sununu
early. I don't
just
know that
quit?
We get there in
Sununu-
Virginia, but it's definitely
Yeah, he didn't
Well, if
run
it's
again.
close, like we said, if it's anywhere 5 points or under, then that is a very significant indicator as to where the momentum is going for the rest of the country. You don't have to win them; just look at those
They
numbers and
took
those
over
margins that a lot of people aren't
Republican.
paying attention to. And that, by the way, that you just mentioned Iowa and
Wait,
you
did
just
he
mentioned
already-
some of these
was he
states.
on
We
his
actually have to
second
go
term?
Make some more state
Yeah.
calls. So Devin Nunes,
Oh,
we
okay.
appreciate it, brother. Please check back in later
All right.
for some.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
seven.
Thank you.
Devin Nunes, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
That guy's great.
He is great, and we do have some state calls to make right now. Right, officially, Gerald, we have 17 electoral votes. This is not a surprise, but it is being called officially right now here. Ohio for Donald Trump.
That's a good one.
Hey, there we go. All right.
And then another one, because we were talking about this, remember, where they were saying, oh, actually, right now, it looks like Kamala might win Iowa. We are actually officially calling Iowa with 6 electoral college votes for Donald Trump.
All right, I can talk about that this week.
Turns out Miss Register was full of crap.
Oh, but she's got the most accurate polling, Steven.
As people said, she's got the most accurate
Seltzer,
polling.
whatever her name is.
I watched CNN yesterday.
Seltzer?
and a
Ron
fever
was
dream where they're going,
Seltzer.
Now what we're seeing with Iowa being so close, it's telling you that women are coming out in record numbers and they just don't like what Donald Trump is selling. Really? Really? And again, that's the lie. The left lied to their people as though Kamala Harris had a snowball's chance in hell in Iowa. We're not going to do that with you guys in California or New York.
Or they only polled women because the men were working on the field or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
They were
at their jobs or
They
doing
were-
something important.
They were tilling the cornfields.
Yeah,
you
that's
till
what they,
cornfields,
I
or do
don't
you
know.
plow?
They till it. Sure, why not?
You plow women, you
I don't,
kill.
I don't know exactly, but I do know this. We're going to take a brief,
said
the
that?
first actual break of the night. We're going to come back, so don't. And the reason I'm going to take this break is I'm going to go back and speak with our data analysts and go
Apollo
through
is a savage.
some interesting
I
numbers that
love
we're
it.
seeing here and see if there are some calls that we might feel comfortable making where some other people are holding out. So stay with us. We'll be right back and let everyone know this is the place to be as we start getting into those states that are in contention.
Truth Social, a free speech platform designed to avoid big tech censorship. Make your voice heard. Join the movement. Join Truth Social.
Some people say radio is a
Did they
dead
just take
medium.
did he take a sponsorship
Most
from
people just haven't
Truth
heard
Social?
of Sirius XM Howard 100.
Because he trashed on Truth Social for like the first couple years that it was
Raises
a
the
thing.
bar for entertainment.
I don't want you being made fun of. You can't go to a therapist.
Pay for the opinions you need to hear and tune into Sirius XM channel Howard 100 for only $9.99 a month. Sign up and join the movement today.
What a legit commercial for Howard Stern.
I have no idea. I'm
Protests
very
continue
confused now.
across the country this evening, and we want you to know, of course, that though there are some individual protesters who are agitated, it is not the norm. These protests are largely peaceful. Many people.
All right, I'm not in the mood for this right now.
Says they already won.
I don't want.
That's. I'm just saying that's what's coming through to my phone.
I like that one. I like that. We can
I'm
leave.
just letting you know. That's what I got. I
They
just got to
celebrate
check.
in Tennessee too.
Oh my God, dude, look at that. Look in Virginia.
Your sources are good.
My sources
There's
are
a couple
very
little
good.
blobs of blue.
This is what's going to
And
happen.
So CNN
Kamala
is
could
doing-
actually
CNN
still
doing
win.
well.
Mm-hmm.
CNN
That's
is
crazy.
Saying that is reporting. Oh, it could take days for Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, she's up
This
2%
is something
according to
that's
the New York
really,
Times.
really
79% of
bad,
votes
in my
in.
opinion. Like these things should not take this long, and I don't know.
Well,
that
Wisconsin
there's
and Michigan
anything
are leaning Republican.
One individual or it's not.
So was Virginia
federal
45 minutes
issue,
ago.
But the individual
true.
states need to do what Florida has done. Florida is done counting. We mentioned this earlier. They were done counting 2 hours after the polls closed.
Right.
This is completely doable. It is absolutely something that every state should desire. They should want to be able to do this. And if they don't, it is literally because the Democrats
Yes.
do not want them to do that because they want
Dude, Vermont,
to have
65% for
ambiguity.
Harris
If you
with
have room
90%.
for, if
That's
you have
crazy.
ambiguity, you have
Yet
room
they're
to
crazy
cheat. And
for
that
a
is what
Republican
the Democrats
governor.
want. It's the same thing that the left wants when it comes to law.
It doesn't make
They
any sense,
don't
dude.
want clearly defined laws because clearly defined
Like,
laws
who's
are
doing
easy
this
to
voting?
follow, and they're hard to.
Like, it
to-
genuinely
to-
doesn't make sense.
to
Like, oh, I don't want Trump for president, but I do
punish
want the
people.
What you're saying
Republican
is
for my
incredibly
governor.
reasonable here, and it just goes to show that a lot of the Democrat base has turned
doesn't make
off
any
their
sense.
ability to critically think.
Either
because
that or
they
there's
will
just a
buy
crap,
the
a
argument
metric,
that
which
what you're
actually
talking
makes
about right
sense
there
because it's a bunch
is
of liberals.
racist.
I don't care.
But like,
See, but
that
there's a
word
metric
does
crap
not
ton of
work
people who
on me.
vote
I know I'm not a
basically
racist.
only on their
that
feelings.
word
Like, they don't like Trump
work
as a
on me
person.
anymore.
So they're
I
not
know
voting
I'm not
for
a
him.
racist.
Right.
I don't hate anyone because of their. I'm not a bigot.
Utah says 0% of votes in. Donald Trump is locked.
All of the names you want. That word has no power over me.
Absolutely.
I am not afraid of.
But that's what it's done.
Well,
It's done so that it's been used so much that now people like this, like, I don't care. But like the best thing about it, and he pointed out, is like they need that. They need that chaos. That's what the Democrats.
Yes, of course,
they
of course.
thrive. There's also why
It
they
benefits them on
emotionally
multiple
manipulate.
levels.
Exactly.
Multiple
they
levels.
need that in order to win their spaces.
I just want to say too, just to keep in mind, everybody, should what we're seeing right now play out as we hope it does, it is not just a popular mandate. It is not just winning the seats of power in this country and reshaping culture. It is that media will have fundamentally shifted to such a degree in this country that the narrative machine is broken.
Yes.
I'm looking at these poll results. I'm looking at the comments online, and I'm thinking about a post November 5th United States with all of these things in alignment. And the question is, how is it that after everything they said about Donald Trump, I'm seeing this poll from the data coming from Florida. Florida shifted further to the right than 2022 and 2020, which means these people ignored the corporate press and they got their news elsewhere and they broke through the lies. That means it's not just a political victory. It is a mass media victory for independent voices and independent media.
Well, we saw that ABC, what they did in the debate, even to a certain extent, CNN, and after that, it was a death knell. CBS death knell. So Trump wasn't just taking out the Democrats. He was actually taking out the legacy media because of what they have done to him and to people like ourselves over the last 7-8 years. So it was going to be a quiet whimper, but they're done. They are done. No one trusts them. No one watches them anymore. And people watch things
PA
like
is still a
Tim Show,
toss-up.
watch Joe Rogan, and watch PVD. Like, they're done.
The amount of people that I find on the street that are saying, I'm getting my news from people that I trust on X, it's the number has skyrocketed over the years. You know, people used to say that they watch network X, Y, Z. A lot of people just bypass that. They go to the journalist that they trust and they follow that person.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, and also even the style of it, right? Joe Rogan had J.D. Vance and Trump on. They had a 3-hour conversation.
Right.
What they're used to doing on these news shows are just popping emotional, like manipulated points. Like, the border wall's racist, right? Yeah, it's racist. Well, tell me why it's racist. Even when Shannon Sharp had Kamala, Trump is gaining with black guys. Can you tell our history of racism? You're like, what? That's not a conversation. That's just a talking point.
Decision Desk has just called it for Bernie Moreno in Ohio, giving the Republicans a 2-seat Senate flip.
Wow.
Massive. Which now, with what we're seeing already, we could theoretically be looking at 53 Republicans in the Senate.
That is Titanic.
These are good signs.
Massive.
These are good signs.
Well, they can do
massive.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You were talking about the voting. Can't they, in a sense, do things like they can pass a law to make Election Day a holiday, which opens up the time of like getting it done.
It looks like that
banning election month.
So if everything
that's not
going
to do anything, dude.
Voter ID?
It seems
It's still
like
going to be the same poll
talking,
workers.
Exactly. You're talking about the House, the Senate.
He's talking about making Election Day a holiday, and you have to vote in person on Election
the
Day.
Whole conservative agenda.
Listen,
everything can go.
If
Yeah.
the House goes Republican, the Senate and the executive branch, they need only on January.
I mean, if you're going to do
3rd,
only paper
probably
ballots, then I'm
when's the
down with
first day
that.
they can,
Right.
If you're going to do electronic, then it doesn't matter one way or the
not
other.
until after the
I think
new
it does, though,
Congress is
because a lot of the
sworn in.
mail-in stuff, like the ballot harvesting operations,
The
get
third is when
thwarted.
they get sworn in, isn't it? The third.
Yeah. The
Well,
third.
yeah.
They say
I mean, but
voter
then
ID.
again,
That's
those
it.
same
Mandate voter ID every
liberal
state.
states will
They
probably
won't do
just
The Supreme
pass a law that
So,
makes
well,
it
let me say
incredibly
this.
easy to get
The
an absentee
Constitution says
ballot.
the states
Be
decide.
honest.
The Constitution says the states decide.
True.
Okay.
That's what their excuse will be.
They
Like, you're
won't
like,
do it.
oh, I'm
telling you, the
going to be
Republicans
visiting
will not do it. I'm
family
sorry,
on the
I
day of
love
the
you.
election.
They're not doing it.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
State.
With
I will
everyone?
say this though. I will say, I would lean more in your direction 4, 8, 12 years ago. Today, I would say you're probably still correct, but the margin has increased slightly based on the populist mandate.
Yeah, I think that
Popular.
though they'll go
Populist.
right to border. I think if they're going to do anything, they're going to go right to border.
Right.
If
That's
the
going to be their
Republicans
first.
enact any kind of election security measures, Democrats will never win again.
Yeah, that's it.
I
That's a
hope
wrap.
they do.
Well,
They-
that
they will
goes
have
back to that question. I
They will
asked.
have to realign their party to actually address the issues Americans care about and stop pandering to non-citizens.
I don't know if they
Yes.
can. I really don't. I
Lisa.
really don't think they're capable of it. It's kind of like Hollywood. You can't have them correct the ship when everything they've been doing has been woke and crazy, and then you're going, okay, Wolverine and Deadpool did well, so now make stuff like that. They don't have the capability.
Yeah.
These are the same people like
So
running it. Like,
if we don't think that they're going to implement a voter ID, do we think that they would at least get rid of election month and mass mail-in
That-
ballots? Do
so
we
the-
think that
so-
they would be successful or go after that?
The
Republicans.
challenge, I believe, is that the state legislatures, per the Constitution, have the right to decide how they run their own elections.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so that's a challenge for a federal Congress. This is why it's so important that Republicans win the state level, state legislatures and state senates.
Right.
well, can they, in a sense, just play the political game of, hey, we want to vote that we should do this. Yes, it doesn't play in the state, but if your state goes, no, we're not going to do it now, in a sense, it shows your electorate we don't care about security, because the country federally looks like they care, but yet California goes, it's illegal to even ask for somebody.
Guys, I have another update from Inside. Georgia, and this is from Inside Polling. Georgia and North Carolina are ours. Once PA goes, that's 270 and it's over. That's
And
coming
PA
from.
is going?
That's from internal Trump polling.
Internal
The internal Trump results. So when I work for Congress, like we would be sitting down and they would be getting the results in quicker than like the news. I remember in 2016 telling my mom, like, Mom, Pennsylvania's done. We got it. She's like, they're not calling it. I'm like, I already have the data. It's in.
Tell the people the difference between external polls and internal polls.
Well, there's just somebody else who like the reporting is coming.
But the
to
problem
them
is,
before it
again,
goes to the media.
they can
So that's
call
basically what's happening.
Pennsylvania
So
for Trump
typically,
tonight.
internal polls are
Right.
extremely expensive.
But there's
going
going to be 55 recounts.
Meticulous.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas
All
they get
sorts
the
of
reporting
stuff.
first too. So like members of Congress or people that are running in the things, they
Yeah,
have
same here,
somebody
Hulk. I
standing
mean,
there with, like,
you
a
should have to
live
show your ID to vote.
feed that comes in for the state, and so
Yeah, you don't have to.
had-
You don't have to
yeah,
show
we do.
your
I was thinking
your
we
ID
should
in
have had
Maine.
one of them here.
I had to show my ID twice.
So, wait. But they're
And I voted
suggesting that they've
early,
already won Arizona. Is that what they're
and
saying?
on
They're
the
saying Georgia and
envelope,
North Carolina are ours.
right, it
Once
says
PA goes, it's 270
like when
and
you
it's over.
fold
That's
when
all.
you
Okay.
fold
So
the
ask
flap
about
down
Arizona?
But it's
to
not.
seal
So
it.
right now, if I
It
go to
says
270,
sign your name here, and
Arizona's
then it
leaning
says
right. If we
printed
include
name,
Arizona in this,
and
which
in
was not-
parentheses
was not
it
a
says, you know,
toss-up, according to
whatever it is,
270,
like
it's
written
281
by
if
ballot
Pennsylvania flips.
No,
collector.
I'm asking right now.
Yeah.
Ask them.
I handed
what's-
my ballot
ask
to
them
the
about
woman.
Arizona and Nevada.
She was like, "Thank you,"
Do they think they have Arizona?
and turned away from me.
Obviously, we're tracking.
And I just stood there, and then she turned back, and I was like, "Are you going to write my
I'd say
name?"
like this. I saw her text
She's
message.
like, "Huh?" I said, "It says right there, underneath my signature, that you're supposed to print my name." It's like, were they not doing that?
I like
Right.
to push my phone over.
I know, and I was like,
So how many
Trump
people's
does
votes
not
aren't going to
win
count?
Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris
Like, if I wouldn't have
holds
said
the blue wall
anything,
and
Yeah.
Trump wins Nevada, Arizona,
You know, I'm
North
not
Carolina, Georgia,
gonna even
Trump
claim
loses.
that it was like voter
This is
fraud
Ben
or anything like
Shapiro's
that,
worst
like
case
election
scenario. He
meddling.
says Florida
But like,
files a lawsuit because the census was done wrong.
maybe
PA has
that's
too
a
many-
federal
too many
thing, and in the
electoral
state of
votes.
Maine, you don't
The
need
Supreme
that.
Court
I
will
don't
likely
know.
agree and flip it, giving Trump.
But it was
270.
on the envelope,
There's also
right?
the mail-in
Right.
ballot scenario.
Why does
And like,
PA look
so if
really
I wouldn't
blue
have said
there?
anything,
How
I
much
come
is
in,
it?
I'm dirty,
No,
I'm
no, this
covered
is
in
270.
carbon, I got
Oh,
work
that's 270. I was
boots
like,
on.
wait a
Like,
minute.
So
Okay,
this-
mess
did
with
they
me
look
up,
at me and they
Kendall.
say, "Oh, this guy probably is voting Republican"?
Arizona,
Right.
okay, guys.
So they were trying to
Arizona
just
is not
pull a
considered
fast one?
toss-up
I don't
at
know.
270.
Uh,
If Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina,
Without
he's at
election
262. Without Nevada,
election
Wisconsin,
security, you
Michigan,
have
or
no
PA.
redress of
At that
this.
point,
There's no way to
it
fact
doesn't
check. There's
matter
no way to.
which. He doesn't even need
Right.
Nevada. So long as he takes Arizona, he needs only one of the blue wall states, and he wins. So PA doesn't even matter.
Wow.
Oh, so now they're
And this is-
projected
and
to
Well,
take
maybe that's what
Arizona.
they're saying. Maybe they're counting that without
But
Arizona.
this is big because we were told Pennsylvania was
It should be
the
standard
state
Hulk,
that he had to
obviously.
win,
The
and this is
Keystone.
where everybody went to the. Right, that's
Yep.
right. But imagine this: Kamala Harris wins PA.
I always do it
wins
too. Like,
Michigan,
I pulled out
Trump
my
takes
ID.
Wisconsin, Kamala Harris takes Nevada.
Like-
doesn't matter. Trump wins 272.
I mean, I guess we
Trump
have like
needs-
a.
He doesn't even need PA at this point.
It's better
He just
than
needs
nothing,
a s-
right?
Any one.
Like, they
and he
ask
can
you for
still
your
lose
birth
Nevada
date, they
and
ask
win.
you for your name, they
This
ask
is
you for
massive,
your
which is
address,
why
they
the
ask
New
you
York
for
Times says
information
81%
like that,
89%
and they check you
Trump
against the
wins
list.
with
So that's better
301
than
projected
nothing.
electoral votes.
CNN is
But,
saying
yeah,
silence at Harris HQ.
And
I could go
Kamala
and vote
HQ
for my
hasn't tweeted in hours
for my
ago.
brother-in-law.
That's because
If I know what day, if I know his birthday, and if I know his address.
Home for 2 hours ago.
The intern running it already got fired.
I'll keep the light on.
Guys, CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly
Oh.
tense, with some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates.
You know what? Well, no. I'm just
Seethe.
gonna say, first of all, if that's true, true, good. Treated the American people over the last
Yeah, we're
few
garbage.
years. Donald Trump.
Bring
not
back
just- not just
Seamus.
The American people, the entire
Right,
party.
I gotta go pee.
You know, or the country. It's despicable.
Kick off the
So
long-haired
I'm-
hippie
I'm
dude.
I'm so glad.
She is probably going to win in Montana. We don't know for sure. The data is super
wow.
preliminary.
What's the number there?
It's only 5% reporting, but
Wow.
I can't imagine Tester winning. What do you think, Lisa?
I don't know, man. I am so black-pilled that this is hard for me to believe. I'm getting
Yes.
the thing that they're winning. It's so hard for me.
Hey, have you heard of Jesus Christ?
I do. Listen.
Because he'll help
I
you.
have a rosary right there in my
Okay,
thing.
fair
That is
enough,
all.
fair enough.
I said to my mom, I said, look, it doesn't matter either way because it's God's will, right? And I prayed the rosary as James on the plane, right?
That's true.
I said, let God's will be done. I'm 100% there.
All right.
It's just, I have PTSD from Eagles in the Super
2020.
Bowl. How many
Okay.
times we go? The one time might have been a fluke.
Fair enough.
So I get nervous, but
I'm over here keeping.
Yeah, he keeps me sane.
We got to keep it a positive attitude, especially for Mama Klug. You know, she's out there. So we want to make sure she's comfortable tonight. So we're staying positive, you guys.
I tell you what,
So currently, Decision Desk has 50 Republican Senate seats. Democrats have lost 2. Republicans have flipped 2.
Wow.
If Republicans take PA, and they're currently ahead by 0.8 with 64% in, 51. Minnesota is meaningless. Montana, I think we may be looking at 52 seats. That may be it. 52 in the Senate.
I keep thinking about what are we going to do next, man? This is it, because they call it a win. It's over, but no, this is just a step on a road.
Oh yeah.
And
there is a significant plan.
What is this you're showing me?
You guys.
You can just pass it along. Man.
In 2017 during the inauguration, Lisa, you went to the inauguration, right?
Yes.
And
Let Phil talk.
They were writing. So everybody was always talking about like how, the crowd size wasn't that big because the whole Senate side, the whole side of the Senate was blocked off. You couldn't even get in because there was rioting and police and it was insane. Me and my mom had to like walk all the way around and then sneak past the cop to even get in to see him be inaugurated. It was awful.
Ian, piggybacking on what you were talking about.
It was dystopian.
That's next. If this is the case, if this goes well, if Donald Trump wins, that is next. Mass political,
but
unrest in the streets.
that's their punishment to us.
I just want to stress this for the point Lisa's making. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's looking like internally, the Trump camp believes they've already won.
Correct.
That it is so tremendous right now that it's just going to come through for him.
I do expect that there will be civil unrest. We've talked to Mike Pence about it, but I'm wondering what do we do next? Because we got a lot of authority, power, and opportunity.
Who's we?
No, we got to create something great.
Who's we?
Well, me, you, Tim.
This
name again?
doesn't translate to power.
How do you spell that, by the way?
SIAKA.
Ian, first things first.
What are you going to do?
Ian, first things first is cleaning up the mess that Democrats have created the last 3.5 years.
Yes.
That's first things first.
3.5. Even when Trump was,
I'm actually primarily talking about the.
That's making me so angry right now. Just let Phil
Can
talk.
we talk about the House and Senate races? How are we looking there? Because that was
first things first is getting the country back on track.
Do you want the inside info or not?
Guys, right now we've got some updated data. So currently we have 50 Republican seats confirmed according to Decision Desk. Maine is immaterial and Minnesota's immaterial. But if Tester loses in Montana, if Pennsylvania flips and Wisconsin is currently Hovde is currently leading, that could be 53. Wow. But Hovde's only up 0.1 against Tammy Baldwin. I'd love to see it. I'm thinking we might end up with 52 Senate seats, but 53 would be based.
Wow. I definitely think McCormick can pull it off. I think people are going to be surprised by Pennsylvania, especially because the Amish turning out.
They came out.
I'm telling you.
Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, like 70% is votes in. He's up 51 to 48 in Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to go better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's up 3 points now in PA, 70%. That's massive.
Michigan, he's up. Michigan, go ahead.
Let me show you the House. This is where it gets interesting.
I want everything. I want the House.
Right.
Senate,
So
everything.
I want it all. Okay, guys. All right.
Two-piece.
So let's take a look at the House. We have the heavy Democrat, light Democrat, competitive, light Republican, heavy Republican. This is where it's interesting. When you look at the expected Republican seats, they've won. When you look at the leaning Republican seats, they've won. When you look at most competitive districts, what do you see? Well, there's a lot of data that's incomplete, but it looks like there's some going Republican, a little bit more going Democrat. However, when you look at the light Democrat seats with 40% reporting, Alabama's second is leaning Republican. With 75% reporting, Maryland's 6 is leaning Republican. Ohio's 9 with 89% is 0.37 Republican. We don't see the same trend on the Republican side of the House, which is indicative of a swing for the Republicans on the House. They already have the House. So this just makes it look like they're going to take the House. They've basically already got the Senate. 50 seats, and it's looking like the New York Times says 88% chance Trump wins, 1 point popular vote, 301 electoral votes. They are now giving every swing state but Nevada is lean Republican.
Wow.
Massive.
Well, to your point about what we do next, is we clean up, but we also have to continue.
He might do it, boys.
Been huge in this whole.
He might do it.
Production's been huge on with PragerU and Daily Wire, Babylon Bee. We have to continue to create the culture.
Yeah. So
nothing left.
Yeah. Go ahead and rewind Timcast by like a minute and a half.
It's stories. So if we're not making stories for people to get on board with, yes, we can have people who are
right about there.
Always equals 2. Great.
But 53 would be based.
Wow. I definitely think McCormick can pull it off.
So
I think people are
he was right there. He was just reiterating that the Republicans are pretty much guaranteed 52 Senate seats, maybe 53.
Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, like 70% is votes in. He's up 51 to 48 in Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to go better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's up 3 points now in PA, 70%. That's massive.
Michigan, he's up. Michigan. Oh, that's good.
Let me show you the House. This is where it gets interesting.
I want everything. I want the House.
Right.
Senate,
So
everything.
I want it all. Okay,
I want
guys.
it all.
All right.
Two-piece.
So let's take a look at the House. We have the heavy Democrat, light Democrat, competitive, light Republican, heavy Republican. This is where it's interesting. When you look at the expected Republican seats, they've won. When you look at the leaning Republican seats, they've won. When you look at most competitive districts, what do you see? Well, there's a lot of data that's incomplete, but it looks like there's some going Republican, a little bit more going Democrat. However, when you look at the light Democrat seats with 40% reporting, Alabama's second is leaning Republican. With 75% reporting, Maryland 6 is leaning Republican. Ohio's 9 with 89% is 0.37 Republican. We don't see the same trend on the Republican side of the House, which is indicative of a swing for the Republicans on the House.
Yes, that's like an
They
additional
already
like
have the
3 or
House.
4
So
House
this
seats
just
that the Republicans
makes
might
it
be
look
picking
like
up.
They're going to take the House. They've basically already got the Senate. 50 seats, and it's looking like the New York Times says 88% chance Trump wins, 1 point popular vote, 301 electoral votes. They are now giving every swing state but Nevada is lean Republican.
Wow.
Massive.
Well, to your point about what we do next is, we clean up, but we also have to do and so on. They're making the culture.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a leak.
Next.
What's up, kidder?
All right. Sorry,
What's
guys.
that? You wanna make a movie? Yeah, let's do it.
California and
Let's do
Washington's
it.
been called. California has been called for Harris with 0 reporting, but
That's how California works, guys.
How you doing, homie?
It's just how it works. Everyone who's been there before.
Apologize for eating.
Just
So
show up.
to your point,
But I'm hungry.
As for stories, this whole situation here, if Donald Trump does win, there has never been a better political story.
Yep.
In all of American history, this is
Just watching the race? Hell yeah.
It is historic, but this is the best political story, or among the best political stories in American history. So you've got a president that is an upstart that has never been in political office before, right? He gets into office and he does a good job. Then he's faced with a drag.
I ruined Phil's night.
Vindman. Vindman's gonna win.
Keep telling your story though. You have a good story.
It's a good story. Get back to the story.
So then he faces the opposition of an entire media and government system put against him. Then he faces a pandemic. He loses in a questionable and novel election, totally under novel circumstances. Had never been an election like that.
Yeah,
right?
Kinder.
He loses that.
You mean right?
He's up in Wisconsin and Michigan.
That's why I say you lose. He loses it.
I completely agree that it was not a normal or fair election. Okay?
They're counting
The
slower than
details
shit,
are
though.
not
That's fine. That's all I just want.
Then he's impeached twice after he's been in office.
Yep.
He then goes
Flint red.
and is attacked by the Justice Department, and they
Detroit's
fail and
not red.
fail.
Detroit's
There's
still blue.
2 attempts on the man's life, and then he comes back to win, not just barely, but to win.
Blow it out.
To win the.
What would you say is the defining moment that made the turn, or do you think it was like a culmination of things? Do you think it was him?
Miami going red? That doesn't surprise me that much.
The picture of him with the fight.
Right.
That's it.
That will be the thing that people
That was the
remember.
turn.
On
I don't
AP
know
map?
for
Okay.
sure if that
I'm on
is the
Times.
actual turning
That was
point.
the spark.
I don't
the
know.
fire was him on Theo Von's show, and
No,
that's
it
credit to
wasn't- no,
Barrett.
it wasn't on
That
Theo
was when
Von's
he.
show.
That was when
Miss
he
anything?
grew to
It was a good. It was good.
6
It was
No,
a
not-
good-
nothing
It
crazy.
was a
Really
good
matter.
show, but the picture,
That
the
picture
point
is
that people want,
Oh,
the
that was
thing
the
that's
spark.
iconic is the picture.
People
The
want a
fic-
strong
the
leader.
fi-
They want a
exactly.
strong leader,
The
and that's
fist
what that
in the
represented.
air, the fist in the air,
Blood on
saying
his face.
Fight,
For sure.
the
Like,
fight that was
I can watch it today.
beyond iconic, and that will be a picture. I mean, the picture was so powerful that the left was hiding it.
Yeah.
They were saying you can't put that up, you can't use that.
They were
et cetera, et cetera.
criticizing him.
They
Like,
were.
who
they-
stands
it
up
was-
after people are shooting?
Yeah,
You're like,
it was
it's
completely,
Trump.
totally, because they saw how powerful
They saw
that
his
was.
character.
They saw.
You guys-
I know
not
that
just
argument
but they
always
saw
made me laugh.
The story, and that's the whole point.
When they
of
were
what I'm
like,
talking
"Oh,
about. They
it was
saw the
obviously
story.
staged.
That
Who
was
stands
him
up
saying,
after getting
"Fight."
shot
And
at?"
now
It's
he
like,
comes
I don't know,
back.
maybe literally everybody in the
God
military.
willing, he wins.
Yeah. Or how about this?
There has never been a political story.
I don't like.
in
He was
history
he
like this.
he was hearing them on comms.
On the building.
They said shoot her down.
Perfect man to build
Yeah.
culture around. When it comes to making the Republicans.
Yeah,
this is
they
what
hung
the
up.
Republican Party
They
is.
laid down on
This
top
is-
of him,
this is
covered him
Donald
up
Trump
for
being a
probably what
badass,
a good
come on
20,
board.
30
That's what it
seconds.
is. I mean, it is never.
The guy got taken
When was
out.
the last
They
time it was
stood him
this
back
cool
up.
to be a Republican? Honestly,
Mhm.
honestly, not the year 2000.
Like it wasn't like he was actively still firing.
81.
For sure.
Yeah.
The guys that were on top of him were on comms. Somebody said shoot her down. Somebody that was on top of him went, shoot her down confirmed.
Was cool.
Yeah,
The
You know what I mean?
like
The yuppie.
when you
Yeah.
think of,
That's probably what it was.
The people that the,
Just missed Elon
American
and Tucker's
Psycho
X
were
Live. He
based
had
off
Barron
of,
on
they
too.
were
Nice.
Cool people. They
Yeah,
were
yeah.
riding limos.
He had Barron
Lamborghinis,
Trump
Lamborghinis.
on.
The Wolf of Wall Street. Those were cool people. That was the last time it was this cool to be a conservative, to be a
It's a
Republican.
40
major
years
shift in
ago.
culture.
Absolutely.
Major
Well,
shift
they
in
did a
culture.
movie
Right.
kind of already like that came out. It's called Vindicating
Right,
Trump
we are
by
the
Dinesh
counterculture
D'Souza,
now.
Yeah.
which I'm in if you want to
Oh,
check
let's
that
go.
out. So it's a shameless plug. So
Just get me a
So we're
link.
kind of getting ahead. So we're kind of getting in that, but you're right. I think now we can do the fine because that one, of course, came out before the election was done. But now, if you saw that in a movie, you would think the movie was fake.
Yeah, I'll concede
Guys,
that.
real quick,
100%,
right.
Decision Desk is reporting 2 House seats have flipped.
Wow.
So I'm not
That's
sure
huge.
which they're
Guys,
referring
that's
to.
2 out of the
However,
3
they
or
believe
4
the
that he was
House
talking about.
there's
That's
a
huge.
57.6% chance the Democrats will win the House.
Whoa.
It was trending Republican, but it has now shifted Democrat.
Wow.
Oh,
Really?
Not
Yeah.
good.
They're projecting 219 for Democrats to 216 Republican.
And they didn't say which ones that they're talking about?
It's hard to track, and I don't know
Yeah, there's
because
so many.
there's so many. It's hard to know which ones they're saying have
Oh, that's not
flipped. However, the New York Times is saying no such thing.
See, it's so
They
weird,
they
right?
have
'Cause
not
Yeah,
made
Kinder.
those determinations.
If,
Go ahead.
if he wins,
I was going to
if-
say
if
that
they-
this
if they take the
sort of thing
House,
happens all the
they
time,
will
right?
try
Where
to
like
impeach him again.
Of course.
Try, they will.
things will be going to
Instantly.
hell in a
Yeah,
handbag
no
in the
question.
country.
Instantly. They
And
will not
the
start.
population will be
If
like,
the
okay, well, we're
Democrats win the House,
switching
they will
from
not start-
Republican to Democrat. So the presidency shifts from Republican to Democrat, but
Yeah.
then the House of Representatives or the Senate will flip from Democrat to Republican.
Yeah.
And it's like,
What's funny
mean,
is
it-
the city.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense, right? Because like you go back to, it's the whole reason that Bill Clinton was actually a fairly successful president, right? Because he had to deal with a Republican Senate and a Republican House of Representatives.
Mhm.
So there was that check and balance.
Yeah, I would say what's funny to me is the country will be going to hell in a handbasket. So we'll make a correction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then one term later, they go right back. Things get better, they go right back. It's like, all right, dude.
Yeah,
What do
it's
you
like,
do?
it's like, oh, things are okay now, so we can go back to doing all that crap that made it not okay.
So we can
and
go
then
back
once
to-
it gets not okay.
Yeah, go back to
Yeah,
being nicey nice. We're the good guys.
Yep.
Crazy.
Who it was that it was someone from the Daily Wire, but they were saying that look, the Democrats
Yeah,
do
you're right,
the
Kinder.
things that they say they're going to do, and it was Jeremy. It was
That's
Jeremy
true.
Boring. He was saying
Yeah.
the Democrats they don't just do the things that they
Yeah,
say,
he's
but they do
absolutely right.
more. They go further. So they'll take it as far as they possibly can. So there's no question
And
about whether
like
or
you
not
always say,
they will
Enoch,
try
they made the
to
internet
prevent him.
and they
There's
lost control
no
of it.
question in my mind. We
Yeah.
will if
Yeah.
Donald Trump wins.
Well, that's
we
Sam
will
Tripoli,
see,
though.
some kind
No,
of
I know,
civil
but
unrest. in
The internet
brings
got
it
away
up.
from him.
country.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be less as if it's overwhelming, though.
Yeah.
And mainstream media is going to die with the last generation.
District
Go
3
Joe.
Yep.
by 16 points with 20%.
Yeah, they
in,
made the
so
internet public
feeling
to
good,
everyone
but
in the world because they
we'll
thought
see.
it would be a
We'll see.
tool they could
do
use for
you think-
control.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
And
it's not
eventually
just
it got away
Demo-
from
It's an evil tactic.
They almost did have
Accuse
it
your
in
opponent of
control.
what
Thank
you're
you,
doing.
Elon.
I mean, that's an ancient evil.
Yeah,
and they've
they
been
almost did.
doing that,
And Rumble.
nonstop.
Chris Pavlovsky.
They say Donald Trump is going to do these things while they're actually doing it. Donald Trump is going to use the DOJ against his
While they're
political
doing it.
opponents while they're
they're doing it.
prosecuting Donald Trump, while he's showing up in court, while his mugshot is being paraded around as another image of defiance.
Right.
That's something that they didn't intend to happen, but that mugshot became
Yeah, you're right,
an
Kinder.
image of defiance. People
There's a
put it
few-
on
there's
their
a few
shirts.
moderates
They
and a
put it up
few-
as their
Democrats that
ADI on
I
Twitter and stuff as an image of defiance. big middle fingers.
think
because that's
are
what Donald Trump
authentic,
has been
right?
from
Like Jimmy
day
Dore
one. He has been
is a reasonable
middle
dude. I don't
finger
agree with his
to the establishment
politics,
from
but I think
day
he's a
one.
truth teller.
He said, "I'm not going to do things the way that you
Well, yeah, 'cause he's
tell
not-
me that I have to. I'm not going to lay
he's
down
not
and just
so
do
partisan
whatever
that he
so that
won't
way I can
admit
make
when
$1
things
million
go
bucks
bad.
or $2 million bucks like all the other presidents because they weren't rich before. He was a billionaire and he didn't give a shit." He had big dick money when he got in, so
For
he
what it's
didn't
worth,
need
I
to
mean,
worry about
Rogan's
if he
the
was
same
gonna
way.
be a millionaire when he got out because he knew
Rogan
he was going to be a
will
billionaire.
openly admit that
No,
he's a liberal.
With those moves that you said they
But
will make, and I do
he'll
believe
call
they will
out
make,
bad
I do
liberal
believe that
policy.
violence will happen. I do believe they'll try to do some shenanigans. To her point, and I want to see what you think. I think the bigger the win, the less of, not saying at all done,
Yes, I
but the
agree.
less of the crap. And do you think that too? as well?
It's gonna happen either way. It's gonna
Yeah,
happen
yeah.
either way. But 100%, the bigger the win, the less chaos in the streets. Absolutely, 100%.
And also, not only is it going to be less severe and stuff, it's going to be less tolerated by the normies that I keep referring to.
Thank you, guys.
Shamoose is back.
Phil,
Phil, cover.
You know what's funny
Shamoose.
is they always push the
Our
they always
favorite
push the,
Catholic.
well, he's pushing hatred, right? He's
Yeah.
pushing hatred. It's literally the only thing that they've been campaigning on right now.
Yeah, it's exactly like like we were saying just a little while ago. It is they will go ahead and accuse people of exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're going to say that he is pushing hatred while they're calling people Nazis, while they're saying that the Republicans want to or while they're saying the deplorables, while they're saying the garbage people, while they're saying the maggots. Right?
Yeah.
But it's Donald Trump that's pushing the hatred. They'll call you names and then they'll scream that you're hurting them while they do it.
And it's not just like one person. It's not just one person. It's the entire
Sibling
system.
rivalry.
It's the media. It's academia. It's everything. It is shaping that narrative of pure hate.
Mike Benz was on.
That's
he talks
right.
about it. He calls it the blob. And it
Oh, what's that
actually
term? What's
is,
that
and the
phrase?
media is a part of it. So it's
Scratch
the
a communist,
State
watch a
Department,
liberal
it's CIA,
bleed.
and it's DOD. It's the
I've never heard
official,
that.
Something like that.
Official policymakers of the United States, the media, and for a time at least,
There was a really
all the
good
social
episode
media
of the
networks
Culture
and
War.
big tech were all
Tim
of
Pool's Culture War
one
podcast.
big
That's every
blob
Friday
of power.
with
And honestly,
Sargon of
if-
Akkad
if
and
things
his
end up
one
the
of
way
his
that they
other
look,
podcast show
Donald
guys.
Trump and Elon Musk.
Yeah, you told me
took
about it. I
that
was supposed to
on,
watch it, but I forgot
and
about it.
they're
You got to
possibly-
watch it
and
because
the
the
fight
whole
wouldn't be over. I'm
argument
not
is
saying
that
it's done,
liberalism
but they are standing up to the blob.
automatically
They're
leads to
two-
this.
Two dudes, just guys.
Yeah, I mean,
standing up to the
Like
blob.
even
This is gonna
even
be
classical
very, very
liberalism
big for the next 4 years. If Trump does
is
win,
just a precursor
it's
to
going
this.
to mean that podcasts
Yeah,
will
I agree.
own.
I agree
political
because I
media
mean,
landscape.
you look at
Cable
socialism, right?
TV's
What did
done.
And YouTube cartoons also.
And-
YouTube
and-
political
Lenin
cartoons
say?
own the political landscape.
The goal of
Probably not,
socialism
but-
is
No,
communism.
well, let's just see how it goes. You can't rule
It's the
that out
same-
because we haven't seen this happen
like-
yet.
Could you imagine if Trump comes out?
come on, let's
One
just-
thing
Doritos
leads to
says
decisions
it
that
was,
just
largely
broaden the
not
gap
our
further and
efforts. It
further.
was this cartoon, and he shows
Freedom
and then more
Tunes.
becomes
And he starts showing
acceptable.
my videos.
And
Just-
once
they-
that's
they-
more
New York
things
Times
that
just called
are a
North
little
Carolina.
further down.
And it's
become-
funny because
So, I mean,
you
look
could
at
have called it a long time ago,
most
but now it's
perfect
confirmed.
perfect
Of the
example
swing
that's
states, New York
something
Times
that we're
says
dealing
Trump
with right
has
now.
won North
LGBT.
Carolina.
Saying
Georgia,
Georgia
just said, right?
very likely.
Georgia's greater
Back
than
in the early
95%.
2000s, late
And,
90s, early 2000s, gay
PA's
people said, we just want to be left alone.
Right.
It's like, okay, yeah, great, we'll leave you alone. And like, oh, well, we just want whatever that term was. It wasn't marriage, it was civil unions. We just want civil unions.
Yeah.
And then they're like, all right, fine, we'll give you civil unions. And they're like, oh, well, we just want marriage. And they're like, fine, we'll give you marriage. Like, people like me are like, whatever, dude, go ahead. I don't care.
Well, we just
Get
want
married.
like, chicks with dicks in the girls' bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. It's like as soon as you give them a little bit, they always ratchet it. It's a ratchet. You can't go backwards. It's only forward progression.
Kinder, I understand that because that's what I used to believe, but after listening to them explain it, I came out with a different idea.
Friends together, which is how you should do it.
And I can't argue against you because I can't remember it. But
These people need to be humiliated.
Yeah,
and
no, I
shamed.
agree with what he's saying though. Like I always felt the same way, like, but from the opposite direction, right? Like most libertarians, I think it's the difference between like, there's obviously libertarianism is a very wide range, right?
yes,
Like you have your ANCAPs, and then you have your ANCOMs, and then you have everything in between.
Right.
But like I always thought that libertarianism came from a conservative viewpoint. But a lot of libertarians will tell you, no, it came from classical liberalism.
Right.
And it's like, I mean, I think at a certain point, classical liberalism also did change.
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, right? When you're talking about like the Enlightenment era, when you got all the writings and all the philosophers that came up with the ideas that led to the U.S. Revolution, and the what was the basis of the foundation of our founding documents, stuff like that. And then very quickly after that, that same quote unquote ideology gave us the French Revolution, which was entirely different.
Right. Try to find episode.
Yeah, I haven't seen Sargon of Akkad in forever. Crowder used to have him on all the time back in the day.
All right. Videos. No. Live. Podcast. Live. What's his real name?
Sargon of Akkad?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Why are not all the videos on here? Oh, you know why they're not on here? Because they were on Tenet before the scandal.
Was it back in like 2019?
No, they were on Tenet Media, and Tenet Media had that scandal.
I had never even heard of Tenet.
Fact that you cannot do anything right.
I'll try to
as a
find
young
it for
man
you,
and
Kinder,
get
but I
the
don't know where to
approval of
find it right now.
Democrats. For women, I do think that the trans issues really do matter, and I think it's more about women that care about their daughters going into the bathroom with a man, possibly.
I want to play this clip from CNN for you guys.
Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Scott Presley.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters.
Is it Hilad doing the Trump dance?
Is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very slowly.
They're all doing it.
Bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope.
First of all, there's
Show us how it's
two,
done.
and it's this.
Oh, okay, you're right. I was pumping down.
And the golf swing. Well, you were driving a car over here.
I'm just dancing. I'm
I
having
feel
a
like
good
hold on,
time.
I feel like he did one of these.
I
feel like he gave us one of these.
Enough. Everyone now is doing the Trump dancing.
You know your libertarian philosophy?
Yeah.
So Harris campaign put out a memo.
He also did this. He did
Hey, the Harris campaign.
That's true.
Guys, the Harris campaign put out a memo that says get some sleep. We need to wait until 3 a.m. to determine who won.
Nuh-uh.
So listen. Subject, what we're seeing so far. Team, as polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, we have seen incredible turnout across the battleground states, and the closeness of the race is exactly what we prepared for. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectation in Bucks County. We don't have election day
Dude,
results from
Minnesota used to
Philadelphia, but we
lean
do know that
Democrat,
we
now it's
overperformed
toss-up.
Turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but we do know what What we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else and hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong enough turnout throughout the early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of votes remaining in Delaware.
What kind of libertarian are you?
Counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties.
I'm a Mises Caucus guy.
Where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 and 5 a.m.
So I have this
If you're explaining, you're losing,
Axios
right?
national correspondent posted a portion of this memo. So it appears to be confirmed.
Yeah.
It's a long, copy sounding memo.
If you're explaining, you're losing, right? But that doesn't mean that they're not going to go pull out extra stops to change the results that they're getting.
It's a cope, but you have to wait till the middle of the night.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, because they've done it before, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them do it before. So
Nice.
this is very clearly in very bad taste.
Yeah,
In
dude.
2018, we saw the same thing.
Ron Paul's where it
In
started
the
for most of
midterms,
us, I think.
The day of, it looked
If you're
like
under the
Republicans
age
had
of
won,
like
and then
40,
we wake up the next day and
45,
they're like, oh, we found a bunch of ballots.
you probably started with Ron Paul.
You said they're not, Tim.
Well,
You said they can't.
certain states have
I
ruled
said
that they're no longer
Republicans
able to
can
do that.
No. Federal court has ruled ballots that come
Circuit.
in after. Yes, federal court has ruled that after election day you can't count ballots. It's illegal. Republicans will likely sue, and we're hoping the Supreme Court then throws it all out and says you cannot bring in votes after election.
With the overnight ballots, weren't most of them like 98%?
See, even the ones on Tim's website are gone because of Tenet Media.
You could probably find it on you could probably find it on actual podcast if you knew where to look.
True.
Called Oregon for Kamala Harris. That was obvious. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up 3 points with 68% reporting. In Michigan, Donald Trump is up 6 points with 35% reporting. It is looking good for Trump in all of the blue wall states. How about we just call it the Rust Belt from now on? New York Times, officially now, every swing state is likely or going to be Republican. All of the swing states right now, it is lean.
Carl Benjamin's
I'm sorry,
his name.
It looks like it's likely.
Carl.
It says likely or very likely.
Likely or very likely.
It looks like Michael Knowles
let's
is
see what
heading over to
happens when they
Timcast.
pause the count, and then we get a bunch of ballots at 3 in the morning.
Well, we're all having a good time tonight.
Here we are.
Well,
Oh, my man.
One of you guys stay.
Mayflower cigars. I want to get me a box.
We lost.
Cigars. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to light them up yet.
Come on, man.
Are you guys celebrating yet?
You gotta toss me one of those.
We're not celebrating.
How you doing, brother?
Something about not counting your chickens too soon.
That's right.
Someone just put a little pappy in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. Glass.
Pappy. Ooh.
I could use a glass.
Where did the glass?
Where are the glasses at?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody grabbed me
wonderful
one
people
too.
at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for
Hey,
this
brother.
delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
This set right now is like the start of a bad
I was
joke.
going to wait to celebrate, but that was
Two
before
Catholics, a
Tim
woman, and a
brought out,
beanie
like,
walk into a bar.
Yeah.
Well,
You might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
exactly.
I'm tempted to do
You
it.
look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
You look
You know,
absolutely-
Actually, I guess
He
it'd be
looks
3
all right,
Catholics.
yeah.
'Cause
Is the word.
that chick said she
This
prays
is
the
my
rosary.
Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel
that's cool.
that the right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good though.
I hear you. No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You think he's a new
You
Ross
can.
Perot?
Thank you. Well, I'm just asking. Listen,
I think
whatever
Ron
ones I
Paul
can
was
get.
the original
This- it's
Bernie
the art of the
Sanders.
deal. I was asked
The Republican
earlier.
Party stole that
The
nomination
light,
from
the
him
dark, the
in
big, the
08.
small.
I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it Dawn in America? The dark one is the Mayflower Dusk.
Do you
You
expect them to
clearly don't
deliver it
watch
to
his
you?
podcast because I do, and I know the names
That's
and the
so-
smoke.
Kinder, I'm
wanna
showing you the
advertise it instead of it?
Spotify link to the episode. I don't have a specific clip, but the whole
Ladies don't
episode
smoke
is
cigar.
How dare you? I caught that. If I didn't catch that,
called
my
The
group
End of
over would be
Liberalism.
Instantly. Humiliating.
I gotta pull that
Humiliating.
up.
This is the art of the deal. They asked me to do
I
trivia
just showed it on
camera
Twitch
about
chat.
elections
Yeah.
for a cigar, and I was like,
I'm gonna have to
I'll
pull
get
up
something
the
wrong and look
Twitch
stupid. No.
on
Like,
my
I'll just ask
phone.
Michael for the hookup. Boom.
Because I don't have
And we're
Spotify on my
We're in.
computer.
When
I have one in
it's
my
good
handbag.
advertising, it's free.
Exactly.
you
Exactly.
So Michael,
Yes.
89% chance of victory says the needle.
I've been watching the needle all night because people said beware of the needle. The needle betrayed its partisans in 2016. But you got to remember, the needle betrayed its partisans because it started out for Hillary, and then it moved toward Trump. This time, it's not that it's been totally consistent. It's kind of stalled down, doubled back a little bit.
I hear that,
but
dude.
it's
I hear that.
basically moved consistently.
Yeah, I'm
in
a
Trump's favor all night,
Keynesian
including
minarchist.
for the popular vote.
Like,
yeah,
you absolutely.
Which
Whiskey
is
and I have
exciting.
talked about it
Pretty far
before
over
and
for
on our
popular vote.
podcast. And everything. Like,
for him.
you
I
can't.
think now we're past one, and so it's
Anarchism
the popular
doesn't
vote
work.
doesn't
It's
matter,
not a
and
thing.
It actually offends.
Eventually, you find strong men. Strong men rise up, and they become your government.
Yeah. I call myself a conservatarian.
Doesn't matter.
That's right.
Mu Dang the hippopotamus actually said such and such, and you think it's not in the Constitution. And but really, if the
Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, the two of the blue wall states, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's looking really strong right now. So there is a chance. The other thing I was wondering is, are we going to be here all night? It's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't get to spark up my Mayflower.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know. I spoke earlier today to Senator Marsha Blackburn, our senator here in Tennessee. And I said, okay, Senator, look, I'm not asking who's going to win. You think the Republicans are going to win. But what time? And she said she thinks we get to 270 before midnight.
Wow. Listen,
I think so.
did you hear what
All
the
right.
Harris campaign is saying?
Nothing. I heard they stopped responding to
Oh
reports.
no, they said something. They sent out a letter where they were. We were talking about this just before you came on, where they were basically saying we're expecting votes to come in late tonight, so this isn't over.
But I want to give a shout out to Lisa, who mentioned she's got sources at Mar-a-Lago. They think they won.
They think they won. They're
saying
operating.
Internals are showing that they won already, but
Lisa, come back on. I'm going to
Yeah,
sit.
hold
I'm
on.
gonna sit
Let
out for a
me-
while.
Can I get a cup?
I won't read it out loud.
Lisa is sharing secrets with Michael Nolan.
Oh, but you can make faces though.
Yeah. I see a picture there.
Lisa,
That is low for sure.
Lisa, forward that to me, please.
Lisa,
I
you
wanna
got to
see
show
it.
me
You see that? You know,
Knowles, what's going on?
No. What
Our
happened?
senator here in Tennessee. And I said, okay.
We were talking about this just before you came on, where they were basically saying we're expecting votes to come in late tonight, so this isn't over.
But I want to give a shout out to
Yeah.
Lisa, who mentioned she's got sources at Mar-a-Lago. They think they won.
They think they won. They're
saying
operating.
Internals are showing that they won already, but
Lisa, come back on. I'm going to
Yeah,
sit.
hold
I'm
on.
gonna sit
Let
out for
me-
a while.
Can I get a cup?
I won't read it out loud.
look at
Lisa is
this.
sharing secrets with Michael Nolan.
Oh, but you can make faces though.
Trade.
I see a picture there.
Lisa,
That is low for sure.
Lisa, forward that to me, please.
Lisa,
I
you
wanna
got to
see
show
it.
me that.
Knowles, what's going on? Come on, in many words. In many
This
words.
is unbelievable.
Well, the first thing that's going on is I feel very cool because I have information now that you guys don't, and it makes me feel like a real cool guy.
Well, she texted me that, so.
now I've got to go.
All right. This is. I'm actually not surprised to read that the tenor at Mar-a-Lago is pretty jubilant right now. You got to remember, I mean, the public polls until you had that crazy outlier from Iowa in the past few days, and
All right, there we
these
go.
kind of last minute.
I just downloaded that episode.
Nonsense things. The
I'll
public
listen to it
polls
tomorrow
were
at work.
looking good for Trump.
Agreed.
And so the public polls compared to the internals are, it's like night and day. Okay, so if that's what we were getting, the campaigns were getting much better information. And given the way that things have skewed tonight,
Yeah, exactly. Nerf.
probably the Trump campaign went into tonight feeling quite confident, more confident than we Trump supporters out here.
They were speaking very confidently leading into this. And I understand that when you're running a campaign, there has to be a certain degree of confidence or else people aren't going to turn out. But especially with J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan, the noises he was making didn't really make it sound as if he was desperate exactly.
Mr. Knowles, I wanted to ask you about one of the more potent issues that the Democrats are running on this election cycle, and it's obviously abortion. I know you guys here at the Daily Wire are extremely pro-life. Nowadays, Donald Trump and the campaign is saying that they don't want to move forward with any sort of national abortion ban. Do you feel as though the Trump campaign has abandoned the issue, and do you have any reluctance supporting them because of that?
No, I don't think the campaign has abandoned the issue. Of course, there's always some confusion
I know
and
lives.
confusing messages that come out of any campaign.
Welcome in.
Where there was confusion, I think it was resolved in the right way.
If he
when
wins
President
any
Trump
of
said
the
he would
three of
support,
those, I think he wins.
Pro-life in the.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
he
so-
already won
in
Georgia.
Florida
He already won
and
Georgia.
elsewhere.
You can win
What
Wisconsin,
Trump has
Michigan, or
said
Pennsylvania.
is that he
Game over.
is pro-life, and we have to.
Granted, that's if
what
Arizona,
he says.
right?
And so when he says
Yeah,
something
that's
like
if
that, I
Arizona.
don't think he's really talking about the substantive
Which
issue
is
of
looking
abortion
good.
so much.
But if
as
he gets Virginia,
prudence as
he
a
can win
political
any
virtue,
one of
which
those
Aristotle
three.
tells
He
us
either
is
needs
actually
Arizona,
the
Virginia,
paramount political
and
virtue.
one of those three.
And so if you were to come out and say, no,
Arizona is
I
looking
believe
tight.
in my heart of hearts as a matter of principle, we need
Looking
to be
really
able
tight.
to kill kids up to 14 weeks, but not at 15 weeks. And if you said something like that, I'd say, okay, well, I don't know where that's coming from. Here's what I know, though, for a fact, because Trump actually has a record that I can look at. I know
They're
he's
still
the
all
first sitting
tight, but-
president ever to show up to the March for Life. The Bushes didn't do it. Ronald Reagan
good
didn't do
point.
it. He's the first one that did it. I know that he appointed the judges that actually overruled Roe v. Wade. We've been trying to do that since 1973. It actually happened under Trump. I know that when Roe v. Wade was overruled,
You know what's insane to me? Look at that.
abortion
Look at
went
that
back
map.
to the states because the Supreme
Maine
Court said there
doesn't
will
have
not
all
be
of
a
our
federal
ballots
law.
counted.
This is not
We
a
have,
federal
like,
matter. They would strike down
2
on it.
million
So
people
for
in our
President Trump to
state.
say he's not going to pass a federal
Florida
law,
has,
well,
like,
okay, he's just listening to what the Supreme
5
Court
times
said
our population.
2 years ago.
And they
Florida-
got all
Goes back
theirs
to the
counted.
states. This
Florida
totally
was locked
changes
in
the
for
calculation.
Trump
And I think this is where
like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago.
However, I think
Yeah, it was like 9
sometimes
p.m.,
people
like
in the pro-life
9:30 p.m.
movement have
Which one was it? One of these was
misinterpreted what it meant when Roe v. Wade got overruled. It's not as though
one of
it
these
just
was
pushed
locked
us
up
down
for
the
Trump.
field
It
and
might have
that
been
was that.
Utah.
It pushed
One
us
of them
down the
was
field.
locked up for Trump with
It also
0% of the votes.
It was Montana.
Everything. To use an example,
Wasn't it?
Before Roe v. Wade was overruled, it was in the Republican political interest to take a
And then
strong
Hawaii.
pro-life stance in the national platform. It's a good thing to do also, but just as a matter of political prudence, it gave them political dividends. After Roe v. Wade is overruled, that might no longer be the case. So we still want to fight for life everywhere. I mean, reasonable people can disagree with that. We'll see how it pans out over the years, but the goal remains the same. We want to end abortion. We want to protect innocent life.
So I just want to talk. They're talking about abortion now, right? And how the Trump campaign's not pushing for abortion bans and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Boring was talking about this on something recent. I think it was something I listened to earlier today. So I forget what I don't remember what the podcast was or why I was listening to him. Might have been earlier tonight before we went live. No, Jeremy and Ben went on Tim Pool's show yesterday because Tim's in Nashville in their studio.
Yep.
So they did an episode. They had them on last night. And Jeremy was talking about how as a 100% pro-life person, I can support somebody who's not a pro-life candidate because it's policy that gets us more life than previous.
Wait, what?
He says it's okay as a pro-life person to support a candidate that is not pro-life if their policy gets you more or gets you less abortion.
Then they wouldn't be pro-choice.
No, I didn't say pro-choice.
You said the candidate that would be not pro-life, which would mean they're pro-choice. You're either pro-life or pro-choice.
Right.
It's a binary. You either
Right.
want to kill babies or you don't.
Right.
Right, so how would you have a pro-choice candidate that would move the football of liberty toward less abortion? That's what I'm confused about.
I don't know if it has to do with liberty here at all. I don't.
Well, I'm saying like it is liberty. Like you're
Yes, yeah,
you're
yeah.
removing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
right
Right,
for
right,
someone to
right.
live.
Right. Donald Trump has done more for the pro-life people than the more pro-life candidates have done in the past.
Yeah, but I would consider Donald Trump a pro-life
But he's not.
candidate. He is though.
But he doesn't.
Because he,
but
he supports limits. And he put it back to the states for the individual.
right, but he would not sign an abortion ban if it were to come across his desk.
And he absolutely shouldn't. We live in the United States of America. We have states' rights.
Right, but even
I
if
mean,
the
you could make-
legislation,
You could make the argument that, murder is federally illegal. So, I mean, and I do believe that abortion is murder.
that's my point, though. Constitutionally, this is Tim Pool's argument too. He said it being a state's right, he thinks is wrong because the argument is whether or not an unborn child is a person. Under the Constitution, persons have rights.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
And
but I don't think that
if an unborn child is a person, then the Supreme Court should rule on it, and it should be a federal law.
I would also agree with that. Yeah.
Right.
But I don't think that makes Donald Trump a non-pro-life candidate.
But he's not pro-life in his stances, in the way he runs his life, he doesn't hang out with pro-life. He's not. That's not how he aligns. He doesn't act that way. He doesn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Jeremy broke it down in a better way. If I can find the clip, I'll send it to you because he speaks way better than I do.
Okay. No. Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So just because he doesn't personally believe it,
right?
If he supports policy that puts limits on it,
the policy is going to be better than what you have, then that's good. And just like if you were in a state and you're trying to elect a governor or whatever, that's going to maybe not be pro-life fully, but they're going to put limits that are better than you have, then it's still good to support.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, that makes total sense, right? Because, you look at a liberal, they think that
it's zero limits.
They think that everybody who disagrees with them is a fascist, but by definition, they're actually fascists. So just because they don't think that they're fascist doesn't mean that they aren't. The same way that Donald Trump not thinking that he's not pro-life, he still is pro-life.
He's more pro-life than the others. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like we talked about, we always bring it up in the podcast. It's like, liberals watch Harry Potter or Hunger Games and also think they're the good guys.
Yeah.
And it is extremely potent in their part.
For now.
Yeah,
the number one thing by far.
I mean,
2, 3, and 4
as long
are
as you
far down the list after that.
As long as you support limits.
I think you're not entirely wrong.
Not like certain tribes.
That's in large part a product of the fact that
like
Republicans have messaged very poorly on this. They haven't been unified around a single message. The singular message of the Democratic Party is it has to be allowed during the process of birth.
We'll consider that
well, I forgot to get to my main point.
The Republican Party
life begins at conception. Because it does scientifically.
Yeah.
When the sperm and the egg meet, that is now a new being.
Brand new DNA.
And it's like the Bill Burr joke, right? He has the joke about the abortion about people who support abortion, and he's like, oh well, it's not a baby. And he's like, okay, well, say I'm making a cake and I get out all the pots and pans and I mix everything up and I put the batter in a pan and I throw it in the oven, and then you come out and you rip it and throw it across the floor.
It's not a cake.
It's not a cake, but if you would have left it alone, it would have been.
Yeah, right. And on the other flip side of that, Andrew Schultz's joke is funny too. Have you seen that one?
I don't know if I know that. I don't know if I know that one.
Talking about a guy protesting in front of an abortion clinic or whatever, or Planned Parenthood. And he's like, I had to say something. And he's like, well, your daughter's looking kind of nice. She's a minor. Yeah, but if you leave her alone. That was so funny. Back to my argument. So Jerry Boring was saying aiming for pro-life law in the country is a multi-generational war. It took us 70 years to get Roe v. Wade overturned. He's saying it's okay to vote for a non-pro-life candidate if it's just if it's in bettering the situation, or if you can better it in your area, or whatever the case. He's like, but the argument for trying to get the country to believe in all life like that is going to be a multi-generational fight.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem with it too, right? So, because murder is a binary, you either kill someone or you don't, right?
Right. Like Peanut.
The problem comes in, it's kind of like what we talked about earlier with the LGBT stuff, right? Originally it was, hey, we just want civil unions.
Mm-hmm.
We just want marriage, and now it's morphed into the LGBTQ whatever of today.
Yeah. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
If you federally ban abortion, which I personally do support, you do have to put in cutouts for women who were raped or something like that. You have to. You can't force a woman who was raped, specifically if it's like incest. Like, you know, if their dad or whatever or their uncle rapes them, like,
yeah.
I don't morally see how you can force that person to carry that child from an intellectual perspective. Spiritually, I think you should carry the baby.
Yeah.
Intellectually, I understand the argument.
Yeah. I'm
but
with
if you
on
do that, it's just like the gay thing.
I agree.
It's just gonna keep moving.
You added a carve out. We'll take another carve out. We'll take another carve out. Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree. Tim Pool says this too. He's actually pro-choice, but I forget how he words it, but his argument is, I think there should be cutouts for rape and all that stuff because you can't force another person to give up their body for another person.
Yeah, and that's like I said, that's a good moral argument.
Right. But as a Christian person who's like, you know, if you're going to try to walk in Jesus's footsteps, you would say, I think you need to sacrifice.
Yeah. Absolutely.
If you want.
Cheers for coming.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Nice jacket, bro.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah, what is that? Purple velvet?
You're leaving the
nice
leaving the
one.
cigar?
So it's what I was saying about the pro-life thing is like I've always my whole life been pro-choice. Like, yeah, if she wants
He left
to,
the cigars.
Tony Mac is back.
What's up, homie? Just in time to hear this immeasurably beautiful.
How's the party? How's the sentiment? What are people feeling?
I mean, it feels pretty optimistic from what I've seen outside. Everyone seems pretty stoked and pretty
stoked.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Stoked,
We're
bro.
chilling.
So
Yeah,
I'll
we're
wrap it
chilling.
up.
I wanted to get chicken wings.
Oh,
at
yeah,
some point.
fuck yeah.
Have them bring them in.
It's
or
not
something.
gonna. I'm not eating chicken wings on this show.
Come on,
People
guy.
wanna see your tongue.
The party.
man. That's what they want. It's a party, baby. It's a new dawn.
You ever see the chat?
So I'll end the story quickly. What I'm saying is a reason to live, hope for the future makes me want to have kids. If I'm afraid for the future and I feel like there's no hope, I don't want to have kids to the point where I'm like, yeah, whatever. If you want to kill the thing, kill the thing. I don't care. What's the point anyway? But when I feel like there's hope,
crap, dude.
I
I hate
really
this
want
guy.
to have
He's a
children.
wacko.
So there's the pro-life movement.
I want to make sure.
I'm
I grab this, 'cause
scared,
we got this
so
great
murder
tweet from
babies.
Tim Kennedy. A list
He's a
of Kamala
wacko.
Harris's endorsements: Taylor Swift, Oprah, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, the Diddy parties, the Avengers, Christina Aguilera, Rihanna, Jennifer Lopez, Madonna.
He
Cardi B,
speaks
Lizzo,
in
Cher, Marc
very-
Anthony, Lizzo again. Usher,
Like,
all of Hollywood, John Lennon,
like
Kesha,
weird,
Billie
like
Eilish.
crystal
With all of this,
worshipping woo
it's
woo,
looking really
like
good for Trump right now. Again, we don't want to count our
It's
chickens.
weird.
Yeah, that's an
but
absolutely
the
insane thing that he
fact
just
we're
said.
where we
Because
are right
I'm
now, let's
scared.
pause right
Kill
here
the
and say
babies.
Trump
Oh,
has
I
a
agree.
massive advantage. It's
I think
it's looking at
yeah,
like in his favor. The Harris campaign is dead silent. They're worried. They're talking about needing 3 a.m. votes. All of these celebrity endorsements meant nothing.
Nothing.
Of course
the
they did.
institutions have failed. They got woke and they went
Speaking of that,
broke
dude, did
on
you see
probably
the,
the largest scale imaginable.
who's that?
This is why I said that the
Hispanic
turning point. And I
rapper
agree that
whore.
it was the turning point for Trump.
Liar, whore, liar, whore, you know it.
That was, but
Oh my
God,
God.
what's her name?
look at these
Nicki
numbers.
I'm sorry,
Minaj.
Kamala Harris's poly market
Did you-
odds are
did
now
you see her,
2.9%.
It was
speech?
bad crypto. It's bad.
At
crypto.
the
I mentioned
Kamala
I thought the
rally?
big shift was when he did.
I don't
Yeah,
think
so-
so.
Rogan, or when,
So she went out there
when Theo
to
Von
give
and
her
Donald Trump did the show. Donald Trump
opinion
went on Theo Von show. Shout out to Barry
on
Trump for putting
why
that stuff
people should
together.
vote for
It was
Kamala.
only because people
And the
got to
teleprompter
see
was
and
broken,
hear from
and she literally stood there in silence
Of course.
because she didn't know what to say.
Of course. That's not
It's
their.
ab-
That's not their area.
Anymore.
It's near impossible.
Did you see the one
like-
where Beyonce and the other chick went to the Kamala Harris rally and made a speech and then left because they were just speaking guests? And then a bunch of people in the rally just left because
Yeah, they
weren't
thought they were going to get a
performing.
free concert.
Yeah.
Or these celebrities anymore.
Oh, yeah, they're very out of
so
touch.
good.
And it's a part of who they are. I mean, you also look at this coalition of
That's the
celebrities
problem
and how
when you
far
hitch
to the
your
left
horse
they
to that
always
wagon.
lean and how they lose their career if they're not.
Got a hitch in their giddy
We
up.
put a joke in a video. Democratic or members of Democratic Party.
Yeah, it was one of the
less
other
likely to
Destiny
endorse
Child
Kamala than
women,
members
right?
of Diddy Party.
Yeah, Kelly Rowland or something.
Yeah.
The reality is that's
91% for Trump.
Oh my
The needle,
God.
91% for Trump.
Hulk, I would say very few people.
again for fun.
It's true, man.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's a choice.
I mean, probably the people that were there care.
Some simp.
Because they're dumb enough
we look at the example
care
of all
about
these
what
other states
Kamala
in almost
says.
every other year.
True.
Back in 2000, when it took days and days and days for the ballots in Florida to be counted, we considered that to be a disgrace.
You want to pull your
Now,
mic
maybe
up a little?
Florida had PTSD from all the criticism they
Who,
were
me?
getting about being slow, and now they're on top
Sound a
of
little
it.
quiet.
Part of what happened. So, like after the debacle in
A little
with,
tinny,
George
little
Bush
hollow.
and Al Gore,
I did
Florida
lean
went
back.
through and they revamped their
So
system
lean
and
back.
they changed everything so that
Lean
way
back.
they would never have that happen again. Because to be honest with you, the state of Florida as an entity really didn't like being the reason that there was all that drama. So they went and they looked into it and they fixed the problem. The problems that have happened since with voting and stuff, none of it's necessary. It is all
Is
a
this better?
decision by the people
Yeah.
in charge. And if any,
All right, I'll stay like
states
this.
out there, if you live
If you
in
do
a
it
state
closer,
that
it
has
does
an
sound better,
issue
though.
with counting the votes,
All
get
right.
politically active.
Like-
Go after your legislature and get
This
them
is
to
like the perfect
fix it,
amount.
because you do have that power.
Yeah, you
if
keep
wanna
telling me
try
that,
and get
but
something to
I
happen at the
rock a
federal level,
lot.
It's really hard.
Well, so do I.
It's
But if you start
significantly
here,
easier to get a state to make
it can only get
change,
so bad.
particularly if it's not one of the larger states. But
Fine.
still, the point is, these problems are not actually insurmountable. They are decisions by your state legislature that can be fixed.
And it's not just
Currently mining salt on the Hassan stream. You're a brave soul.
I think DeSantis.
Oh, good lord.
I hate that man with a passion.
Introduce yourself.
Isn't he the guy that used to be on Young Turks?
Nice to meet you.
Joel,
He's-
How's it going,
Or maybe he still is. I don't
He's
know.
Cenk Uger's
DeSantis is
nephew.
running for president in 2028.
Okay,
for
yeah, so
sure,
it's definitely
at
him
this
then,
pace.
yeah.
And justifiably so. He turned Florida around.
I
During
shouldn't say
COVID,
hate.
opened
That's a
it up.
strong word.
He was kind of like
I
a leader
strongly
just for the
dislike that
voting
man.
here, and I know it's not him alone. It's the legislature.
Hey,
He's very
embrace the hate,
persuasive
Bubba.
and influential in that legislature.
Jesus flipped
This
tables
voting-
and
this
whipped
system of
people.
Secured voting. This
Doesn't mean he
rapid
hated
turnaround,
people. He
like,
just
it's
might have had a temper.
It's a benchmark for what we can be state by state. So I think he's going to be.
They're having a very bad time. I can't imagine why.
I do want to add
Like
real
when
quick,
when
the
that
worrying
when
thing,
that
yeah,
when
we're all
that
cheering,
when that
we're all happy about what's
Hassan
going on, but
when that Hassan
Decision Desk
homie
says there is a
made that song about eating the cats and the
61%
dogs
chance
went
that Democrats
viral
take the House.
on the right.
what are they doing?
Yeah, I think they're having a bad time since then.
They're counting ballots. Cover the windows.
This is the same website that said there were
Just want to say
88
real quick,
million
Joel,
chickens in
I've seen
Florida.
your truck. That thing's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Big fan, dude. That thing's sick.
What's the truck?
It says white privilege on it.
Gigantic white truck.
Yeah.
With,
You never
like,
get
the whole
pulled
thing's
over?
White, right?
So you never get pulled over then?
No,
The
I
truck
do.
has white privilege. Oh.
Well, sometimes, but most of the time, I just smile and.
Wait,
roll
he's
down
the
window
uh
of the
he's this
opposite
guy's the
seat.
one who
It's
does
so
like
funny.
Instagram reels and whatnot, right?
I have no
Didn't
idea.
you have a card for a while?
And then you gotta say, is it working?
That shit
I
was
think this is who this
Yeah,
guy
that's
is.
what
I feel like
did.
I've seen him
Sold a bunch of white
before.
privilege cards, and then I bought the truck with the money.
I got my white privilege card. I never leave the home without it.
Is it a Cybertruck?
No, it's a Ford F-350 on an any level lift. So it's like a big lifted truck.
So I think
Nice.
Decision Desk has called the Senate.
For-
maybe not. Who's calling this?
The only thing
Political
bad about
poll
that is
says the
Ford
Senate
put out a
control has
Pride
flipped.
commercial.
Republicans have taken control of the Senate.
They had a Ford wrapped in
So
a
I'm
pride
wondering
flag
who's
of a
calling that.
commercial.
New York Times has still not called it. They're still saying 50 Republican
Gay.
seats.
Chevy all day,
Decision Desk
baby.
screwed the pooch with that
They
88
did.
million
And
people
it
in
wasn't that
Florida.
there was a
If it ain't
bunch of
Mopar, it
them.
ain't a car,
They
baby.
still-
Earlier, they said that 88 million people had voted for Trump in Florida.
But there's not 88.
I don't drink. I don't drink Bud Light either. I'm
They
on
still have Lawrence
PBRs.
County with a tie.
I will say
Trump
this
and
though,
Jill Stein
Kinder.
tied
I
with the
do
same
buy
amount. Clearly,
Budweiser
Jill
Zero
Stein didn't get 21,000 ballots.
because there's not a lot of options out there for the zeros.
Wait, so is she from there?
No. It's a mistake. The Decision Desk has been terrible all night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm seeing political polls is saying that they've taken the Senate.
What about
So-
Associated Press?
It may be AP reporting. Look at this. Greater than 99% chance. Well, I think it's because we're looking at, holy crap, 74% reporting. Hovde
Yeah,
is
I try to
leading by
avoid
2
it too,
points
Kinder,
in
but
Wisconsin.
like I started
Rogers is
mixing
leading
in
by 0.3
zero
with
alcohol
47
beer
47%
with my
in.
beer, so
Michigan is
I
still,
don't
who
drink
knows?
as much
And in
because I'm
Pennsylvania,
like a session
leading,
drinker. I'll just
with
keep drinking.
51.1 to 40.9
So
McCormick.
now I
It
cut
looks
it in
like you
half
may
with
flip
non-alcoholic.
Wisconsin, PA,
And,
and Montana. Montana, I don't know
There's
for
not a
sure,
lot of zero
but we're
alcohol
looking at
beers that
52
taste
or
good.
53 seats.
So
Massive.
By the way, I want to follow up on something. We mentioned earlier that
Republicans
Cardi B
buy
tweeted,
shoes
"We need
too."
Hail
That's right,
Mary."
Hulk.
Great response. Lila Rose retweeted, "Cardi, Mary is pro-life. Prayer emoji.
Well, are we allowed to talk about Cardi B?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what you're going to say.
Wisconsin's at 70%, 76% in, and Trump's up 51 to 47.
Fundamentally, I don't think I've ever seen a more tone deaf, ignorant
Minnesota's
celebrity
definitely
than
going
Cardi B.
Democrat.
And when I saw her failing to be able to read at like a 4th grade level on national television, at first I started to feel bad for her, and I was like, where is her like personal assistant? Why did they let her? She literally called for her personal assistant from the microphone on stage and then proceeded to not be able to read what was directly in front of her. And I was like, yo, this is like beyond poor planning.
I thought it was a very strange choice to when she endorsed Bernie. I think it was Cardi that came up for Bernie early on.
And then she switched to Kamala?
They all did.
That's a bit of a stretch, Kinder, but I get it. There is a lot of Republicans in the skirts.
Or 2020 or
I said something about, she was like,
Trump's got PA.
Yeah.
You don't think they could get
But LA, like a lot of that area too, man.
I mean, look, Philadelphia's got 78% in, and it's 77% Kamala to 22% Trump. So that's big. Trump is up 219,000 votes.
Yeah.
So with 22%, we're looking at there's not enough in Philadelphia alone to come in. Montgomery, it could, but Trump's up 3 points with 84% reporting. I think this is why they're basically saying it's looking like PA is going Donald Trump.
Wow.
Well, in regards to Cardi B, I have one thing to say that is, I wonder how pee tastes like. That was her actual tweet.
She tweeted it?
Did she tweet that?
Yeah, she did.
Didn't she acknowledge on a podcast that she used to provide men with substances and then
Yeah, that
remove
is
their
weird,
wallets
Kinder.
Yes.
while they were under the influence?
But I believe
That
it.
was a very polite way of saying that.
Everybody, let's look at this. I saw this tweet from Ryan James Gerdusky. New Jersey with 88% reporting. Harris is up 5 points. It's 2 million to 1.8. I mean, that's remarkably close. In New Jersey.
What was it in 2020?
That's close for Jersey.
Let's do the shift. Look at this shift.
Oh my gosh.
So these little arrows show you the direction. Everything.
That's
is going.
crazy. Look at that map, dude.
That's from 2020 to now.
Yeah.
That's a benchmark. That's an analytic. That's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Surely is.
So look at all these arrows shooting to the right. I mean, that is massive.
Nothing moved to the left.
I mean, you got some in some places outside of Atlanta.
Very few places.
Very few. Look at this.
And look at the place.
Your mic's muted again. Did I mute it?
I don't know.
Or did you mute it?
Look at this map.
Oh no, it was me. Sorry.
Let's just stress this. What you guys are seeing.
I was trying to get my pop filter off.
Oh, okay.
The bigger
Can't figure out how to take it off. With it this close to my mouth, I don't like it having it on.
You can see.
Oh yeah. Well, you can move it back like a little bit, but
overwhelmingly, the
I'm right here.
Midwest and East Coast has shifted to the
I'm
right.
locked in, baby.
There was
Locked
a post
in.
I saw from Aaron Rupar, and he said,
"Hell yeah, fuck yeah."
I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, look at Maine, and
people are gonna
Maine's
blame Russia, they're gonna blame
exactly like I was saying. Maine
But people need to
never
accept
changes,
that America
ever.
wants what Trump is selling.
That's right.
He then goes on
Like-
to add misogyny, transphobia, homophobia.
Maine
etc.
voted
Who
for
cares?
Trump in
But
2016,
the fact
and that
remains,
was the massive
if
outlier.
America wants what Trump is selling.
Like
secure
we
borders,
didn't
better
vote.
jobs,
Maine
and
didn't
none of
go
this
for
nonsense.
Bush.
I think that's right.
It's
So
always
Trump is
Democrat.
constantly referred to as some
Maine's
far-right
weird, man.
fascist Nazi candidate.
Yeah.
The reality is his perspective is very, very moderate.
Like
I
the
mean,
only reason that
basically
we're
a
even
New York
considered like
Democrat
a
from 2008. He's not a
purple
far-right
state
person
is
by any
because
means.
we
And his
do elect
positions
some
are actually
Republican
pretty
senators.
in line
Mhm.
with at the very least what most voters consider to be palatable. Now the thing is, he will say things in very bombastic ways because he's an entertainer, and frankly, it works for him because it gets him in the headlines. But the Democrats will take him, somebody who says extreme sounding things, but ultimately has a series of positions in his platform that the average American would not even consider remotely extreme. They try to paint him as
Like
extreme.
tonight,
And then
Angus
they'll
King
bring out
won
people like
the
Kamala
Senate seat
Harris to
that he,
very
he was the
softly
incumbent
and
Yeah.
gently
against
say
a woman
extremely insane,
who
unhinged,
is an
extreme
army
things,
vet.
But because of her tone, it's not crazy.
She was a
Now,
surgeon,
unfortunately, even though that's their usual strategy,
doctor.
with their political leaders, it didn't work very
And
well with
she's
Kamala
done a lot of really
because
good
she's
stuff.
not as talented a communicator.
And then
as
we
they
had
would need to
Angus
get that
King, who
message
did
across in a
nothing
way
as
that
our
doesn't
governor
sound
for
threatening
8
or
years,
upsetting or
and then has
repulsive
done
to the
nothing in the
average
Senate
person.
besides vote
She sounds
Democrat for the
silly,
last 8
she
years.
cackles
Every
to
time you
herself
say
a
his
lot,
name, I just
she
think
trails
of
off, She
AC/DC.
doesn't know how to speak without a teleprompter.
Oh, yeah,
She
Angus.
sounds either very foolish or very angry. I'm not sure if you have been seeing the clips of her floating around, these cheap fakes, as I'm sure the media would call them, speaking in different accents to different crowds. trying to quote the Bible, just generally embarrassing herself.
But she's a black woman.
But she's a black woman, so that means we have to vote for her.
Right.
So yeah, she has the good skin.
Let's switch off. I feel like I'm
And
just
Donald Trump will
favoring one
bring
of them.
him on the carpet and force him to admit he's a man, and then say,
Then he could stay.
then he can stay.
For those of you who haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see also because here's the
Dude,
thing.
look at that,
Congress
dude.
is still a body
Michigan.
of the government. The president doesn't
How
just get to
red
make
that
all the
is,
rules,
and
neither does
it'll
anybody
still
in the
it'll
executive
still
branch
probably
agency.
go
So if
to
Neck and
RFK
neck.
decides to get like super
Kamala.
radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like.
Oh,
they
actually,
can
he's up
take power
2
Oh, he-
points.
he's up.
from the executive branch, or these things can get challenged.
He's up in
points.
Michigan
The
and
biggest hold up
Wisconsin.
to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is going to be the courts, right?
They're
there
still
will be a
saying
lot
it's
of
probability
legal
for
cases that are
Kamala.
filed against all of this, and then it'll get held up.
I mean,
The
yeah,
Supreme
look
Court is not
for
gonna
that
take all those
bar.
cases. A lot of
It's
this
like
stuff is gonna
less
get
than
held up.
50% of the
It's
votes
very
are in.
hard to do radical change inside the United States government, and I think that that's overall a very, very good thing. It does mean that there are a lot of barriers to entry in terms of the stuff that Trump is going to try to get done. Like when they say that Elon Musk is going to come in and cut $2 trillion and spend. No, he's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually not possible.
This
It's not possible to cut $2 trillion.
This is also why, if we have Congress and the presidency, you have to ruthlessly move your agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly.
Come on.
Because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016, the first 2 years, and
Stop.
the fact is not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years. And
hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would
and
hope
will be
so.
prepared to hit the ground
and
running.
also any like, traditionally Republicans have always worried that, well, if we advance our agenda too quickly and too ruthlessly, then the other side will be mad. And then when they're in power, think of all the terrible things
But
they'll
this
do.
is actually
And-
what Project 2025 was about, was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap for how to effectuate policy rapidly.
Dude, bro, I
in the
don't
first
believe that
100 days.
map. Look at that.
And Donald Trump, as a matter
Is that
of
the
political
top
expediency,
two? The
distanced
top two
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins, he needs to say,
in
never mind, I
Maine.
am doing Project
Well,
2025.
Are those
and by the
gray
way,
or is that like a light blue?
Made a
Light blue.
tremendous, mistake in not issuing some kind of small Bible of what it said because it was so long.
No
that
way.
The Dems can say anything they wanted about it. Nobody knew.
Northern Maine always votes
Yeah,
Republican.
But I will give you
District
a little
2.
insight. I think I might
There's
be the first
no
to break the
shot
story. When Trump shot down
that at
Project
least one
2025,
electoral vote does not
that
go
was fair enough, because our real radical agenda,
Trump.
Project 2026.
I mean, it's not going to have any
Well, it's
effect
go-
on the
it's
outcome
gonna
no
be
matter what,
five
but
like child's play.
By the way, I mean, it is worth noting here
One
that,
page.
that undoubtedly
Here's the layout.
Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench.
yeah.
against
So
President
from that,
Trump in this next
see
term.
the
Yeah,
big
he's
circle just
76
above
years old.
Bangor?
There's a good shot that Samuel
But
Alito,
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
from
will
there
also be
north,
retiring from the bench,
always
and new
goes red.
justices will be
Yeah, it
appointed
will.
in their place, which will enshrine
66%, 64%,
64%,
65,
because that was a scary
Yeah,
thing.
then-
Clarence
55,
Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's
62.
still obviously very much with it in mind. He's
Yeah.
also 76 years old, and
Oxford,
he's not gonna
Trump.
play the
That's
dictator
this
game for a
is this
game.
is my route.
Oxford County's going
God
Trump.
forbid,
That's
going
my
under
route.
it,
Okay.
and then
Let's not
suddenly
knock
the
Sam
entire-
Alito, though. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of.
That's where I drive in.
Sam's great.
Like,
Justice
Okay,
Alito's
okay.
fantastic. I mean, again.
so
but-
both those guys, though, are a little bit.
Where's
That's
York
like-
County?
On the-
Go down to the
Yeah,
bottom,
by the
very
time-
bottom.
By the time that Donald Trump leaves office
Yeah.
in this next term,
What is that,
Samuel Alito is
55?
78 years old.
Yep.
Right, that you're starting to get into the territory.
69
where
for Portland
you
for
really
Cumberland
wanna
County.
think
Nice.
Yeah,
77
Cumberland County is
about
the
whether
worst, for
you
sure.
want to be
Oh, yeah.
the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration.
Check
And
out
I think
New
one of the
Hampshire.
things that's worth noting here.
Holy
is that,
balls.
we can be the number one.
Hey,
thing that
look,
Donald
my
Trump is
county's
going to
good,
do is
baby.
Not Kamala Harris, right? He is going to stop dead that agenda from moving forward, and not doing the thing is like
Trump won
80% of
Carroll?
what he needs to
Cool.
do.
All right.
It's very hard to think of massive like the things I would want to do.
I'm trying to remember
right?
where
Like
the Lakes region
restructuring the
is.
Federal entitlement programs that are clearly going to bankrupt the country. It ain't going nowhere, and it's not going to happen. Right? Like we're just gonna fly right off that cliff.
It's
at
going
100 miles an
happen,
hour.
as you say, it's going to happen when because that's happened.
Right, exactly. I mean, reality will hit and we'll fall off the cliff, and then austerity measures or inflation or high
85% in
all those things will
Pennsylvania.
happen. But the one
51
thing that
for Trump.
really can do, the biggest thing he can do, is radical deregulation. The radical
71%
deregulation
in
will happen.
Wisconsin, 51 for Trump.
Right, now he's going to go to, he had a ratio of 2 to 1, right? For every new regulation passed, you repeal 2. Now he says he's going to go.
It's like I get it, right? Like this is what he's always done. He's always had these like big elaborate skits and whatnot. It's like we were talking about earlier, right? Everybody that's ever worked for him and left is like, yeah, it's a good place to work, good people, yada yada. But it's way too demanding. Like, imagine how much time all the people that work there had to spend doing this stupid music video.
Yeah.
Instead of spending time with their families.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fun though.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's fun, and he's always done this stuff. But it's like that's why he has such high turnover.
Yeah. But he does. But look at the success too, though.
Police reform to be. Just got to be careful here with some gunshots. Excuse us.
This guy.
It sounds like gunshots. I'll let you know what this is. These seem to be gunshots.
What is this from?
Do you see that gravy seal go running in?
The gravy seal. Is this live? Can't be.
Yeah, I doubt it.
This guy walking around, dude. He's like, what? No cops. That's a funny bit. Oh, man.
To be clear, he continues to deny the fundamental charge that she has, which is that she had this sexual encounter with him in 2006. He denies that?
First of all, I don't know which she you're talking about because you're inventing people. Oh, E. Jean Carroll. Such a liar, she won't even give us her first name. I think it's Earl. I think she had a... I know he didn't sexually assault her, but come on. It was a department store. Who hasn't got a job at the fitting room at Old Navy or the Gap? Is that really a hanging offense? You guys are young, Abercrombie and Fitch. You see a boy with an ass like a nectarine. You follow him around the mall.
That's his fucking catchphrase.
Cake factory. You have to get him mac and cheese. This stuff happens, but he did not sexually assault anybody. Let me make that clear. Or anybody else that's going to come forward with these stories. It's really disgusting. I don't even know that Trump likes women anymore. He's had so many of them. He's tired. I mean, you eat lobster every day, you get sick of it. Yeah, you eat hot dogs every day. You're Anthony Weiner. What? Well, I guess that's it. You have no more questions. And as usual, those were horrendous. They were as slanted as the roof you try to put that guy on in Butler. It wasn't very slanted. That was a dumb remark on my part. You see, they were doing a news report. There was a 12-year-old girl on a unicycle behind the guy doing the report on the roof, juggling axes. So that's it. And I guess I'll see you at the next press conference. Maybe the other person who's running for president should try this. It's kind of fun. You have a good day now.
Oh.
I really think he should be the press secretary. I mean, it would be a lot more fun, but
I
there's a
want
lot
Michael
of fun that we're
Malice.
getting to have right now in this moment. Look, we're cautiously optimistic still. We still think
He's
there's
probably
a lot
alive right now.
of momentum. Everything's looking pretty good. One of the things that I wanted to bring in, guys, we have officially, I believe, won the Senate. I know we've been focusing a lot on the presidential race. Now that's a big deal. So if Donald Trump goes
Dave
in,
Smith's
he's got a
probably
mandate of
alive.
people because he wins the popular
With
vote,
someone,
he
maybe
wins the
with
Electoral
Malice.
College. You've got the Senate. You've got the House. You can start to do some stuff. Now, make sure you do some. But the
Yes.
just
Hey, I want
confettiing
some.
me.
Confetti,
Yeah,
yeah,
there we
yeah.
go. Absolutely. No, but that is a massive deal right now. And look, I'm looking at CNN. I've got a lot of different screens going on. So sometimes if I say, "Oh crap, I got the wrong thing," it's because I've got 7 things that I'm looking at one time. So I apologize. We have lawyers here to make sure that I don't get us sued too badly. But they're going over Pennsylvania right now, and they're looking at every single county and going, "Ah crap, ah crap, ah crap. She's underperforming." That is fantastic
Really?
for us. They just keep going back to these counties. And look,
He's been live like
know,
every election.
that, Pennsylvania has been marked by everybody for a very long time. We have James
Oh,
Woods coming
Dave
up in
Smith
just one
said,
minute here as soon as Steven gets back in. But
PBD.
I just wanted to say, like, Scott Pressler, we all owe
Oh,
you
really?
a lot. right? It's not any one
to
person
say,
that's going to get this
his
thing
race
done,
was
but
just
everybody
too
has played a
close to call.
significant part.
It never was.
So okay, so when you're
Oh, he's doing a
watching,
live audience
are you
too.
Sensing where there is, because what I'm noticing, and maybe I'm wrong with this, and you can correct me with this one, where they're kind of trying to downplay the credibility of Rasmussen. They'll only look at certain polls that favors them, and they're like, no, Atlas Intel, don't look at them. No, Rasmussen, no. They're not even coming to you guys anymore. Is it at a point right now that they can no longer hide?
They try to cancel us. They just can't. We were kicked out of the 538 aggregate for ideological reasons. They didn't like that we talked to Steve Bannon or that we polled on issues like the vaccines or election integrity. We're really the only ones that do it. Those are vital issues that people have really big concerns about. So they couldn't get rid of us, and it was really unfortunate that we were showing that the race was basically.
Oh, by the way, I forgot about this, but PBD, they created a news sourcing thing called VTnews.ai.
Harris is. He's just an extension of the Biden
Okay, what is
administration
that?
really hurt people.
It's just like an aggregate?
So
yeah, I think so.
One of the polls from New York
Okay.
Times.
Was it VT?
If it goes the way it's going,
News.ai.
Trump's going to win 299. Where do you have it?
I think he's
Get
going
over there,
to the
frickin'
Rust
thing.
Belt. I think that he's going to win Arizona and Nevada because that's what my poll said. And I think we're looking at 312 right now, to be honest with you. And I honestly,
News.
he should look around and say he's not going to get enough votes to get over the hump. 87% of Pennsylvanians, 78% of Wisconsin. I don't think she's going to be able to dig herself out of that. And so it's going to be time for the phone calls.
You have any questions for him on the poll side? Vince, Dominic, any questions for him? Go for it.
Candace and Dave Smith.
Dominic, you got a question for him?
No. The question is, how would you react on, because I just checked the Twitter, and there is, I think, very important tweet.
Mother
Let me
whore.
quote it.
Okay, there we
This
go.
is from
I hit the back button
Cardi
on my
B,
mouse.
and she tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." That's her tweet. What's your comment?
Cardi B said we need a Hail Mary?
Yes.
I responded to
I
her.
wouldn't
Did you?
laugh on that. I didn't know she's Catholic.
Cardi B
I
likely
didn't,
thinks
I
that
didn't
Hail-
know she's Catholic, but I think they know. I think they know. Cardi B, and then we've got another one. Has anyone checked on Stephen King? He hasn't posted in 7 hours.
Stephen King.
What we know from internet, people
Crazy man from
are
my state.
leaving their their meetings. There's no comment, and then she, I know Kamala Harris said that she's not going to comment. The question would be, what is going to happen if Harris would take Pennsylvania? What would have happened if she would take Pennsylvania now? Yeah, that would be a good question. What would have happened even if Harris would take Pennsylvania? What would you see about the rest?
I mean, to simplify, Trump swept the Sun Belt, and I think he's going to win Arizona and Nevada pretty clearly. So she has to sweep the Rust Belt.
Son of a gun.
Listen, if this did just come down to Pennsylvania, we might be in a different situation right now because they could drag their feet and take days to count all the overseas ballots or do a little bit of extra counting in Philadelphia or whatever. But if
Okay, we've got
Pennsylvania
Virginia
goes
locked
to
for Harris.
then Trump's still doing really great in Wisconsin and Michigan right now. She just can't get there.
She just can't get there. Mark, did you just say she just can't get there?
I think that's what the odds show. These states are.
Ooh,
pouring
Arizona's
in
tight
votes.
right now.
The statistical calculations
Is
the
it?
New York
Yeah.
Times decisions that have, they show that Trump is the favorite right now. There's just not enough.
Nevada's not reporting
So
anything.
let me ask you, I'm on your Twitter account right now. At what point do you feel comfortable calling the night? When? What needs to happen for you to tweet out, it's over, Trump won?
I think I would treat that now. I think the betting market determined that a half an hour ago. Now, listen, the betting markets can be manipulated, but you're not going to manipulate the betting markets with 2 hours to go. You're giving your money away. So the statistical calculations, New York Times, decision status, the betting markets have all determined that Donald Trump is winning this. She's got to come to that realization soon too.
do you think we'll have do you think most of the people that are still up following this, they'll go to sleep tonight knowing who the winner is, where we will see Trump celebrating at
Bongino
Palm
shut
Beach
down?
Convention Center, or is this going to happen till tomorrow?
Oh, okay.
That's
They
a tough
stream
question.
every time. If you don't
They have options
keep
right
clicking
now.
on it every
One
time I
of them is
jump on it after
essentially
like 10
forcing
minutes, I have to
Trump say
reboot the
that
whole
Oh,
page.
it's ended.
In my opinion, the country's really divided. We have the highest risk of a
Really?
civil war than we've ever had in our polling. People think that there's going to be a violent reaction to this election, regardless of who wins.
About I think 0.8.
Man, I
against
will
Bob Casey. That could be 54 Republican seats.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, tongue in cheek, if there's anybody that's going
What
to
did he say, 54?
right
Yeah.
now, it's she,
He said it could- that could be
name
54.
is hilarious. I don't even know the guy. I don't know who it is, or if it's a woman or a man.
It's not looking good right now.
It is tongue in cheek.
Carrie Lake is down by 6.3 in Arizona with 55% report.
What is going on?
I don't understand how Carrie Lake
Is
loses.
she too polarizing?
No.
She's a terrible candidate.
she
You
is?
can't listen. Donald
He
Trump
is
can be
right.
Donald
Phil
Trump.
is right. She is
Carrie
a
Lake
terrible
cannot be Donald
candidate,
Trump.
but
No one
she's
else-
very popular.
No one else can be Donald Trump. And to be honest with you, like, this may sound sexist, but I don't care. Like, women should not try to act like men.
Amen.
They have different ways of appealing to people, and if a woman tries to act like a man, it does not come across the same way as if it was a man. Women absolutely can do everything that can do things that men can do. I'm not saying that women aren't capable. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be in positions of power. I'm saying that the road to get there is not the same road that men would take.
Caleb Sinan on X says, imagine if there were 46 female
Bill is
presidents in
based.
a row and the first two men got beat by Roseanne.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude, speaking of that,
You made a good point
he
there.
just brought up
about
Roseanne.
Carrie
I
Lake.
saved
The
I saved a
message
picture of
that
a tweet
a lot of people have taken away from
that
Trump, which has
Roseanne was
just
a part
been
of, dude. It was
a silly
savage.
and inaccurate message. Is what Trump taught us is that we should act
Where
like
is it?
Trump. No. What Trump taught you is that you should act
There
like
it is.
yourself instead of wearing a
I'm gonna
mask.
message
the
it
reason
to you on
people
X so
like
you can
Trump
pop it up
is
real
because he's
quick.
authentic.
Seamus, you're going to love this one.
All right, let me hear
Okay,
it.
this is from Storm Robinson.
Viz, you're not
Just in,
totally wrong.
Democrats shocked to learn that women buy milk and eggs more often than they get abortions.
Oh, that is beautiful.
that's a good one.
That is beautiful. I love
You're
it.
right, Seamus. He did teach people to be themselves.
Yeah, I think so.
And I just thought about Rogan. I mean, talk about one of the canaries in the coal mine of reality. Like, the guy's about as based as you can get.
Mhm.
Just sitting there with
All right, there you
beast
go.
for 3 hours with that dude.
I just sent it
being
over to you.
based.
Well, he just says his opinions, and he's not really worried about people getting upset or offended by them.
We have a new
Doing
guest
his job.
joining.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
All right, so we're allowed a small amount of optimism now.
A small amount.
Just
We've been
what's-
allowed.
What's your take
We
on
can,
what's
we
happening?
can count some of the eggs before they've hatched, but not all of them.
Yeah.
You've
Some
been
of the
following
chickens.
along on the outside? What's
I
your take?
have been following along. I think it's unbelievable. This is more than we ever expected. I am expecting election results by 10 a.m.
Easy,
at the latest
easy. We
tomorrow.
said small amount.
Hey, listen, I'm
calm
the
down.
trendsetter here, okay?
All
Bit
right.
by bit, you're getting there. But
Where'd you send
I
it
was
to me?
watching the ticker, I guess.
I messaged it
It's
to you
insane.
on
The
X.
Poly market went to like 91% at a point, which is just. I'm ready. I'm excited.
Oh, it's above that. It's at 96.7.
96.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
They put the music on at Kamala's headquarters, I
They
hear.
turned
They're
the
upset.
news off.
Well,
yeah,
also,
they said no comments or something.
No,
Like,
at the launch party, the news is playing. They turned it off. So now everyone's just slowly thinning out. They're like, we're done.
they're going out to harvest ballots and vote, guys. No,
Okay,
but in all seriousness, another thing to take away from this is that Trump won some of the places he won in ways that
That's
was
funny.
totally unexpected.
Dude,
or were
she's-
totally
she's a
unexpected.
savage.
So there's a
Only because
clip
of
that's going
racism and
on.
misogyny,
It
though.
was almost certainly racism and misogyny, but you're forgetting transphobia.
Right.
You're forgetting transphobia, my friend. But no, Nate Silver was talking
Also,
about this.
what
and
is
there's
up
a
with her
screenshot
husband's
going
beard?
viral of him telling someone
A beard
and
should
he
not
bet him
be that straight.
$100,000 if Trump won
Pretty
Florida by 8
savage.
points. He was basically telling this guy he was crazy for saying Trump could win Florida by 8 points. And now Trump's like, I think it was 14 points.
Hipster
I mean,
beard.
There were people.
Yeah, he literally
supporting Kamala,
flat irons that
claiming
beard.
that Florida was in play.
Facial hair does not
Trump
grow
won,
in
like,
that
14
straight.
points.
So I live in Florida, and one of
I've
the
seen
things that
some people's
all
beards
of
that
the
do.
quarter
I'm sure he
voting
combs
booths,
it,
They all
like-
have Kamala Harris signs. People were putting Kamala Harris signs in their front
Yeah.
yard, and if you
Yeah,
thought
that's
that
true. He might just
people were
comb it with like some
actually
beard wax or
voting that
something.
way,
Yeah,
it
probably.
looked like Kamala Harris had like strong support in Florida, but I mean, everybody that I know, like nobody trusts her. Nobody was voting for her. They just apparently somebody spend a bunch of money to put a bunch of signs out.
Well, isn't it horrible that they're
Also, repeal women's suffrage.
For you guys.
I'm
This
kind
is-
of
this
down
is
with that.
big,
Dude.
and it's,
Not gonna lie.
it's hopeful and copium, whatever.
We continue to be talking about North Carolina.
Most
which has
women
been
didn't even want the
projected
right to vote.
for Trump by decision death.
No, it was
HQ,
Democrat men
but I
that
suspect
fucking pushed
others
it.
will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic pushback there.
Those
But if
Republican
Donald
men that
Trump
gave him
wins
the
Georgia,
right.
North Carolina, and
Mhm.
Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all 7 and maybe 6 to 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else.
I know it's a
projects North
highly
Carolina.
unpopular opinion, but
Well, no, they're projecting Montana.
I'd be cool if we
So
went
in this
back to
clip, quote,
you only
"If
get
the
to vote
exit
if you
polls are
own
accurate,"
property.
Says Mark Halperin. Donald Trump may have the
There needs to
coattails
be
bring in
something.
as many as 7 Republican senators winning Democrat-held seats. We may be talking
I
about
like the
Trump
idea that
realignment, which is in
I've
some
heard
ways more profound than what he did
in order to vote, you have to
2016,
sign up for
because if he had
selective service.
Working-class realignment, young people, Hispanic voters, black voters, and independents.
Oh,
now we're
okay.
talking
So you
about
mean you
realignment
could be a
that's
man or a
seriously
woman?
profound.
Love it. And
Okay.
I think it's important to remember. I'm going to be a little
I
bit.
say
of a
men
little
already
bit
have
because,
to.
Hey, the
Right.
fire's hot. It's not about Don. It's not about him. It's about the movement. It's about making this country legit, reindustrializing our nation, making ourselves solvent.
I just want to pause real quick. We didn't actually celebrate the fact that Republicans control the Senate at all. We were like,
I
okay.
did. I went, woo!
But
You
it's
all
funny
ignored
because
me.
we just
No one
assumed it to be like,
celebrated.
oh yeah, okay, great. But like, no, the Republicans have the Senate.
That's good.
That is confirmed now, done with 51 seats. Now we're hoping it goes to 54.
I'm gonna run and go pee.
Yeah.
To
Beautiful.
55. Are we looking
Beautiful.
at possibly 55 seats? If they take Montana and
Dude,
the
55
Rust Belt, it's
55 seats would be
seats.
wild.
What was it like the last time the Republicans were in control of the House? How many, or in the Senate rather? How many senators
Oh, they did a
were
whole
there?
lot of nothing.
That was
It
2020.
How many there were?
No, I don't know.
Is
I don't remember the
55 like a
numbers.
big
It was-
deal? Is it normally 52?
I believe it was
Or is
51.
It's like 52. If 55 is a big deal, we'll see if Republicans actually.
Or was
end
it
up doing
2018? It
anything.
might have been
Trump Probably
2018.
will. And what I'm hoping for, because we had Lisa Reynolds here. She's saying they're not going to do anything. They're not. I'm hoping that Donald Trump makes them. Gets these things done.
Vice Grad 24 reporting that Donald Trump starts preparing to make a statement in Mar-a-Lago as
celebrate?
his supporters celebrate.
Oh man.
I think JD Vance was the perfect pick and
Yes.
completely syndicated from this. And I wish that there was more people. I read his book when I was in college. We were studying him about class migration, and to see him just move up from everything that he went through has been unbelievable. And I think that he's not going to be a useless vice president and actually continue to build his reputation. He's only been in politics for a few years now. And I think by motivating the Senate to actually pass bills, he's going to take the credit and build
It's-
himself for 2028.
It's my sense
hope
that
so.
he's going to be he will be an active vice president. Obviously, he won't have any special or official powers beyond what the vice president already has. But he does have influence. He does have the president's
Colt?
ear, and I think that Donald Trump is going to lean on him to work in the Senate because he will be there all the time as the president of the Senate. He'll be able to influence other senators. He already has relationships there because he is a senator. So it's my sense that you're right, because he's also a great resource. He's a very, very brilliant guy. He's really smart. So between JD Vance and the
Figured
other
it out.
people that it seems like are going to be on Team Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, I imagine Elon Musk. I don't know how this man is going to have time to do it, but I imagine he is going to be involved in
He'll clone himself.
Alan
It sure seems that way,
who
Colt.
they
It sure
call the
seems that
election
way.
Nostradamus.
But
Called it for Harris, didn't he?
2020,
Harris, and he's
2020,
tracking to
we
be
were winning
very,
until
very
about
wrong. And what I will say about
1:30
this is,
in the morning.
in this
And then we woke up the next day and we were
neocon,
losing.
Party world, perhaps it was easy to predict elections, but when things started to rapidly shift in the social media era, he could not accurately understand or predict what was going on. That being said, the night is young. We don't know. It's looking very good for Trump. I have no idea how they turn this around, and if they do, shadow campaign, I guess.
Fortification, man.
So
Exactly, they fortify.
why isn't Georgia being called for Trump when it's 95% reporting?
It's an absurdity, especially considering there's nothing left. I can go through every single county, and it's all greater than 95% reporting in these urban districts. Chatham County is the only one, and there's nowhere near enough votes to shift anything.
I suspect
What
that
about
they're
on
having
270 to win? What is it showing?
270 doesn't make any predictions.
Oh, really?
I suspect
Oh, wait,
that
wait.
phone
Well,
calls are happening, the kind of which they accuse Trump of. Got to find some votes in Georgia.
Yeah, so the current 270 to win map is just showing
Exactly,
toss-ups from
exactly.
before the election. But I might be able to show the live election results. Currently shows.
It all
so
goes
you're
back,
about
right?
that
The Communist
Georgia has been
Manifesto.
called by 270.
Fast forward that to what is it?
Feels good. I feel like we're resetting the clock back to 2016, and everything's just gonna.
I
be
hope
good
we
again.
are.
Anarchist
I hope
Hand
we are.
Cookbook.
I'm proud of America.
And then,
guys. We really have been showing up and like actually
Go back to the late
making
'80s.
it.
The interview with
Listen,
Yuri
they still
Bezmenov.
deserve some kudos. So
Like,
I want to see like compared. I'm gonna.
it all
I'm
lays
curious
all
to
this
see how
stuff
many more
out.
people have voted in this election, especially the
Literally to
demographics.
the
Real quick,
extent
good news.
of
The
calling
Democrats' chance of winning
the
the House
people
has
that
diminished
disagree with
to
you Nazis.
7.4.
Beautiful.
So Trump needs everything. Need everything. 93% chance to win, says the New York Times. The needle is now almost to very likely, and they're projecting 302 electoral votes.
Yeah, it's the landslide. I've been
Everything
feeling.
except Nevada, which is almost
Well,
it's
it's not a landslide.
63%. Why
It's-
haven't they
it's-
called it yet?
It's a what would you call that? Not a landslide,
Nevada?
just a not
These
a
are,
white
these are
avalanche.
probabilities. These
no,
are
but
not.
it's not saying like leaning on the past. It was red.
65
Small.
is,
Oh,
is-
65.
yeah.
That's
Hi.
exciting, guys.
Who are you?
How are you?
Alex.
Alex, who are you? Tell the world.
Another woman.
Yes.
Pull that mic a little closer.
I have claimed the name Verbal Sniper. So
Tell me more.
talk really fast.
Oh, you do?
Every once in a while. Sometimes
Perfect
I'm
choker.
chill.
Okay.
I'm feeling a little chill right now.
No.
No. TikTok
Instagram?
hates me. I've had like 7 accounts deleted already.
That's not a surprise.
Yikes.
Instagram.
Yeah. Instagram and X.
What are you thinking? You're coming in. You're hanging out at the party. How are the vibes?
I was really nervous when I woke up this
What's
morning.
up,
When I
Coffee?
showed up, I seemed pretty leveled out, and now I'm feeling very optimistic. I am. I feel like Trump.
There's a
has
map right
it.
now.
Of course, this is kind of like a deja vu with 2020, though I know in 2020 was a little bit tighter.
Michael Knowles says nauseously optimistic, and I like that.
James Klug says cautiously optimistic.
I
so
prefer
we're
nauseously,
Yeah,
but-
nauseously.
That's me.
Yeah.
The whole time here.
We're all kind of
PA
having a
is
bit of a
almost
panic attack all
90%
at the same
reported,
time.
51% up.
Pensively optimistic. Because I keep thinking about what do we do next, assuming that this does go the way of Trump.
Wisconsin's
and that we're able to at
81%
least wrestle
reported,
some sort of
51 to
control
47.
of the
Gotta win
censorship
first.
mechanism.
Check out Virginia real quick.
Got to win first.
You rest, get
Sleep.
healthy, work out,
I'm
eat
gonna
really
have
healthy food.
I'm gonna have a goat
93%
cheese
in,
omelet
52
because one of the
Kamala.
first things we did when we got here is we went to
Okay.
Publix and I got
Yeah,
goat
so
cheese
Trump
and
needs
eggs,
Pennsylvania then.
so I can have goat cheese omelets.
Or one of the
And-
three.
He needs
Pennsylvania,
one of the
Michigan, or
three.
Wisconsin.
I think we need a parade.
Yeah.
And he's looking like he's getting 2.
Well, you might need both too,
I'll vote
because
on that.
if Arizona, if Arizona doesn't go,
Like we got to celebrate. My worst
His
fear
way.
is waking up tomorrow morning at a random time, opening
had
my
nothing
phone
on
and
Nevada
seeing, like,
yet.
somebody that I follow saying something. Like I want us to all
weird.
celebrate together because this has been a really
What does
tough
that even
4
mean?
years. It finally feels like it flew by quickly now, but it's been difficult. I graduated college. I
I don't know.
started working my big girl job. All things like
I
that.
was
in the last few
Washington,
years,
Oregon,
and,
and
like, I'm
California.
just excited to get back, and this means a lot for my future too. And I think it
maybe
means a lot for America that
their
we're not
election
willing to take
laws
this.
they
We
don't
have
report
certain
until
lines that
everything's
have gone
counted.
too far,
Maybe.
like the open border, like the crime and the drugs and every single thing going after our children. I don't have children, but some people here might, and the chickens maybe for Tim. But
Hawaii, 0%
but
votes
I
in.
think it's
Kamala
a huge
Harris
step
up,
in the right
0
direction.
points.
So I'm really excited and hopeful,
Locked
and I think
in.
it deserves a monumentous celebration to mark this moment.
Fair enough. I think that you do make
That's
a good
right,
point
Colt.
when it comes to like the negative things that we've all kind of seen happening, and so it's worth taking a minute to say, it is, if this is the case, if it does turn out that Donald Trump wins, because I'm still
Nauseously optimistic.
I'm very concerned about fortification, right? Like, I mean, there
Mhm.
are some. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I'm stepping out real quick. It's been great chatting with everybody.
Oh, dude, this is
If you
a
wanna see
guy.
more of my work, go over to
on Patrick Bet David right now.
YouTube.com/.
This is the guy. Remember I was telling you about him? The Polish guy who was like, what happens if someone comes across your border illegally? And he's like, we kill him.
Oh,
That's
leader-
him.
Oh, the Polish guy. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the leader of Hungary or whatever.
No.
They are they were about to destroy
Because the Hungarian
nation,
leader is based too, right?
future. And thank God it
I don't
seems
know,
like
to be honest with you.
Mr. Trump is the next president of the United States. I hope it will happen. Let's wait.
Amen.
But it looks like this nation was saved again. And Mr. Trump was saved, and that was God's intervention. I do believe, because if you would not believe that God intervened in this moment, what moments would be the God's intervention?
Very good point. By the way, I want to show you guys, Rob, if you can go back to that picture you had up. Look at this powerhouse table. Look at this.
Dana White, he's the absolute
One has
best.
access to a few thousand of the toughest fighters in the world. The other guy's got access to $300 billion. And the other one's got access to the world paying attention to him. All at the same table.
That's a power photo.
That's
for
a
sure.
powerful table right there. By the way, report just came in. If you can show this, Fox just said this. Republicans officially gained Senate.
That's a big win. That's big.
Yeah. Yeah, if Trump...
That's wild. Emily, let me ask you a question.
No, the Senate's more important. I was going to say either house can call for impeachment, but it takes the Senate to ratify it.
Pump.
It's Lil Pump.
Little Pump. What did it sound
Little
like I said?
Pump. It's like little baby. It's
That's
like
exactly
Lil,
what it is. It's Little.
Like Lil,
Isn't that his name?
Lil.
Am I saying it wrong? Guys,
dude, I'm too old for this.
It's
I have no idea.
L-I-L.
Don't make fun of my accent in front of millions of people. This is embarrassing for me.
Little baby.
So Little Pump is here. I asked him a question at 24 years old. He's coming out at 2020 saying he supports Trump. And a lot of rappers in his community are calling him, say, hey, how would you do this? What's wrong with you? For yourself, you're in your 20s.
You want to sell an idea using real-world numbers. You believe all student loans should be forgiven.
Voted for Trump, calling you saying, I'm thinking about shifting. And if yes, maybe share a story or two with us.
No.
So most people my age, okay, so like a year ago, I'd say I'm like a baby. Okay,
Big
not that
bro.
23, now I'm like a fully an adult. But now we're thinking about, okay, I'm going to move out of my house soon. I'm going to have to live on my own. I'm going to have to buy my own groceries.
interesting
I'm going
take.
to have to support myself. And thinking about that today is so scary. This is like a personal story to share, but my older brother is 24, and he like cried to my mom a month ago. He was like, Mom, how is it so much easier for you and Dad? Now, it wasn't easy. They had different problems. But he's like, how did you guys buy a house? Like, I don't even see that in my future. How did you do X, Y, Z? How did you get married? How did you have 4 kids? And watching my brother have to go through that, like, that hurts. It's crazy to think that people my age are going to have to suffer through this shitty economy because,
Okay,
well,
that's
Biden's
not a bad.
senile,
But
Kamala won't be much
who
better.
spent
It's crazy to think about.
$554
That's just
billion?
one of the many reasons.
The
If-
federal government?
If your argument is that we forgive all the student loans and it gets rid of a cost burden, and then we no longer subsidize student loans, I could entertain that.
See
Yeah,
the
but
reality of what politics
here's the
is.
problem.
Like, nobody wanted to vote for Trump.
All
Oh,
debts
he's the
are paid.
misogynist, he's the racist. He's the crazy
If we
guy.
forgive student loans, all that means is the federal government will pay that bill.
Let's change the Starbucks
And who
lid
pays
to
the
be
federal?
black
Where does the
instead of
federal government
white,
get their money?
So my lipstick doesn't stain the cup.
But he's saying that it's costing us anyway.
Scary to think about that woman leading.
I
the country.
understand that.
So wash it out. If you wash it out and you no longer subsidize it and take it off the taxpayer burden,
Is Vinny somewhere in here? Did we lose?
that
Is
I
Vinny
could
with
see.
us or no?
Get rid of
Vinny's
it,
probably
clean slate.
Wherever
Start
Vinny's at,
no
people
more.
are having a blast being around him.
Yeah.
We talked with Vinny
The
about
problem
buying
with
a
that
house.
is you're asking me to concede to pay someone else's college loan.
Yeah, I know.
Jen and I will be out having
Either
dinner,
way,
looking at
either
something
way,
like
you're asking me to do it. You're either asking me to pay for the people
today with a $75,000
to
You're still
enforce
paying
it,
for
or
it.
you're asking me to pay it.
Or you're still paying it, right?
How do you do
Yeah.
that? Right.
That's what I'm saying. I could understand
Either
the
decision,
argument.
either decision, I'm not comfortable with, honestly.
$500,000 house.
Now,
75 after you still
numerically, that makes sense. Very much so.
Right. So it's not as though
I mean,
it scales from here to
it's
there
costing 2.5
equal
times
to
as
how it
much
is
money
now.
as they're bringing
You
in.
can see the slowest places are
Angus King.
Ugh.
bring in a big batch and it can wildly swing these.
And are they calling the Senate seat in Pennsylvania?
That's a good question. Have we called? No.
Also not.
Yeah, we've not called the Senate seat. Michigan, who also is saying
Amy Klobuchar is going to keep her seat. That's
Uh,
absolutely insane.
currently 58%
They won't let me look at
But Michigan's looking
the
very
Senate
good. Donald
map
Trump,
without
52%,
signing up.
Kamala's 46%.
Of course they won't.
And Wisconsin,
Right now, 83% of the vote is in. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris 51%, 47%. Minnesota, which Donald Trump is not going to win Minnesota. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. That Minnesota is,
Yeah,
you know,
Kinder,
fairly
we
free.
talked about that a little bit earlier.
But even
As soon as the federal
Minnesota
government
also
came
said
in
they
and
probably can't
backed
count 'em all
student
today.
loans,
How'd you
there was
possibly
zero
expect to count 'em all
incentive
today?
for
And they're all
colleges to
Democrat votes,
keep
so
their
they have no reason
prices
to-
low.
Yeah. So
Because
I
if the person
wonder
doesn't pay,
if
then the
a
government will pay.
proposition- At least that's how we do it in California. If a proposition
It's
in-
just
in- in
another
all
prime
50
example of
states
how government
were on the ballot next
literally
time
does
that
nothing
people
right.
vote. Counting will never cease until a decision is arrived at in our state. I think most people would vote for that, even Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
You agree?
Oh, yeah. I think.
Yeah,
think
Tony,
just
I mean,
about
you
everyone
do make a good
thinks that this should
argument.
happen quickly, except the people who have a vested interest in it not happening quickly.
Morally, I'd rather pay extra taxes to make them pay their loans back.
Decision desk saying. Or
That's
what is
just
it, Decision
personally.
Desk saying
I'd
86%
rather have my
of
taxes be raised and
now
have them
in
pay their
Pennsylvania.
loans back.
Trump leads 50.9 to 48.
I think it's just setting a bad precedent. Because then what happens if we all then decide that we're not
and
going to pay our
Pennsylvania right
mortgages?
now
Does
showing
everybody
Trump
just get to
leads
keep their
is
house for free?
In Wisconsin.
Well, but the
I think
mortgages
still
aren't federal
84% of the
subsidies
vote in.
for the most
Still
part.
early,
So.
only 61% in Michigan.
Yeah, but
So
a lot of people
early
get
to know.
their
There's a couple of
mortgages
other,
through a federal bank.
Maine, where they
True.
can even split some of their votes, I think. So that's going to be a slow one. But again, what do you do about the fact that Maricopa County thinks that it takes 13 days to count their ballots?
Yeah, what do they claim they're doing for 13 days?
Yeah, I agree, Kinder.
What is the process that takes 13 days to count?
I don't know.
They say they're not.
You know what
allowed
would
to
have been a
start
better use of
counting
taxpayer money?
until They have reached that
Financial
point where the
literacy
ballots are still
classes in
allowed to
fucking
come
high
in.
school.
So, they, I guess, by law, cannot start counting until that point, which seems ridiculous.
That
but
seems like a state in need of a new law.
And the ballots are allowed to come in until when?
What's that law?
I'm not.
Until the Democrats win. Fairly substantial with 84% of the vote in. Still early, only 61% in Michigan. So early to know. There's a couple of other, Maine, where they can even split some of their votes, I think. So that's going to be a slow one. But again, what do you do about the fact that Maricopa County thinks that it takes 13 days to count their ballots?
Yeah, what do they claim they're doing for 13 days? What is the process that takes 13 days to count?
I don't know.
They say they're not allowed to start counting until they have reached that point where the ballots are still allowed to come in. So they, I guess, by law, cannot start counting until that point, which seems ridiculous.
That
but
seems like a state in need of a new law.
And the ballots are allowed to come in until when?
I'm not.
Until the Democrats win.
Right. I mean, it's there. There's been a debate over whether it's like 3 days after. Yeah. So, I mean. That's
No, my
been
argument
a
isn't that
week
you can't
out.
that you can default on bank loans. My argument is that
Do we know the college student vote?
probably the majority of people in the
We
United
don't.
States
And
who
I don't
have
know if you were out there
mortgages
when I said this,
have
but
a mortgage
my
through a
big fear
bank
going
that
into
is
this election, I
backed
thought
by
that
the
Kamala-
FDIC. So therefore, that bank is technically covered under federal law.
almost as
So
like a
if
quiet,
student loans are covered under
victory
federal
that
law,
really-
then mortgages could also be argued for that.
Oh, JBP's on Timcast now.
Up, and we've seen this is like a washout
I'll
thus far.
rewind it a
I know,
bit, so.
nauseously optimistic, but I think that this was a good thing to happen to us. And overall, the country is moving in a direction where people feel
It's all about
comfortable to
setting a
talk about
precedent.
this stuff now. Like I mentioned,
Yeah,
when I was on
humans
earlier,
respond to
somebody
incentives.
who did not look like they would be your average Trump supporter in New York, voting for Donald Trump right next to me this morning in New York City. So I'm positive about the direction of this country, and I really do
what
think that
happened in all the big
Americans will
cities
never
back
forget
around
what it means to be
2020?
Americans. You know, we
You had
stand
all the
strong for
hooligans
freedom.
running around.
think we're seeing
They were
right
breaking
now
into all the
Reuters
stores,
has-
stealing a bunch of crap.
I guess there's no sound.
So
but it
what did the
looks like
governments do?
the
They said,
motorcade
"Oh
Trump's
well, we'll
market
just
is
make
preparing
it
to
so
speak."
that none of them
So
go to
we'll
jail
just-
as long as they steal
I don't
under
hear any sound
$1,000."
coming out of this,
Then
so
what
we'll just wait
happened?
for a
Did
moment.
that
So this
make
might
less
be a
people steal, or did that
potential
mean
victory
more
now.
people steal?
Yes.
Hopefully.
That meant
Hello,
more
sir.
people
How
ended
you
up
doing?
stealing
Guest in the
because they
house.
knew they weren't going to go to jail.
Himself.
Hello, sir.
Tell the world who you are. Jordan Peterson here to offer whatever I can offer.
Dr. Peterson, how do you feel about the results so far?
Well, we'll see if they hold till the morning.
That's kind of
Yeah,
where
well,
we're all
the
at.
margin keeps narrowing, eh? And so that's an interesting thing to watch. But it's hard if you're hoping for a Republican victory to see this as anything other than pretty much everything you could have hoped for. What does he got? The House, the Senate, the presidency?
No,
and
it's.
maybe the
I
popular
mean,
vote?
I don't know if we're there. With
I hear what you're
just
saying,
yet.
Otona.
Yeah.
So
but
decision desk
that
currently
doesn't matter.
has 57%.
You took out a loan.
57.4 that Democrats
When
will
you
take
take
the
out a
House.
loan, you
Oh,
agree to
the-
pay
well,
it
the
back.
Senate has flipped.
It doesn't matter if people
And it's
look at
looking
student
like
loans
there's
as
no
less
real path
important
for
to
the
pay back
presidency.
than their mortgage.
But if Trump doesn't get the House,
There are still
they're
people
gonna
that
try and
default
block
on their
certification.
mortgages.
They're gonna-
And if
they're
you're
gonna
going to
screw with
say
it the whole
that
time, and they're
if you
not gonna
default
let
on
them
your
do anything.
student loan,
Yeah,
that you
right,
should be
right,
forgiven
right,
for
right.
it.
Well, so there's still
Someone who
lots of things
defaults
to-
on their mortgage should also be forgiven for it. It's the same moral argument.
And what's the name of the album? Because I know we do have to go, James,
It's
but I would
called
like to have
Here-
you in the studio and do an Ash Wednesday where we can feature your album and talk about that more, where it's long form and we're not under a time crunch. But what's the name of the album for people who want to go buy
It's
it?
called Hear the Thunder Crack. It's on Apple Music, Spotify, you name it, all the streaming
It's
services.
the same thing with
Or
abortion,
you can buy
right?
it on my
Safe, legal, and
website,
rare. That's all they ever said, right?
jameswoods.com.
As soon as we gave them safe, legal, and rare, now it's all the way up into the third trimester.
James Woods, we very much appreciate you, and tell your missus too that I want to meet her because I've heard the stories about her and Gay William and.
No, but she is like. What do you want? I'm watching Crowder. It's like Jesus Christ. I mean, I was close to saying, look, but I'm going to take you out in the alley. We're going to have this out.
Yeah.
You know, you have to tie one hand behind your bath mat, and then we will go.
James Wood.
Well, James,
your bathrobe.
Seriously,
Hey,
though.
listen. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for plugging the album.
Absolutely. And we'll do
God
an Ash
willing,
Wednesday.
but
Isn't it funny that
Sit
such a
down,
nice
sit
guy
down where we can
only
just sit
ever
down
plays
for
bad
an hour or
guys?
two and talk about this because you know what? I
It's
know
just
that you
like,
don't often get to talk as an actor, right? You're often
that other
promoting a vehicle.
dude,
You don't get to talk about your passions. I get the same thing.
he's an
when I'm doing
Irish
this, and I would love to
guy.
sit
What's his
down
last
and just
name?
talk with you about what it is that inspires you
Irish
because
guy.
that's also
He's
what
got
makes you who
really
you are.
like
But
fucking
tonight,
piercing eyes.
we do have to go. We have some states to call and tell your wife thank you. I really appreciate you making the time, brother.
Always plays a bad
And
guy.
I love being on the show. I love watching the show. I think alternative media has saved us. But you and Elon Musk and all the people who are making it possible for us to actually get news
hell's his
that
name?
isn't tainted corporate legacy media fluffer propaganda for the DNC. You know, thank God that we have you.
Oh.
You offer a great service to us and to this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'll talk with you soon. James Woods, everybody.
Love that guy.
Right. And sorry, Half Asian Bill, I forgot that you were here because I know we have so many. Is there? I don't know if we have any updates that we need to hit as far as.
A couple of things here, and this is.
I think we're getting pretty damn
this is big.
close.
This is very.
Neil
very
McDonough. Is it a
state call?
Is it a
Not
truck?
state call.
Another truck?
This is not a state call. Hold on. Hi.
One second.
I gotta look
Can I
that
just
up.
tell people? Hey, look, I know tonight if you were watching again, we mentioned Rumble Premium.
Yeah, let's make sure.
This can happen tonight, what you are watching tonight, and we're going to be here and still have a victory party with you and other guests. It's happened in spite of every attempt from the left, right? It's happened in spite of that. So you want us to be here for many elections to come. Join Rumble Premium. Right now, you still get the same price as Mug Club. It's the last night. If you want to get this mug, if you want to join James Woods, you click that button right
Oh,
there.
dude,
You
that
get
guy.
ad-free
Yeah.
on Rumble. You get all of the Mug Club network and
Ah,
everyone
yeah,
else who's
dude.
going to be under the Rumble Premium
Yeah.
umbrella. We could not have done this without
He's always a
you,
bad
and
guy.
I'm not going to lie. We were under the gun. This was millions of dollars to
Yeah,
make
dude,
this
he's
happen
such
tonight.
he's such a
And,
sweetheart.
we don't need to
Like,
prove ourselves to
have
him
you ever
because we
seen when
already
he
did before
explains
tonight, and they
why
decided,
he'll
hey, you
never
know
do
what,
a
we wanna
romantic
expand
scene
this.
in a movie?
We really are ready to pull the
Yeah,
trigger
I
on
think
Rumble
so.
Premium, but
Yeah, he's like,
show them
I'm
that
married.
they bet right.
Right.
In betting on you. They bet
Like,
on
I'm not
you,
gonna
the
kiss
Mug Club
another woman.
viewer. Yes.
Right.
Let's go to that really quick. Bring up
Okay,
CNN.
let's bring up CNN.
I want to see if he's saying what I think he's saying.
he's like Mike Pence if Mike Pence was actually cool.
Yeah.
Hold on, he's going to take a minute. Let me just say what I'm going to say first.
To be
Per
fair, I don't think
CBS,
Mike
Kamala
Pence
Harris
is as
not going to speak.
he's
at her
awful
watch party tonight.
for the movement. Like,
Nothing like perpetuating the original.
I think he's a kind of a
negative
coward.
But I imagined he was coming.
But
out
I
and
do
announced
think
something
he's
like
a
that to the
probably
crowd,
a
but
pretty
they've
good
already got
guy.
She's conceding.
a lot of the not
Well, that's what I'm saying.
conceding.
Yeah, that's why I said he's like Mike Pence if Mike Pence was cool.
She's a proud half-black woman who doesn't need to talk. She talks with the actions of not being here.
It's her way of saying I'm not giving up.
That every voice has spoken.
He already has. Shut up.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight,
She is on the rags.
but you will hear from her.
She's doubled up on her Xanax.
Yeah, dude, she is so trashed right now. She probably couldn't put two coherent words together.
The nation. So thank you. We believe
Look,
in you.
let me just tell you something real straight. Bitch don't like losing.
We got to ask.
Yeah, dude, that's a good point, Viz. Hillary didn't come out and say
Nobody
anything
likes
either.
losing, but bitch, they hate losing.
Cedric Richmond, top
That doesn't mean
One of my
she's
favorite Crowder
They
bits
said she
is
was trashed and freaking out.
How much did they need to get?
my favorite Crowder bits is when he does
Seriously, that doesn't mean that. Come on,
iced tea
Pennsylvania
or whatever.
is 90% reporting, and Donald Trump is what, up by
160
to 200,000.
It's your
votes.
worst nightmare.
Hold on, Wisconsin up by a couple 100,000 votes, or 150. I'm sorry, 100,000 votes. I think in Michigan up by almost 200,000 votes, guys.
Dude,
fact
I
check
think
me on
his
that. I'm kinda
first
going off what I've
acting,
seen.
like legitimate acting gig
let's
ever,
go to people at work
was
and get an update from
like
them.
a modern day
Let me know
remake
when you're in
of
that chair, because,
The
I
Most
know we're getting
Dangerous
pretty
Game.
close to,
Really?
I think isn't that Edgar Allan Poe?
All I know of his from is Law and Order. So
Yeah, it was a terrible, terrible movie.
I believe it.
Shake out still. Yeah. However, much better than it might have been. That's for sure.
This is not live, by the way. I stopped it because I wanted to hear what
think
Peterson
Reuters-
says.
potential for 150,000. I think we're about to see a Trump victory speech.
Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is.
So we'll keep this up. I'll keep the volume low for now until we see. But it's looking like Donald Trump is en route. I imagine he's declaring victory. What do you guys think?
I mean, I hope so.
Think so. I want to bring it back to your point real quick.
I mean, if he's up in
2020,
Wisconsin
I
and
remember
Pennsylvania.
the feeling was very like amped up. We were pumped. We felt
And
like
he
we
is
had
up in
it bag.
Arizona,
The
right?
Election, it was totally ours. And now this time,
With how much of the
we're
vote in?
confident
53.
in our abilities.
Hey,
to vote.
It's a
tight
We're
margin.
confident in Trump's
But he's got
abilities,
Michigan
But I think it's more of like a desperation.
by 6 points.
We need a stronger leader.
He's
in
got
this country. We're
Wisconsin
tired of
by
4
4
more years of
points.
whatever the hell that was. And
You got
it's a
PA by 3.
desperation of like, we physically and mentally cannot do this any longer for 4 more years, what Biden and Harris have put us through. And I think that we're feeling that right now. I almost felt a little underwhelmed for a little. I was like, what's happening? I feel like something needs to be happening a little bit more, but I think this almost is like a quiet victory that we're like building up. And if this is actually what we're about to see, which is a victory from Trump, I think this is going to be
Kinder, dude, I'm right with you, dude.
Their pessimism is slowly disappearing.
I gotta be up in
Even if he
Exactly.
says I won, it doesn't mean it's still
4.5 hours.
88%.
Mhm.
I'm calling
Because
it
they
at
did
like
this in
1.
2020. Trump came out and said, I win. 3 in the morning, everything changes.
Yep.
That's right. It's not 3 in the morning yet, is it?
No.
And Dr. Peterson, do you see what the Harris campaign put out in their memo?
No.
That they're waiting till 3 a.m. for votes to come in. And
she's not
Harris
gonna
is not going to speak, and it's looking very similar to 2020. Trump's winning on election night. We're going to go to bed. We're going to wake up, and they say, actually.
So assuming this works the way it looks like it's working, Jordan, like it looks like I think he's going to win. Assuming this.
Yeah,
happens,
as long as
we have an
it
opportunity to
doesn't
shift
narrow
this
too much, Atona, then yeah, there's no way that mail-in is gonna make up those gaps.
Tampon Tim. Class A pervert. You could get. I mean, I think that's basically it. But he's a real weird guy, that Walls.
man.
We're gonna find out weird stuff about him in the future.
He thinks men can have babies. He thinks boys need tampons. He thinks men can menstruate and lactate. Guy's crazy. But he matches. The Democratic Party up in Washington, D.C. now looks like the bar scene from Star Wars. A bunch of weirdos. Have you seen that Rachel Levine? Yeah, walking around in the dress. Ugly dude in the dress. And all of them just walking around, all of them crazy. The thing that I found out, because I worked in a prison for a while, is that crazy people don't know they're crazy. And they surround themselves with other crazy people. And that's what the Democratic Party has done. They built a business model.
It's like that old Ron White joke about the death penalty. It's like in Texas we have the death penalty,
And we use it.
He's like, we put in an express lane. It's like if more than 2 people saw you do what you did, you don't wait in the back of the line. You go straight to the front of the line, Jack.
Yeah.
And he's like, and we had these people protesting about this guy, and they're like, we can't kill him. He's too crazy to know we're killing him. He's like, well, if he doesn't know any better, and it makes me feel good, who cares?
YouTube and the internet, like obviously not, because the entry cost to broadcasting there is 0. You can't compete with that.
Yep.
I think the Joe Rogan podcast with Trump was the death knell for the legacy media. It was so radically successful, and then it was followed up with Vance's podcast, which was also highly successful. Trump's strategy to use the new media in the last month and a half of the
We talked about
campaign
this.
radically
For anybody who's
successful.
watching,
I mean, every single thing he did
give that dude
on
right
the
there
podcast
credit.
side worked extremely.
You're the
well.
first person that I
Why
heard
do you
say
need the legacy media anymore?
that
I
Trump
think
should
they're
go on
completely stone dead. I
podcasts
have
and
no
stuff
idea
like
what
that.
they're gonna do about
Like
that. I
talking
can't
about
imagine in the
like
least what the
the
Hollywood progressives are going
not
to do.
smaller
I think they've
pod, but you know what I
disgraced
mean.
themselves
Like
to the point where
how he went on what is his
the
name,
average
Aiden
person
Ross,
has almost no interest
stuff
in
like that, and
Hollywood
then yeah, he
whatsoever
ended up
anymore.
going on
And that's a very
Flagrant
interesting
stuff like
thing to
that.
see.
Like you're the
It's
first
not
person
like
I
there's
heard
not a
call
new
for
crop
that.
of
I
celebrities
was like,
that
yeah, I
even
forget when
on
that
the-
was. That
on
was
the
what, like
new
end of
media side that
August.
can just take their place. There
Yeah, that
is.
was a while ago.
And so I don't know what the hell the left is going to do. You know, one possibility is that
It was
the
before he
Democrats
started
will
doing it, that's for sure.
restructure themselves and toss out the radical leftists. I mean, I can't see how that could happen, but it could happen.
I hope that's the case. But it's also looking like the projection says Trump wins the popular vote.
Yeah, right.
So it's an outright
Because I know he was
repudiation
doing
of
like
all of
rallies and
this
stuff like that, but
garbage.
it's just like
Well, it's
those are
also
the people
case
you
that,
know you
that
have.
The progressives got hoisted in their
Yeah.
own
I know you still gotta do
intersectional
'em,
dark because black
but-
men tilted hard towards Trump.
He Yeah, needed to- exactly. he needed to
which shows that on
diversify.
the intersectional identity front, they identified more as men than as black, at least a large percentage of them. But it's obviously the case that the Democrat appeal to the marginalized ethnic minority, so to speak, has been a colossal failure. They've certainly burnt their bridges with the working class, which has been the Democrat stronghold forever. Their whole ideological policy has been a cataclysmic failure. Their new candidate has been a complete bloody disaster. I just don't see what they're going to do. And, it's going to be fascinating to watch. But
so we've got something. Here we go.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here.
It was for nothing.
Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
You know what they should have done,
We
campaign
still
workers?
have
They should have taken
votes to
other
count.
people's effort.
We still have states that have
And used
not
it.
been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Yeah, remarkably brave of her to appear like that.
She sent her champion.
We will see. So we also have, I suppose they're waiting now for the. So that's the best we're going to get from the Harris campaign.
Very underwhelming.
I think, you know, the tactic, if we're looking at the devious tactic that's going to come next, is they're going to try and smash up X. They're going to try and break it up, whether that's with the Justice Department or some technical malfeasance destroying the back end. So I think what Elon's got to do is start decentralizing that protocol, because we're going to be able to communicate. It's just through mesh networks where our devices are the servers. Because if we put all our data in singular local places, they're vulnerable. That could be, that's a de facto tactic.
I don't think that there's any kind of problem, or I don't think that that would be a bad thing. I don't see that as a clear and present danger, considering the possibility or the likelihood of a Trump victory.
And I can't imagine that the Justice Department in the 30-day or 80 days between now and his being sworn in is going to go do.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay.
But apparently, according to Mike Benz, the Justice Department is where all this power, maybe not all, that's hyperbolic, but a large chunk of this power is emanating out of that thing. Like he talks about State Department and CIA. It's the Justice Department.
That's where they have the ability to apply pressure onto the American people. Is the Justice Department. That's literally sending the cops. So that's how the government applies pressure to U.S. citizens. They charge you.
There's plenty of those. Plenty of the people who would be power mongers are going to blow whatever way the wind is blowing to. Right? They're going to be a lot more cautious with this.
JBP,
This
you're
is going
killing
to
me.
reshape the political landscape 100%. We have no idea.
This guy should have been in bed 3 hours ago.
The best thing that could possibly happen in the country.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
The
work as thoroughly as it could be. Like I could imagine having my colleague build an AI system that knows more about how I think than I do.
When it would tell you things you didn't know you knew, were you like, oh yeah, I knew
Well,
that.
it was more like it made sense rapidly. you know, and that often happens to people. If you think up something that's an intuition or a revelation, it'll strike you in a manner that makes sense. And the reason for that is that it's tying things that are already close together more tightly together. And so it feels like you knew it but hadn't been able to articulate it completely. And so, and then that's
Yeah,
there's a lot
Altona,
of
that's
things
true.
You know that you know implicitly.
That's
because
been
they're
a
part of the
topic of
pattern
conversation
thought,
for
but
the
you
past
haven't,
couple
you know,
weeks.
Put the words together.
I'm going to be
exactly
jumping
right.
out of here pretty soon, man. We got another guest coming in. One of the great to see you.
Yeah, yep. Good to talk to you, man.
So we're still waiting. Trump is en
Watching
route, I understand,
Ian
to deliver
dap up
remarks.
Jordan B. Peterson like a surfer, bro.
All right, I guess I'm departing. So it was really good to talk to you guys.
Good to finally have you on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to do this.
You imagine him
longer
being a
and
surfer,
more often.
being out on the
Absolutely.
waves?
Yeah, it was good to see you.
Likewise,
Yeah,
likewise.
nice
Go
to
enjoy
talk
the
to you
party.
all. You bet. You
Thank
bet.
you very
Bye,
much.
What's
bye,
that?
Bye, guys.
I said, could you imagine him being a surfer?
Joining in as we're waiting
The
for
way
Trump
he
stage.
talks, sitting with him like on a
And,
board,
whole
just
board,
floating,
1
waiting for the
a.m.
next wave to come in, and that guy pulls up next to you and just starts talking.
Been streaming for 7 hours.
I remember in 2016 when
1
they
a.m.
called
Eastern.
it for.
You'd be like,
Trump
dude,
at
how high
2:30
are
in the
you?
morning.
Right.
I wish they would do that
Get
again.
pitted.
We just swapped out
I just
Jordan
really
Peterson
wish
for
right now,
Seamus.
collectively, everybody just comes in and says Trump won, so I can be like, thanks for hanging out. I'm sleeping.
It's like,
Yeah.
man, I walked
I've
through
got
the
a
door to
flight
leave
at
and got
11
turned
a.m.
back around by the
No, you
chaos
don't.
demons.
Maybe not. I think I do. I've got a flight at 11 a.m. I don't want to be sitting at the airport. Kinda
My
like
favorite
what Bella
Catholic.
said, I don't want to be sitting at the airport finding out on Twitter or X that
James.
Trump won. I kind of want to be with a bunch of people. I feel like kind of talking.
Well, you stay up till 4.
Man,
So
this
in,
is hard. I have a
in
toddler. I
5
already stay
minutes-
up till 4.
In 5 minutes, we will be doing a crossover with the Lotus Eaters podcast.
Oh, no way. Ooh.
Our
I
British
can't wait.
British buddies from
Carl
across
Benjamin.
the pond. This is going to be a lot of fun. Carl
is
Benjamin
that him?
fantastic.
Yeah.
He's a good friend.
I retweet Carl. It's not even really a meme, but Carl retweeted an absolutely banger of a pic
92%
from
in
the,
PA, he's up
Young
3.
Spurks today, and it's on my
62% in Michigan, he's up
6.
6.
Jank just looks so
85 in
terribly
Wisconsin, he's up 4.
dejected, and Anna Kasparian's just sitting there smirking.
Now,
Close a little bit. I
Arizona-
think
I
you
do
said he was up
stress,
5 in
We had this call planned with the
Wisconsin
Lotus Eaters,
last time.
but we are also waiting for Donald
no, I don't
Trump
think that
to
one changed.
speak, and he is en route to
Michigan-
speak, so
Well, who's more important, you know?
No, maybe.
Sargon,
Arizona dropped to 0.1%.
We'll figure
no,
it
but
out.
maybe we'll have to hang out.
Nevada's
with,
starting to
the
report
Lotus Eaters while
5%
Trump
in,
gives his,
71%
remarks,
Trump.
That
but,
could be fun. That
We'll
could
be
a lot of
joining
fun.
them in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, can we just speed things up? Trump.
Yeah,
What's
come
the
on.
crisscross in
I just wanna hear
Georgia?
him
What does
say
that
win,
mean?
and the New York Times say it's over.
The what?
I
I
don't see
decided.
how
I-
Georgia's got like a
I decided
crisscross
Hey,
line
look,
on it.
Nevada's finally reporting.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, look,
Oh, I
92%
don't know.
is 220,000 ahead in Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken here. It's looking pretty good for him, I think.
Flip.
At this point, I think we can say
Oh,
safely say it
Republican
looks
flip?
good.
Milo Yiannopoulos is a very funny guy, but I cannot read what he said.
Oh man.
I love him.
He
Oh,
said
did
that
Georgia
he
go?
likes Scott
Georgia
Did
was
Georgia
blue?
go to Biden?
And
I
who was
guess.
it? Was it you, Phil? Said Trump should give Scott Pressler the Medal of Freedom?
Yes,
It was me.
The Congressional Medal of Freedom, I mean the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I don't know specifically what the criteria are for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So if I'm saying something that's out of line, the point is that Scott Pressler deserves a lot of kudos and a lot of thanks for all the work that he's put in Pennsylvania, getting people out, not only getting people out to vote, but getting
Yeah,
Oh,
people
Altona, I know what you
registered
mean.
and really doing the
Well,
the
you had
hard
that one map that you were
grassroots
going on
work.
that
Man
with the
moved
bubble.
to
It was showing you how
Pennsylvania,
much of each
lived
county
there for I think for
votes
2
been
years
counted.
or something like that, and he worked tirelessly to get
Yeah, like that. Yeah, it'll
Pennsylvania to
tell you
flip,
each
and it's
individual county.
looking like he was successful, and so without Scott Pressler, Pennsylvania likely wouldn't
25%.
be in the situation that it is, and that means that it's possible that Donald Trump wouldn't win. So if
They're
you,
already
if
blue,
you
though,
follow
so not-
Scott
they can't
Pressler,
go
make
more
sure you
blue.
give him kudos on
Yeah.
X. The man did an absolutely amazing job, and he deserves tons of love and
Got
credit.
He's been
Got
working
some-
hard, and
got
they were
some
trying to
movements.
smear him. They were
And,
trying to smear him.
The
and
ones that
also,
could change
Elon Musk.
are the.
Elon Musk's purchase of X was probably one of the riskiest and boldest moves we've seen.
Yep.
I always complain. Where are the rich people? You know, and there's a lot working behind the scenes we know, but where are the
Like this could
the
change.
wealthy
but
individuals
not gonna change
who
it.
talk about this stuff to actually spend their money? Elon Musk
blue.
put everything up, bought Twitter, turned it into X, and gave speech back to a lot of people. It's not perfect. Some people not restored, but he did a great job, and I believe that had a profound impact.
There's one thing that I want to say about that. People love to get upset about about Elon Musk any moderation at all on the platform. The point of X isn't that you just so you can be as vulgar as you want. And I understand there are people that are going to say, "Oh, if I can't swear and say whatever vulgarity and be however rude I want, then it's not truly free speech." And I guess by the letter that is true. But the point isn't so you can swear like a teenager. The point is exchanging ideas. And if you're respectful, you can talk about really controversial and really controversial ideas that people are really uncomfortable talking about, but you have to do it in a delicate way. So it's not about being able to swear and say things in a dirty way.
Yeah, so it looks to me like from these circles, what I picked up earlier is the bigger the circle, the higher concentration of votes there are.
Controversial things.
So like if you look at the total vote counts, like that big blue circle, how many? What's the total votes?
Donald Trump to win.
What is that? About 50,000.
50,000. Let's go.
And then if you go to like the small blue one,
I see Carl Beck. I can't hear him. I can't hear,
so depending on the
Carl
size of the
Benjamin.
circle is how many people there are that voted. And then blue
you can see our display
is
is
obviously
screwed up on our end
Democrat. Red,
I see
red
him
is
trying to talk to us.
going for Trump.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. We're not seeing you properly though.
Yeah.
But we can hear
Oh
you.
my God, what's wrong?
Oh, it's on our end. It's the display's not popping up properly.
It's good to hear your voice,
well,
Carl.
We can hear you, Carl. Are you excited? Are you watching the results and partying like we are?
Of course I am. I was very nervous early on in the night, and I have seen that there are suspicious-looking trucks rolling up to certain areas.
I recognize that voice.
Of the country, which feels much like a kind of bad rerun of 2020.
Yeah.
But honestly, it looks like it's basically not going to be enough.
Carl, I think you were right. He had to come back and he had to win, and I think you were right, man. I hate to get too excited, but you were friggin' right.
But to be clear, this is the last time we're going to take a British person's advice on who should be running the country. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, man. Just saying, we know what's good for you. That's all.
Well, we're sitting here waiting. At any moment, Donald Trump is going to speak, and we believe it's going to be a victory speech. Yeah. So we may just have to have you hanging out with us.
There he is.
There you are. We got you.
Can I ask him something about the British condition? What I'm curious about, the people around you in the UK, how do they feel about this election? How do they feel about Trump? How do they feel about the brat who fell from the coconut tree? Like, where's sentiment at across the pond?
I mean, people don't like Kamala, but they don't like Trump either. We don't really spend that much time thinking about it. It's more the political class that thinks about it, and the political class in Britain are almost entirely behind Kamala Harris. Nigel Farage and the Reform Party, the only major party that are pro-Trump, basically, which is kind of disgraceful when you realize that the
these guys need to learn how to do screen cap, dude.
It's basically
they're gonna learn from us.
This is driving me crazy. They better fill in that right section.
Here.
This is the stuff I fiddle with every time we start up.
I mean, British Breakfast TV is starting now, and they look miserable. Oh God, do they look miserable? And so it's across the aisle. You know, they can hug each other in Parliament later on today, weep into one another's shoulders, and Donald Trump will be on the phone, hopefully.
Tim's not doing it.
Peace of his mind.
I think he was, dude.
Implications
the whole time
that
stuff was switching around, he was staring down at the screen.
No,
oh, maybe he was. He might just be looking
British
at the
politics
layout.
Is very stagnant.
Could be.
And we've got another 5 years of the Labour government, which
he doesn't.
means,
he's not staring at monitors. Those are his
happening
monitors.
For quite some time,
right?
But, it is nice to see that at least you guys have something good going on. Like there's a ray of hope and sunshine on the horizon. Yeah. For us, it's going to be 1,000 years of darkness, but at least for you, it might be quite decent.
So it'll be similar to the weather.
Well, it's the UK. It's going to be dark, but. I get what you're saying. I mean, we're excited, but we don't want to be too optimistic, and we're trying not to go to sleep because when you close your eyes, that's when the mail-in ballot fairies come. And
oh yeah,
you know,
well, it's already happening.
Thousands of ballots.
I've been retweeting some of it. It's already happening. But I think it's too late.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to matter. I mean, right now we've got 93% reporting.
What is he up by there?
In Pennsylvania, and Trump is up by about. It looks like 230,000 votes.
I think he's broadened his gap since 92%.
His lead is increasing in PA. If he takes
Too big to rig.
that's it. He wins. And Nevada is
Just
68%
thinking of that
in.
graphic.
It's leaning Donald Trump. Nevada doesn't really matter at this point. If Arizona goes Trump, which we believe it will, and Trump wins PA, it's done. But actually, I don't believe he even needs those. With Maine's coming,
It looks like Wisconsin's going to be enough. So he's got Pennsylvania, he's got Wisconsin. That's it.
Wait.
So the New York Times has him at greater than a 95% chance of victory.
Shut up,
with an
Sargon.
estimated 306 electoral votes and a
Maine. He might get 1 point for Maine.
popular vote lead.
He just brought up Maine, dude. We
the
never have
mandates.
any
That
impact
means
on a
we
national
have
election
told
ever.
The woke.
Well,
the
you
left,
still don't.
The insanity. Enough.
We might.
There was a time
He
when
was starting to
Kamala
say
Harris needed to
something.
win
He was just saying,
Wisconsin,
I think that you
Michigan,
get 1 point because of the
Pennsylvania,
divided
and it looks
split.
like there will be a huge repudiation of that, and Donald Trump will win all 3 of the Rust Belt states.
Carl, why don't you give
Well,
a quick
technically,
outline about the
I guess
the story
they
that
broke.
that
Like I said, we
mentioned
only used to
earlier,
have
how you
2.
talked about how Donald Trump had to
Now we
come
have
back
4.
and
I think it's
give
4
the
individual
listeners
sections.
Yeah.
So he could win 2 or 3.
Sure. Basically,
He could, but I don't
American
think.
cycle
I forget
has
how it
taken on
works.
the
This
aspect
district.
I mean, I doubt
one-
he's
kind of
going
a
to.
movie trilogy, a sort of 3
But he could get 2.
movie trilogy. So you get the initial success of the heroes in the first film. In the second film, you get the return of the Empire, as in the 2 Towers in Lord of the Rings, or the Empire Strikes Back in the Star Wars trilogy. And then, of course, you get the final payoff in the third movie, where the
You know what?
Heroes realize, no, this is what we have to do. To
I
win.
am
The team
pro
comes
illegal
together,
immigration
and of
now.
course, darkness is vanquished forever.
Maine doubled our
Democrats
electoral college
have to be
votes.
vanquished forever.
And we got a lot of illegals in our state now.
There's a reason that all major film trilogies have this kind of 3-act structure to them, and you even see this reflected in the films themselves.
I feel you, Otona.
This basic 3-act structure is because this is the general sort of pattern of how
Thanks for stopping
humans
by, though.
understand the world around them is always
Peace.
built into narratives, and there's a moral payoff at the end of these narratives, and we're actually seeing that play out in real time in front of us, in real life, politically.
I love how
So it's-
Sargon is literally
it was
wearing
very
a
clear to me, couple years
MAGA
ago.
hat,
So, no,
and he's standing in front of
like
a
when Ron DeSantis
Trump
was running, I love Ron DeSantis. He was
graphic
like, no, bro, it's not your
with
time.
eagles.
It's Trump's story. We're a part of it. We've all got a place, and you're not
In the
guy
UK.
yet. It could be you later, but it's not you now.
I think that was the
It
first time I heard you mention it was talking about Ron DeSantis as like you were like, I like DeSantis, but not now. It has to be Trump. Trump has to come back. He has to come back and win to finish the story. So sorry for cutting you off.
Exactly. And it has to be Trump to shove it in the faces of the Democrats. Those I'm not gonna, I don't know what you're streaming, so I'm not going to give my opinion on what happened in 2020, but it has to be Trump to come back and destroy.
All
it.
right,
It
dude,
has
I'm
to
gonna
be
call
him,
it.
because
All right, brother.
he's the
I
one
wanted
they
to wait till Trump
particularly
came
hate
on,
and
but
screw
they
over.
started saying he was
And it has to
coming
be
on
him, it has to be
30,
them
40,
learning a
30,
lesson
40
from
minutes
it. They're not
ago.
going to learn any lesson.
Yeah.
It has to be him destroying them for it to be essentially the,
Yeah,
the
I got to be
correct
up at
moral payoff
5 o'clock, just
to
after
the-
5
to the
o'clock.
tale.
So basically
And
4 hours
we
from now.
seem to be getting
Well,
good
I
ending.
maybe I'll still be here.
Because
Check
we
back.
live
you
in a
know.
simulation that we're in. It's a
Yeah, well,
trilogy.
hey.
Well, I will
I'm
say,
just
If
kidding.
in like the
there is
next
still a
5
5%
minutes
chance that we lose this thing,
he comes
and
out,
doesn't win.
Less than 5%.
Message me.
But I will say, Carl,
and I'll
I
jump back on real quick to listen.
appreciate you broadening my horizons here, because you mentioned that there are people
All
on
right.
British
All right, Bubba.
television
Catch you
who are
later,
going to be
dog.
crying over Trump winning.
Well, it's
I
looking
thought I
good
was
for
only
our
gonna
boy.
get to watch American liberals
So
cry.
hopefully everything goes well for the rest of the night.
Category
Hopefully we
of,
don't see
liberal
the
I get to see suffer.
You want to message you
The
too,
meme.
Kinder?
There is a Conservative Party member and former
All right, later, Bubba.
politician called
All right,
Rory
man, good
Stewart,
night.
who runs a very popular
Later,
podcast
chat.
in Britain called The Rest is Politics, very pretentiously named. And he tweeted, I think it was yesterday, Kamala's going to comfortably win because of these factors. And he was wrong on all of these points. And people were pointing out, Rory, you don't know anything about American politics, do you? And of course, come this evening, he's been doing a live stream with his fellow left winger, Alistair Campbell. And they had this particular point that people clipped and cut out because it was so good. He was like, well, if Kamala Harris was winning, we'd be correct. And then he just starts giving his why Kamala Harris won spiel. And it's like, Rory, are you delusional? Like saying, well, if things worked out as I said they would, I'd be correct. And yeah, no kidding, but they didn't. And you've done no introspection, no self-reflection, and you are not the political authority on America that you thought you were.
The New York Times saying Trump will very likely be the next president, and they are projecting he will be the first Republican in decades to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
I just want to point out,
literally 20 years.
I just want to point out that it appears to be the case that just like Kamala Harris's husband, Trump only beats women.
Oh my God.
He saved America from a woman president twice.
Twice.
Now. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the guy needs to be added to Mount Rushmore or something. But you know what's interesting is that what this is showing is like legitimacy lies with Trump. There's this sort of, the ancient Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven, where it's like, look, it's just chosen by the heavens. You don't really get to say, you don't get to capture it. It's either with you or it's not with you. And the popular vote is a good way of revealing who has this mandate. So even if, like, technically, on various technicalities in the system, I managed to get enough electoral electors in the states and whatnot, yeah, okay, fine. But it doesn't have that kind of oomph behind it where, no, most people wanted this, and we have this at the moment where, like, the Labour Party is in power with a large majority on 20% of the vote. Right? So 80% of the people did not vote for this. They are not legitimate. They do not have the mandate of heaven. Whereas Trump getting the popular vote here and, of course, winning, he will have the mandate of heaven. So basically, whatever he does now will be legitimate. And everyone will be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. This is what we voted for.
The coping is just copious.
It's good.
I got one tweet. They said, at this point, it's abundantly clear that it was never really but her emails. It was but their females.
How do you feel about that as a female voter?
I'm glad that she's not winning. Honestly, I think we can have a woman president. I think that would be great for our country at some point. I would be in full support. I don't want to get too much hate here, but I love Nikki Haley. I don't think it was her time now. I'm a Trump fan over a Nikki Haley fan.
You two should talk.
But I
He
do love
loves
Nikki Haley, and I think that an American president or a female president for America could be great. But the thing is, if Kamala Harris were to win, she would make sure that no other woman was ever elected president in the history of the United States of America. She would ruin it for all of us. I would maybe want to be a president one day. We'll see. I'm only 24. I got some time. But I'm glad that she's not the first. Same with Hillary. Why do we have to throw the worst women up there? Women can be so incredible and so smart and accomplish such amazing things for this country. And to throw the worst two representatives of women and American women is just embarrassing. Like, we're so much better than that.
I think the compelling thing here is that we were told constantly that, it's not going to be called on election night. It's going to be a close election. You might have to wait a few days, maybe even a week to get the results. No, it came in tonight and actually relatively early for an election night. This is a mandate, as Carl was saying earlier. And I guess all I have to say is cheers to MAGA, and hopefully we can make America great again.
Cheers.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
You're calling it Elon calls the election.
Forget New York Times. We're calling it here at Timcast first. No, we're not. We're not. We resend that, actually. We're not calling it first.
PTSD like everybody else.
I know. I'm like, when do the ballots show up? When do the...
So I do think that it is good that Kamala Harris is not going to be the first woman president, because I do think that legitimacy matters, like Carl was saying.
Based. I gotta record that for Enoch. Based. No audio. Should be audio. It's tracking on mine. Not for the video? That's weird. No audio. It's showing on my mixer. That's weird. What the hell? I wonder if it's copyright striked or something. How about now? Did I fix it? Still no audio.
Our money going toward it. And that's the
Hey, people say, Tim, you think he's going to win? I'm like, man, I really don't know.
Yeah.
And these liberals are like, nah, we got it. You got Kyle Kalinske right now saying his worst case scenario for Harris was 276 and he was wrong. Well, yeah.
How about now?
We went to go eat at a restaurant. Some guy recognized me, said, Tim, who's going to win? I said, dude, I have no
How about
idea.
now?
That's a lot of pressure.
They always think you have secret information.
How about now?
An original talking point. This is something Republicans have been
Why is
saying
it
for years,
switching?
but these polls basically exist to demoralize Republican voters.
Yeah.
The media always makes it look like the left-wing candidate is going to win every single race. And the reason they can retain any kind of credibility is because, around half the time they're right.
Wow,
but
what the
generally,
fuck?
is they oversample or exaggerate the support that the Democratic candidate has.
Dude, everything's
and
all
so
fucked up now.
People were wondering, is this going to be a Trump blowout, or
how
did they
about now?
correct the
Is
polls?
that better?
Those were the only two options. It looks like they did not correct the polls.
Push polls.
I still think shenanigans are possible, so I am
Of
still
course,
nervous. But at this point, with so many different outlets, and it's a handful, calling it for Donald Trump, if we wake up tomorrow and they say we were reversing these calls, no way that flies.
Here's the thing. Here's the rule. We have to accept the results of the first election. It was the most antithetically oppositional platform to Christian values.
I'm not a deeply religious person, but it feels like there were so many miracles during this campaign. The assassination attempt, him getting struck through the earlobe thanks to him moving his head. I'm in shock.
That was the big one, but you also even look at some of these smaller moments, like, they tried to put the man in jail. You have that mugshot go viral. I mean, they didn't plan for it to go down that way. You look at little things like the McDonald's moment. I mean, every single thing the man did was sort of untouchable and iconic.
Even on the other side, if you're on the other side, you're like, man, that photo after getting shot, everybody was like, shoot,
right?
That looks pretty sweet. That was pretty cool.
Even Trump couldn't stop that.
Yeah,
He tried to
yeah.
step on that moment and he couldn't.
Yet 270 to win it's called for Trump. Decision Desk has it. The New York Times has still not called it, but their
That
needle
is
basically
wild.
says
It's the New York
it's
Times.
done.
They're just pouting.
I don't think any of
There's
these swing
literally
states have
pouting.
never been red. I mean, blue. They were never hinting. It feels like there was never a lean blue on the New York Times swing
We got
states.
we got more coming in from Pennsylvania just now. It just ticked up to 94%. Trump's lead has gone down a little bit. He's about just shy of 200,000 votes. But again, I guess it's just too narrow at this point. There's not enough votes, so
Fox has called it as well.
Fox called
Fox called
Trump
it.
has won.
Yeah, there's no way that I'm confident now that there's no way that he can win.
I'm good, dude. I'm good. It's a big day.
Indeed. Introduce yourself. You didn't introduce yourself.
I thought you introduced me. I think I'd come on, but I'm John Chris.
It's so late.
I just stopped by. I live like 2 blocks from here.
You're welcome to hang out with us.
Oh yeah, dude. Fire it up. What are we looking at?
We're waiting for Trump to come out and speak.
Oh.
So this is just it. I want him to come out.
And nobody expected this tonight. Right?
Oh man, no.
No. Dude, you thought it was going to take weeks.
Let me tell you guys the truth. I was talking with the Daily Wire people, like, guys, if we're stuck here till Saturday, what do we do? I mean, if the results aren't in, and they're like, don't worry, we'll make sure the show can keep. I was like, thank you so much. Now I get to go home.
Yeah. You'd be live for 5 days.
No joke. No joke.
Getting McDonald's delivered.
We thought the likelihood of being live for a second day was 90-something%.
Yeah.
No, I was brought out until Saturday. So I work remote from Charlotte, and they said, listen, we need you to come in and plan to be here till Saturday.
But Trump, it looks like he won the popular vote.
Oh,
so
that's so beautiful.
I got nothing to say.
What's going to be interesting, the mandate. So not only did he win, but this is sort of an overwhelming mandate.
Amen.
Yeah. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Landslide. Landslide
I keep
victory.
seeing all of these leftist pundits throughout the past week putting up these electoral maps showing Harris winning these blowout victories. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Look, I understand shadow campaign, all of that weird stuff. But if you're just looking at the polls alone, it's at least 50-50. I'm sitting here being like, hey, people say, Tim, do you think he's going to win? I'm like, man, I really don't know.
Yeah.
And these liberals are like, nah, we got it. You got Kyle Kalinske right now saying his worst case scenario for Harris was 276 and he was wrong. Well, yeah, you were wrong.
Way wrong.
I mean, people asked me, we went to go eat at a restaurant. Some guy recognized me, said, Tim, who's going to win? I said, dude, I have no idea.
That's a lot of pressure.
They always think you have secret information.
Well, the reality is, I mean, this is not an original talking point. This is something Republicans have been saying for years, but these polls basically exist to demoralize Republican voters.
Yeah.
The media always makes it look like the left-wing candidate is going to win every single race. And the reason they can retain any kind of credibility is because, around half the time they're right. But generally what they do is they oversample or exaggerate the support that the Democratic candidate has. And so that turned out to be the case here. People were wondering, is this going to be a Trump blowout, or did they correct the polls? Because those were the only two options. It looks like they did not correct the polls.
Push polls.
I still think shenanigans are possible, so I am still nervous. But at this point, with so many different outlets, and it's a handful, calling it for Donald Trump, if we wake up tomorrow and they say we were reversing these calls, no way that flies.
Here's the thing. Here's the rule. We have to accept the results of the first election that happens that night. Okay? We're not doing more elections. We're not calling it for somebody else later.
Is Minnesota still in play? Isn't that Tim Walz's state? Is it going to be such that the VP candidate doesn't win his own state?
It could be.
A trouncing.
Kamala Harris is up. It's likely Democrat. So wow. I mean,
we're even talking about Minnesota.
I want to hold this up. It's the decision desk. We have declaring Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania.
Who's saying that?
Decision desk
wow.
tweet. This is the tweet where they said he's won Pennsylvania. It's over.
Dave Smith just tweeted, "Is democracy over yet?"
Hey, look, man.
Hey.
As I said, when Ron Paul tweets at Elon Musk, I want to work with you on government efficiency, I'm like, okay, like half the Republican Party just voted Trump.
Right.
We'll take it.
And that's kind of when I knew, even early on, like, you get these push polls, they do kind of demoralize you. But when there were all of these stories about Mark Zuckerberg calling the Trump camp, and there were stories about some of these other like big business CEOs, you're like, okay, those guys
like
know
every
what's up.
couple weeks there was something that was like, why am I hearing more about this? And it was something that's like
Bezos.
wildly Republican. And you're like, I feel like this is a big deal.
Michael Malice thinks that Kamala Harris he goes, Kamala Harris had a concession speech ready, unlike Hillary in 2016. She's not giving a speech because she's fucking drunk or nursing a black guy from Doug or both. Michael Malice is the best at Twitter.
He's brutal, man. I mean, look, the establishment press and Democrats have been making noises like they think she's going to lose for weeks now. You could tell that they at the very least really believe that they didn't have a great chance of winning, even if they thought there was some possibility. You even have people like Chris Cuomo say, I think we need to turn down this rhetoric against Trump. But, at some point you go, these people are all angling for something.
There's also John Fetterman who was saying, in my state, there is so much support among the general population. And it's something really, it feels like the Democrats and many in the media were just denying, as though nobody really supports Trump. And clearly, at least more than half of the country does by at least the popular vote.
So right now, we got the presidency and the Senate. We need the House.
We need the House.
We do.
If this will, if the Republicans take everything, with Trump's pressure on members of Congress, with the shift in Congress with more populist members, I believe we will get more done than we have seen in our lifetimes.
Even just to think about the Senate, though, at this point, all of his appointees are going through.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that changes things so significantly.
It's a 2-seat majority so far. Still very thin, but yes.
There was
and good. Something to consider. 2-seat majority. All it takes is two.
I mean,
you know.
and I won't put it past that, they won't pick
but
off.
no, we should still be very happy tonight.
Our
but,
team is always very bad at cohesion that way. But
Yeah. There was just too many. I feel like for a regular person, there was too many Kamala Harris things to overlook.
Yeah.
You're like, gosh, I gotta overlook. It's just so many like missteps.
Is it your
Like
sense
she's
that it was
stupid and annoying
Is it your sense that it was Kamala Harris things, or do you think that it was Democrat Party and policy things?
I think.
I mean, the combination of like I feel like with the wave of Trump was so like I feel like people were like, give us any reason to vote for Kamala Harris and we will. And she constantly like didn't like anybody that was like Trump is too much or Trump's race. All those people were like, please just tell us some policy, and they for like however long she's been like kind of the candidate.
I think I want to find the official post on the New York Times, but Ryan James Gerdusky tweeting the New York Times has projected Trump will win the popular vote. So that looks like
is wild.
It looks like it's not just a projection. It's not just a probability. I think they're not estimating. I think they're actually projecting he has won the popular vote. So let me.
Mary, Mary Morgan just tweeted, I guess Kamala has to start an OnlyFans now.
Man. If I'm a Democrat, I'm so furious that Joe Biden didn't. Joe Biden was the one guy who beat Donald Trump, and no, we had to replace him with Kamala, and now we lose in this embarrassing fashion. She gets absolutely trounced. If I'm a Democrat operative, I'm furious.
Yeah.
If I'm a Joe Biden campaigner, I was like, my guy has beaten Trump before, and now you're here putting this loser who didn't even stand a chance. It was called on election night.
Yeah, it's gonna upset a
Poor
lot of the
Joe
donors.
Biden.
No, it's gonna upset a lot
Joe
of donors.
Biden's the only guy tonight having a better night than Donald Trump.
Democrats would say he was trying to undermine the Kamala campaign. Joe Biden in red today.
He's like,
him
well,
saying Ron DeSantis is great. The MAGA hat stunt that he did, and
He said no eating dogs and cats. It's hysterical. Yeah, man. Look, if I were a Democratic donor, I would also be furious because part of the reason they selected Kamala is and even this is legally dubious, but you can only transfer the money from one candidate to another if they're on the same ticket together. Yeah. And so these people are going, well, we cut this check for Joe Biden, who has beat Trump before.
Yeah. And
you gave it to the DEI hire. It didn't work out.
The Hill is reporting Donald Trump wins presidency for his second term, completing improbable comeback. So the Hill is reporting that he's won.
A decision desk
wild, dude. That is wild.
is widely used. So when they called it, it was dominoes falling over.
Well, do you remember?
We're still waiting on the AP, however.
Do y'all remember 2016 when you like it would just show up a new state and you were like, wow. And then it was just all night. And you're like, really?
Incredible. It was like,
It was an amazing day.
The whole time I was like, I can't believe this is happening.
At like 5 p.m.
Yeah.
It was like just these random states that didn't really matter, but they were kind of and you're like, huh.
What?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
dude, it was honestly.
Remember that?
I know, I do remember. It was wild, and I didn't think it was going to stick. Actually,
I
at
didn't
the time, I
either.
was afraid. Because
That's why I'm really apprehensive
followed,
now a little bit.
Me
Yeah.
too. Well, I followed the 2012 election very closely.
Yeah.
And I remember Romney was way ahead all night long because usually what happens is.
Premium. Going forward, right? It's a weekday show. All right.
I'm actually texting back and forth with.
That's where we are, and I know that we have. I don't know if we're going to still have Vivek on.
No, we're not having Vivek.
No, we're not having Vivek
tonight. No.
Or I don't know. So you let me know if we have any of our remaining guests.
You're very nervous tonight.
She lost.
If you're a solar farmer in a red state, trying to deal with this climate issue, we've had
Solar farmer? What the hell is that?
You're finding where it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment.
On every single call.
Yeah.
Can someone?
No.
You want to call Van Jones? Mike?
I do want to call Van Jones.
We just, So we just announced it that it's official.
It is official. But right now,
according
what
to
we are
us-
doing is monitoring how the left is going to try and
How
paint this.
long they're going to drag this out?
How long they want to drag this out. Absolutely. No, maybe they'll give no.
Have Elon Musk build Space Force One.
The month is Topless Tuesday. The month is the month.
That one, the number one thing that Donald. That one.
I'm actually texting back and forth with Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO of Rumble. He's at Mar-a-lago, I think. For
Oh
all
my
the
God!
celebrations.
Look at
Just-
you guys.
This
just-
is
just like celebrating. And
this is a huge.
like, look, we called it it's not a quick call. This is based only on the data that's available. But CNN, listen, I hope this gives you an insight.
Yeah.
We're not making far out calls.
No, we're not.
We're looking
That's
at the
right.
data and going, this is abundantly clear. At what point do we call it? And 30 minutes later, we call it. And then an hour later, CNN calls it.
Where do you, can I ask you, like, how do you guys get the data before?
Oh, it costs us millions of dollars.
No, yeah, but it's the same. It
It's
costs
the
us
same
ton of
data.
money.
Well, it costs. It costs.
No, but you
many,
get it
Hold on a
before,
second.
though.
No, it costs. No. It costs many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we also added to it third-party analysts and experts, that whole extra suite that you have there, to analyze the same data that they have access to and to do it better. So they all get it from. If you guys,
And
we can probably send.
You
you know
get it from
let's
what?
grab
The AP?
yeah. So you know what? That's actually a good.
Oh, really?
That's actually a good question. Let's take a brief break, and we're going to decide exactly how we
fascinated.
handle. Let's take a brief.
Clear.
Wisconsin is called. So let's take a brief break. Wisconsin is called. So a brief. Wisconsin is called. So a brief. So you know what? That's actually. Yeah.
We're not.
So you know what? That's actually a good.
Oh, really?
Let's take a brief break, and we'll come back. Wisconsin is. Let's take a.
You know, it'd be
Wisconsin is
cool if I
called,
could
and then we
scroll to the
also.
end.
Yeah.
We're not making.
Let's take a brief break, and we'll come back. Wisconsin is called. So a
Or
brief break.
Pennsylvania.
That's such horseshit.
I mean, triangle.
Oh.
Let's take a brief break, and we'll come back with someone. So, you know, Wisconsin is called.
So
a
stupid.
brief break,
Pennsylvania.
Go to
please.
the
Hey,
fucking end.
none of this tonight would have happened. Right? You keep watching for all the exclusive.
Perfect! Mala. There's key to our survival. That there belongs to the bank. That must be my. Like last time.
Give me your money or I'll cut you.
What a gift from God.
What are your thoughts then on the midterms 2 years ago that was supposed to go all red and it didn't? What happened between then
Trump
and now?
mobilizes people.
Okay.
That was 28 as well. In
Because
2018,
we were like, the red wave
2018,
is going to happen and it never did.
He wasn't on the ballot. 2018, Trump's base didn't turn out.
They were just like, they gave up hope? Or
No. I think
show up.
they hate the system.
Yeah, people don't turn out for midterms, and this is probably going to upset some of the people here. But the Roe versus Wade situation
It did,
was fresh in people's mind, and it was something that people were really upset about, and it motivated Democrats to get out.
Yeah,
It did. Obviously, you can't do anything to motivate Republicans when they're literally there.
Thanksgiving.
What are they? Which side are they on?
Well,
Oh, look at John Boyd.
one side is Trump, one side is Harris.
And you're all together?
Yeah, no one in my family is crazy enough to have been like, "How dare you vote that? We're ending our family."
Yeah, everybody's
no.
peaceful.
This family is dissolved. That's it. I can't believe that there are people like that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you see the video of the woman crying? She's like, "I'm from Texas and my family." It's like, jeez, dude.
Was her name David French?
Oh, you know what's awesome?
Beautiful.
Bill Kristol is miserable. That's the best part. Bill Kristol, everybody at the Lincoln Project is really,
I
really
know this is not
sad.
that Christian of me, but I am looking forward to getting back to my hotel tonight.
You don't
and
have to look
just
at me. You don't have to look at me.
sitting and scrolling through all the
Wow.
weeping and gnashing of teeth.
I
That
just
is
want to.
unbelievable.
I don't know if Scott Pressler drinks, but I owe you a drink.
Dude, you know what we need to do? We need to see how many votes Trump won Pennsylvania by, and then measure it up against how many people Scott Pressler registered to vote.
What it did wrong this time.
We have a Polaroid. We've been taking pictures. I just want to say Polaroids are the most fun thing ever.
And they are very fun.
It's an Instax. Is that what it's called? Instax.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
You gotta
It's
get
a
one
big
that has
deal,
the full
Lisa.
Polaroid picture. We got one of those.
As we're waiting for Trump, I want to say this. I won it at an arcade, and it's one of those mini Insta cameras. And I go to our house, and Phil opens the door, and I just grab a quick photo of him. And I was like, if I was using my phone to do that, it'd be the creepiest thing ever. Like you answer the door and I pick up my phone, take a picture of you. It's like, what are you doing? But if it's a Polaroid camera, it's totally fine to jump in front of people and take pictures of their faces.
I'm getting from my Democrat friends and being like, you were right. How'd you know? Man, you called it. I'm like,
as a guy that's been quiet, I don't like when they put baby in the corner. For a guy like Adam, why don't you come up here, switch your seat with Vinny real quick.
Adam, come up.
4 years ago, you voted for President Biden.
Check.
You were a major advocate of President Biden. He's running away, guys. He got nervous.
Adam.
How are you feeling right now, Adam Sosnick?
America.
What are you thinking?
I think, how y'all feeling out there, by the way? I think this was just obvious.
They can't hear you, Adam, here.
So, Mic check. We're good. Honestly, I just think this was completely obvious. I think the Democrats have gone so out of control that any rational, common sense person would just see the obvious thing. You have no idea how many texts I'm getting from my Democrat friends and being like, you were right. How'd you know? Man, you called it. I'm like, how'd you not call it? How'd you not see this? This was so blatantly obvious. So what's my message to the Democrats out there? You have to get out of your bubble. This is a absolute mandate. For Trump's Hitler didn't work. They're all garbage. It didn't work. Democracy's gonna never work again. Didn't work. At what point do you say, wow, I maybe need to look in the mirror and realize I was lied to for 8 years about this guy, and you're gonna keep doubling down on he's the worst thing ever? You can criticize Trump, but you can't criticize the millions of Americans who love this country and recognize that Trump is the messenger for their message of making America great again and again. So respect to him.
They just called
And this is coming from someone, if you told me in 2016 that I would vote for Trump, I'd be like, you're on drugs? But that's how far gone the Democrats have.
They just called Wisconsin for Trump, I believe.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
What was that?
They just called Wisconsin for Trump. Right? Trump just won Wisconsin.
And PBD.
That's a wrap. That's a landslide.
I wanted to say one thing to Cenk. You know what I've never seen? Cenk's the only person I can think of. You know, they say that when you're, young, if you're not a liberal, you have no heart. You know this whole thing. Everyone has to go through this progression as you make money and have a family and have things and have more responsibilities. You go through this. Cenk is the only person that comes to mind. He said this on the first podcast we did, Pat. He was a conservative when he was young, and he's gone. I think Cenk was literally about to cry at some point when Dominic dropped the mic on him. Did you feel that from him? Do you understand that? Candace, did you recognize that? I don't know how you go from being a conservative to a liberal. Do you know anybody that's ever done that? I don't know.
I think it's important to reiterate what Dave said about Donald Trump. We're a republic that is loyal to the Constitution, not to a man. This is not ruled by man. This is ruled by law. And it's a very important distinction. Donald Trump was elected fair and square, but it doesn't mean it's a cult of personality. Right. And don't fall into that trap. Keep questioning even your own side. If you sit in your own echo chamber and you surround yourself only with people that see the world the way you see it, it's a great way to go from thinking you have all the answers to knowing you have all the answers. And that's another way of saying you're dumb. So don't fall for that either. So always expose yourself to people that disagree with you so that you can test the foundation on which you stand. Very important.
And look, I know I said this earlier, but y'all please remember this. Tomorrow, they're going to spin this to say that Kamala Harris lost because of racism and because of misogyny. Don't give a damn what they say. Don't care about it. You need to know that the rest of America knows that that is a lie. They're going to try to make you think that America thinks that. America knows better than that. They know why this woman lost. She was not a good candidate. She lied about everything. Her party was an evil institution. They were crazy. You could go into any ghetto in America, and they've seen what they've done to the black community. They control every failing school, every whorehouse, every crack house. John Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall and said, if you want to see how great communism is, let them come to Berlin. Well, if you want to see how good the Democratic Party is, let them come to Philadelphia. Come to D.C., L.A., New York, San Francisco, everywhere they rule. Death, destruction, and mayhem. And the American people got tired of it. So when they try to say it was racism or that she was a woman, tell them, I don't care what you think. We're just glad she didn't win.
I mean, it's just incredible. Everything, just thinking about the fact that this was a referendum on Obama. Like Obama came out and spoke to people and people said no. But I want to say this, like, quite seriously. 4 years ago, in 2020, I had no kids. It's an incredible thing to think about. I had 0 children, and now I have 3 children. And I'm so serious when I say that I was so concerned about Kamala winning that my husband and I were having serious discussions about what will happen, what can we do, what is our option. And I know that we're not the only family that truly thought about where will we go if America turns into a communist country. That's a very scary realization that we got this close, that would even be a concern and a conversation, that you're looking at a map of the world and thinking, like, are we going to be one of the ones that can get out? It's very scary, you know, and that's where we were at. And for the first time, that feels like in a long time, so many families across America are going to be able to sleep soundly tonight, knowing that they don't have to have that fear for the next 4 years. It's incredible. It really is an incredible evening. And, you know, I think one of the things that's going to be interesting to see is how they pivot, because the game is over. The game is over. They threw everything at the wall. They tried to create a candidate out of thin air. This used to work for them. A Beyonce endorsement used to work for them, and it's no longer working. And I think one of the most incredible stories is going to be Black America, and I have to tell you how good I feel about that, because when I said it years ago that we were going to Blexit, that people could do this, and I'm not kidding, people at that time that were in the Trump campaign that are in it now nearly laughed me out of the room with Charlie Kirk. They said it's not even a thought that Black men and women wouldn't vote for, you know, that we'll turn away from the Democratic Party. And for the first time, we are seeing tonight that Black Americans are done with the plantation narrative. So it's an astounding night all around. Be excited, be happy. I'm thrilled. I'm over the moon about all of this.
There's a famous phrase called "future looks bright." I think that's what Candace is saying. The future looks bright after what just happened tonight, literally, on what took place. But, you know, there's a few ways of looking at this, right? From the business standpoint, you got to be ready. Things are going to change. From the business model standpoint, I'm just telling you guys, CNN just got a very, very lucky situation that happened for them. Trump winning means CNN and MSNBC are going to do okay the next 4 years.
That's true.
Trump winning means SNL, it's back to only making fun of Trump every day.
Yeah.
CNN winning, Trump winning, Alec Baldwin's coming back as a Trump again twice a week. Trump winning is a lot of businesses, celebrity reactions, all that stuff. But also, the other part of it to think about, who was it today? Are they still here or they left? Not Sebastian from Australia who flew. We have guys that flew here from out of the country to just come to tonight's podcast. Where is the gentleman who was worried about what was going to happen tonight? Our pessimistic friend.
Yeah.
Where is he at? How you feeling right now, huh? You were freaking out earlier, right? But we were having a conversation with the crew earlier. What do you think is going to happen? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Guys, there are a lot of people that are burned out thinking politics. How many of you guys just want to be like, dude, I'm not going to turn on shit for politics for a couple weeks. I need a break. Watch that. That's some people. Well, no, what I'm saying to you is content creators, it's going to be a rough season for some people the next 6 to 12 months if they can't adjust. Because I think a big part of America the next 6 to 12 months wants to be entertained. They want less chaos, less stress, less politics. They kind of want to be a little bit more of, hey, what am I going to do next with my family and my life? I know it's not what some people want to hear that are out there listening to this, but I think there's a faction of people, Dave, that kind of are a little bit burned out with Trump versus Kamala, Biden versus Trump, all this other stuff. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. What do you think?
Well, so the point that you made about CNN's and MSNBC's ratings, right? It is certainly true that during Trump's first term, he was very good for their business. I am not convinced that it's going to work the same way again. And I think that one of the listen, so much of what drove those ratings was the Russiagate nonsense. And they were saying that they had the biggest story in the biggest scandal in the history of the United States of America. I mean, no exaggeration. They were saying that that a foreign power overturned our elections and that the current sitting president of the United States of America was in on it. Like, he was involved in a conspiracy with the Russians to overturn the election. I mean, that's a big story if true. And everybody who hated Donald Trump, it was just handed to them. Like, here's a new thing. You don't even have to feel like you lost the election. Guess what? You didn't. They cheated. And then when that turned out to be all lies, and then, on top of that, like the Hunter Biden story, but really the biggest one is COVID. Getting COVID wrong the whole way through, it's why the media had no power this election cycle to say, hey, this guy's a Nazi or whatever. Everyone's like, yeah, dude, we figured you out. And I really don't think they're going to be able to recreate that. I don't know. I think it's going to be very hard for the anti-Trump people to recreate the same hysteria of 2017, like the Me Too hysteria and all that. I think it's going to be very hard to recreate that because we've already seen through the bullshit. So they're going to try. I really don't. I don't know how successful
They're not
it's gonna be.
creative. They're just not that creative.
Yeah.
They're just not.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, Rob, can you pull up, guys? This is why Elon Musk has got a sense of humor. This is what he just tweeted right now. Who remembers this picture when he walked into Twitter headquarters? This is him with the kitchen sink walking into the White House.
Yes, that is so good. What a great tweet. I love that he trolls.
Yes.
I just love that he trolls.
Can I, PBD, can I give a shout out to Candace real quick? So Candace, I don't know if you're going to remember this, but we had a conversation maybe a year ago, and we talked about how the world was going crazy, and you used a word, you said equilibrium, and that the world was just so out of whack, and that, I mean, I don't want to do, injustice to what you said, is that the world yearns for equilibrium, and there's corrections that are needed, but then there's overcorrections, like a man's a woman, or Trump should be in jail, whatever it may be. I think this is sort of justification that this is equilibrium kind of coming back into place. And I said earlier tonight, this is Trump's hero's journey. And the arc of Trump, this is sort of a storybook ending for Trump. The narrative that he was Hitler or that he was a Russian asset, it's all been exposed. COVID exposed everything. He opened the curtain, so to speak. And nobody's buying it. Beyonce, nobody's buying it. Mark Cuban, nobody's buying it. J-Lo, sorry, save your tears. The American people are just like, we'll take Trump. And now he gets round 2 to actually enact his laws, his policies, and it looks like he's going to have the Senate and most likely the House. And it's Trump's world at this point. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, listen, that really is, you're just thinking about that biography. I mean, there's never going to be another president like Donald Trump. I mean, this man has been a royal pain in their asses since day one. You don't see a guy that survives what he's survived. A full media onslaught. They never let up. They used the Department of Justice to persecute this man, and still he gets up. 2 assassination attempts, and still this man gets up. I mean, this is the most unbelievable, resilient man that we have ever seen in politics.
Hell
it comes
yeah.
down to the fact that he likes to win, right? He likes to win. And I hope, it's just that simple. He's just like, you know what, I like to win.
Yeah.
And so it's just the most amazing thing to see this. And for those of us who felt just the
There we go. Megan here for the inside.
Our insider, our source at Daily Wire.
Hey, wait, can we just admit that I was right about Pennsylvania and Georgia months ago, like hours ago from...
I saw Trump flags in Philly.
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you.
One of them was yours.
My house is so bad. I have 3 Trump signs. I have
house
like
is beautiful.
Thank you. But I have like 3 Trump signs. I have a McCormick sign. And like there's one neighbor. She is like, her name is Jody. She'll love that I'm saying this. She put it up like on 18th Street. It said like Italians for Trump. She has 1 million women for Trump, whatever. So a neighbor put out a Kamala Harris sign. All of a sudden, the whole street, Trump flags, Trump signs.
Really?
They totally annihilated this whole street. There was one Kamala Harris thing, and the entire street, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Trump's
and
got the puppy.
everywhere, I would drive my kids home from school, and I'm like, I took my mom on Halloween. I was like, Mom, you gotta see this. I was like, it's a whole Trump flagpole, a Trump sign, a Trump sign, a Trump sign. Even my brother was walking in Rittenhouse Square, which is so liberal. It's like Black Voices for Trump in the window at 20th and Lombard. It was crazy. It was definitely a different vibe. That's why I'm really interested to see the turnout in Philadelphia, because it was a completely different vibe.
So
a completely different vibe.
CNN just gave Trump one more electoral vote. I'm assuming what they're missing right now is either Nebraska or Maine's and Alaska. They've got no data for Alaska, and despite everybody else having more than half of Alaska, and it's being called by decision
They're
desk.
scrambling. They're like, here's how Kamala can still win. We got to get some ballots up to Alaska right now.
Kellen fist bumping behind the scenes is making me so happy right now.
Yeah, so right now they've not. So they have Nebraska, but Maine and Alaska are not in. That's the 4 electoral votes. CNN knows at this point.
Yeah.
The Maine vote is done. That's going to Trump, and the Alaska vote is done. That's 3 going to Trump. Trump has won. CNN is just desperately trying not to report it.
It was hard to look while I was out there. What does New York's breakdown look like? Was it close at all?
So as of right now, with 89% in, Kamala's up 10 points.
That's a lot.
Yes, but that's a huge shift. Isn't New York like D plus 25?
Yeah.
Did you look at the House races for New York? There were a few on Long Island.
Look at that.
Esposito was in a close race over there.
Nassau?
There was also
Lawler's looking
Lawler
good.
was in a close. He's a first-time.
Yep,
congressman.
he looks like he'll get reelected.
He'll get reelected because in Long Island, outside, there are parts of New York and parts of California that are still relevant for congressional seats that really will determine the House and.
So far, I don't think anything's flipped in the House.
Okay, nice.
James Klug was in the Bronx, and he said it was unbelievably, overwhelmingly Trump. And he's like, I don't understand.
He had a
Like,
few rallies there. He had one at Crotona Park.
I mean,
a
but it
couple
was
rallies. Yeah.
overwhelmingly. He's like, I was struggling to make the video even because there was hardly any Kamala supporters. I'm like, this is not how this goes. So that's why I'm really interested in looking at the cities and the demographic breakdowns. Of
More votes coming. It's not changing anything. I think New York Times
Too
and
big to
CNN
rig? Is that what you're
No,
saying, Tim?
New York Times and CNN just don't want to admit it.
They don't want to admit it. They're trying
Yeah.
to scramble to find ways that she can still win. It's copium.
Well, the thing is, they don't want her to win, or they don't want him to win, so they're trying to hold off
Is it
as
just
long
Fox
as
that
possible.
called it?
Exactly. See what they can finagle.
Yeah.
Is it only Fox that called it?
No.
Decision Desk and Fox have called it.
Newsmax also, but I'm wondering about
The
AP.
Hills reported that it's called.
No.
AP's not.
AP's got inches closer to the presidency. Trump inches closer.
I need like a huge
Ladies and
eye roll
gentlemen,
emoji on my face.
When
you know?
right now, according to CNN's electoral map, Alaska data has just come in, and they have still not given Trump the 3 electoral votes. And they know Maine's data is already at 46. They know Trump is taking one electoral vote. They've given Nebraska to Trump and Harris. They know Trump's at 270 right now. Ain't nothing changing that.
Hold on.
That's
Yeah, well,
it.
yeah. Look,
Wisconsin and Michigan don't matter. They've called PA. It's done.
They've called Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. It's over. It's over. He won all 3.
That's what I said earlier. I just wanted to put that out there. The Trump campaign told me
they've called
3 hours ago. Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. I just want to say I knew that.
Well, I don't think AP has called Pennsylvania.
No, they haven't.
AP hasn't, but
And neither has the New York
CNN
Times.
has. But CNN has, and they're still not saying that he won.
Decision Desk and Decision Desk, Fox, and CNN have called PA.
They're literally children.
They just don't want
Kamala
to.
needs to concede tonight. If it's this clear,
Yes.
She's
She
in bed.
won't. They never do.
No. She should come out and just start laughing.
That's all she would do anyway. She'd be like,
Holy hell.
we kind of made it close, but I'm a middle class.
She should.
I think Seamus could do. Seamus, you want to do your Kamala? Kamami?
I can't do any impression.
Akai.
Clearly.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
love
he's
Obama.
at-
You have to ask me a question. And I'll
I
answer it
believe
calmly.
the way the map's shaking out, he's at
How do you
like
feel
312.
about decriminalizing border crossings?
No, that's not one. You have to.
If you look at decision desk,
Okay, is a line.
they called Wisconsin,
And
they called
on
PA,
one side of
they
the
have AZ, Nevada, and Michigan all leaning red.
Candace Owens, I never wanted to watch
So
The
if you
View
make those
more
all
in my
red, it's
entire life.
312.
Oh my God, so true.
I cannot agree more. I think maybe tomorrow morning
It's
I
a
should just live
domination.
stream myself watching The View.
I really want to know what the Krasensteins are saying right now.
No. They were very like.
Were they being cool?
Yes, this is democracy. This is what the people expected. We're gonna have
Wow.
to try hard. But this is how they always play it.
A buddy from Philly just texted me, "You're welcome."
All right,
Let's
I'm
go.
going to bed.
We love our Philly people.
I got to work in the morning.
for Trump.
No matter who wins the election, I have to work tomorrow.
Everybody say bye to Megan and thank her for coming. Megan.
I would say, I don't know, should I sneak out?
No. Megan's from the Daily Wire. She does
I
great.
know. Like all of this chatter was like hitting me. I'm like, oh,
Later, Viz.
I'm
Megan, we have to
still
have
on
you-
the clock. I still have a job to go do.
We have to have her on the culture
Okay.
war about her new books about
Let's
her
go.
book about pastors.
We did
Oh
it.
yeah, you're gonna love
Wait,
it.
what's the book
We'll bring
called?
Seamus on.
Yeah,
Shepherds
100%.
for Sale. How
Oh my gosh, I've
evangelical.
heard about this.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
So amazing.
It was a New York Times bestseller.
Well, I heard a bunch of like feckless weaklings who call themselves Christians complaining about it, so I assumed it was a good book.
Oh yes, it is an excellent book.
I want to
and,
check it out.
Seamus, we'll bring you on guys on together.
Yeah,
I'd love to
that'll
chat with
be
you, yeah.
awesome. All right, thanks,
Megan,
guys.
we'll
This
get
was
her
fun.
coming
This
on.
was the perfect way to end the night. Thank you.
All right, we're grabbing Ann and then we'll grab James.
Mike Cernovich, the evil of the last 8 years cannot go unpunished.
He's not wrong.
And
My
then
man.
I told Ian
I
to
wish
come
I
in.
could
Ian, what do
stay
you think
awake.
about
I'm just
these
fucking tired.
almost official results?
But we did it.
Oh yeah,
He's winning. He won. Sounds like they're like holding off because it's just like they're living in shock right now, and it's like, well, let's wait till the last minute, and then we'll roll the carpet out.
Let me start off with two words.
I feel like there's a lot of
Made
work
in
to do now.
America.
Like we need a plan. Like,
Biden
we
is celebrating right
Can
now.
you just be happy?
I am happy.
Okay, good.
But also very concerned for the future of our country. I have been the whole time, and now's an opportunity, like with great responsibility. We can develop a plan of how to really fix our economy. That is the key to the next 18
RFK
months.
Jr. said he's going to get fluoride out of our water.
Dude, do you know how
it's
insane
wild.
that is? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I like fluoride in the water.
No,
I think
you
it's good.
don't.
I think it's good for the general population's teeth. It's magazines. Give me back.
Wait, Elad, are you joking? Elad.
No, he's not.
As I
Okay, well,
understand,
I hate to tell you, but when he announced that, there were no smears against him. Quite literally, even CNN said studies show it lowers IQ.
I think that proves.
You're drinking too much
I just
tap
want to
water,
say
Elad.
that Alon, not that I haven't worked with you here, but I've done Riot coverage with you and Spaces with you,
Let's
and you
talk about
love to be
magazines
the contrarian just to be the contrarian.
I mean, I have a bio. Never mind.
No.
Think about Elad. What he's saying is true. It is good for your enamel. It remineralizes the enamel.
Is it
but
good for the rest of
no,
your
it's
body?
why
horrible
swallow
for,
it?
It's
Thank you.
horrible for your endocrine system. It's why they say don't swallow toothpaste.
Yes.
That's a lot of the reason. So to put it in the water supply seems like a very strange move. But it is good for the enamel.
I just want to send a message to all of our friends over at YouTube who are
Yeah,
watching.
you don't have to fucking drink the
mandate
fluoride.
is
It's
clear.
fucking
Stop censoring
stupid.
everybody.
That's right. The American people
Yes,
want this.
YouTube.
You know what's better for your teeth than fluoride?
I'm not trying to. Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to rag on. I think what I'm saying, like,
Xylitol.
the mandate is clear. But I also want to give a shout out. Thank you, YouTube. We were on the front page. We were on the default.
As you should
incredible
be.
for the show. That's been a new development in the past
Oh,
couple of
fuck
months.
off, fluoride.
So I saw
Get
a
out
lot
of
of
my
people were hitting me up
fucking
being like,
face.
dude, I went to YouTube.com.
All right,
You were
boys, I
right
gotta go to
there.
bed. We love you. We did it. Tentatively, we did it. Fingers crossed there isn't some frickin' secret ballots shipped in someplace. Either way, I think it was a little bit, might be a little bit too big even for that. But next time we reconvene, we'll discuss. Have a good night. USA. Fight, fight, fight.